Lord of Mysteries. Survival from the Secret Doll Chapter 121 to 140. The brass book appeared in Tang's hand, then defied the rules of gravity, flying into the sky. The surrounding black light scattered, and amidst the twilight and scarlet, this zero-level sealed artifact slowly unfolded in midair. A new rule abruptly appeared on the blank page of the sealed artifact, a text written in silvery mercury by itself. Stealing is forbidden here. This was a decree against Amon. Amon crashed head-on into the broadsword in front of him and the iron-blooded behind him. His body was instantly twisted into an irregular arc under the impact of two enormous forces. His abdomen caved in, his spine fractured, his monocle stained crimson, and blood continuously sprayed outwards from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Those blood droplets fell onto the surging sea, polluting layer upon layer of living beings. The tall figure in front of Tang took another step forward, this time killing the distance, appearing in front of Amon, whose body was twisted in the blink of an eye. This pale emperor was going to pull Amon's spirit body out and drag it into the underworld. But Amon, whose body had bent to an utterly unbelievable extent, suddenly revealed a smile to him. A pure light flashed on that monocle, the brilliant light of the eternal blazing sun. He had once stolen the extraordinary power of the eternal blazing sun, and at this moment, it erupted at close range. Not being able to steal did not mean not being able to return. Amon, most adept at exploiting loopholes in the rules, flexibly used the rule loopholes of the Transcendence brass book, influencing the surrounding things before the rules were completely blocked. He returned the attack he had once stolen from the eternal blazing sun all at once. Scorching beams erupted from Amon, the light dazzling and blinding. The chanting of the countless spirits composing the black sun also disappeared and vanished in an instant, and the already weak and desolate twilight in the sky completely dissipated. At this moment, the sky exploded once again. The only seer marionette present stretched out its hand, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the pointed apex above its head. Sequence 2 of the Red Priest Pathway, the potion name being Weather Warlock. The Conqueror marionette began to manipulate the weather in this area, intending to bombard Amon with extreme weather. The Transcendence brass book began to continue writing rules downwards, but an Amon appeared beside it at some unknown time, reaching out to try and grab this uniqueness of the seer pathway. Tang snapped his fingers again. The surveying book flipped again, and two stars lit up in the sky. Doors appeared in the sky, seemingly opening the gates of space, with different time spaces seemingly connected behind them. All the doors opened in front of Amon, and the hand Amon reached out to touch the Transcendence brass book was passing through these twisted and overlapping doors. He could no longer touch the Transcendence brass book. His hand directly touched the black sun sinking into the seabed. Mental pollution frantically eroded Amon's spirit from the most direct angle. Things like oil, following his touch, integrated into his flesh and blood, permeating his thoughts. Two illusory figures formed beside the Transcendence brass book. They were both sequence ones of the apprentice pathway, star key. XX year XX month XX day, observer. Tang Eggers Ramses. Observation target. Olson Abraham. This is a sequence 1 of the apprentice pathway, the closest among the Abraham descendants to the gate of all doors. XX year XX month XX day, observer. Tang Eggers Ramses. Observation target. Angie. This is a sequence 1 of the apprentice pathway, the traveler, the mentor of apprentices, the symbol of all doors. The place impacted by the power of the eternal blazing sun fell into tranquility once again. The concept of death was frantically devouring the sun here, dragging all the suns into eternal silence. And the blood seeping from the twisted eyes, ears, mouth, and nose of Amon miraculously flowed backwards. Amon recovered, as if he had never suffered any damage, easily dodging the lightning that exploded beside him. Immediately afterwards, shadows appeared beside the Transcendence brass book, floating in the sky, things that had gone out from Amon's polluted body. A more twisted and depraved voice appeared, corruption. That was the most real malice, that was the twisted filth filled with divinity, that was. Sequence 0, the extraordinary power of the hanged man, that was the true creator. The two star keys attacked at the same time, expelling this avatar of Amon. Layers upon layers of light doors unfolded, but that voice seemed to twist even space. Shadows appeared on the transused brass book, and the Mercury-like jumping characters became twisted and chaotic. The above rules are invalid. In the next moment, the already polluted Amon avatar was expelled by countless doors and thrown beside the black sun in the seabed. The seabed was silent and dark, and the huge celestial body was constantly sinking, but its surface was constantly seeping outwards a black viscous liquid like oil, floating upwards with the buoyancy of the seawater. The figure wearing a silk top hat acted at the same time, grafting the polluted fate of Amon's avatar onto Amon's main body. The Mercury snake turned again, and the last line that appeared on the transused brass book, that had been affected by the true creator's corruption authority, slowly dissipated, and began to continue writing rules downwards. The two star keys joined the battle, and Amon, having just recovered his body, once again fell into a siege. The battle entered a fever pitch. Faced with the joint attack of two mystery servants, two star keys, one pale emperor, one conqueror, and one Mercury snake, a total of 7 sequence ones, Amon was clearly struggling somewhat. But he still maintained his composure. He was observing, he was thinking, he was looking for a breakthrough in the weaving of fate, constantly using the things he had once stolen to defuse the crisis. Finally, he seemed to realize something. He looked at Tang in the distance, who had not really joined the battle, seemingly finding the key to the breakthrough. This is really troublesome. The figure wearing a silk top hat reached out and lowered the top hat on his head. In the next moment, the fog of history permeated again. In the gaps of history, almost as tall as a castle, wearing an intricate and gorgeous but dim and somber black dress, a life with no head but carrying 4 golden-haired, red-eyed, bright-looking, identical heads walked out. The 4 beautiful heads, held in their hands, looked at Amon in unison. Those 8 eyes turned scarlet, and Amon's figure, dodging the broadsword, turned into a black lamb. Sequence 2 of the Prisoner Pathway, Ancient Evil. Curse of turning into a lamb. Tang snapped his fingers again. I said, Amon, you should die. The black lamb's body stagnated and suffered a lightning strike. He once again abandoned his body, replacing fate with an avatar, shaking off the curse and the lightning strike. Immediately afterwards, what greeted him was a tornado rising from the sea, the power of the wind, the power of nature. The sudden change in the weather rolled out the sun pollution that had sunk to the bottom of the sea, flying into the sky, and seawater mixed with terrible pollution poured down from the sky. The gloomy sky changed. Twilight had arrived. Tang took a step back, and the fog of history surged wildly. In the unchanging gray fog, streaks of light guo, and they were rapidly converging. The surveying notebook flipped again, this time stopping at a position far back. XX year XX month XX day. Observer, Tang Eggers Lamdre. Observation object, Bodial. This is the god of death, this is the fading star. The sky seemed to have cracked open a rift. Beneath the gray mist, Amon looked up in astonishment. This time, he was genuinely surprised. That was a figure gradually emerging from the mists of history, facing the desolate, lonely, silent, and eternal twilight, as huge as a mountain. That was the orange-red twilight, that was, Bodial? War god, Bodial? He was made into a secret puppet? Hey! Tang smiled with an unclear meaning. The system, which had been frozen for a long time, weakly opened its mouth. Isn't Bodial, isn't he sequence 0? Why would he appear here? The reason why ancient scholars cannot pull out the historical projection of true gods is because true gods are extraordinary individuals who contain uniqueness. Since the transosed brass book can be pulled out, then why can't true gods be pulled out? But that is the true god of sequence 0, and judging from the looks of it, something is clearly wrong. Host, how on earth did you make him into a secret puppet? A programmatic error. The excessive amount of calculation caused the system to subconsciously clear its cache. It only heard its host slowly say, your approach is correct. What? The system was stunned. Tang skied again, and then said, clear your memory, clear it well, and please protectively crash, thank you. Host, you are quite polite, aren't you? Oh, there's one more thing. Tang grabbed the system that was about to die and crash. Take out the open double-angle bracket book of the dead closed double-angle bracket. He smiled and said, "It's not enough. One sequence 0 is not enough to suppress Amon." The system shivered inexplicably, obediently dug out the open double-angle bracket book of the dead close double-angle bracket from the bottom of the warehouse for the host, and then pretended to be dead and ran away. With the book of the dead tucked under his arm, Tang looked at the battlefield again. The setting sun's twilight covered the inverted vortex and the continuous black sun's spiritual pollution. The figure wearing a silk top hat appeared on the shoulder of the twilight giant at some unknown time. The huge mercury snake slowly flowed, floating in the sky. Under the setting sun's twilight, Amon's state became even more wrong. His thoughts began to stagnate, his movements became stiff. The Trensost brass book wrote down more rules, frantically, as if having eaten dynamite, centered on the sequence 1 of the seer pathway, and with the entire seer pathway as the radius, greeted all of Amon's extraordinary abilities. The appearance of war god Badial made the already tilted balance tilt again, this time even more seriously, to the extent that Amon could truly die. The gray mist shrouded and blocked outside help. Amon's brother, Adam, could not easily pass through the area doubly sealed by the Lord of the Mysteries in Euclidean space. That angel king of the spectator pathway, would he dare to try to break through the extraordinary characteristic aggregation battle potentially brought about by the Lord of the Mysteries, revival? Once forcibly intruded, perhaps it would be the next bedtime snack of the Lord of the Mysteries. Perhaps it would be the kind that is not easy to cook, but certainly edible. After all, Lord of the Mysteries versus writer, who wins and who loses, even the story written by Ince Zangwill, this third-rate writer, cannot use coincidence to embellish the overwhelming victory. It looks like victory has already been achieved. Tang reached out his hand again, his pale thumb pressing down on his middle finger again, preparing to continue snapping his fingers. The figure wearing a silk top hat began to manipulate Amon's spiritual threads. Under the desolate twilight, the twilight giant, carrying the figure on his shoulder, his figure was shrinking, and the figure in the silk top hat also took a step back, actively entering the desolate twilight. The tall figure beside Tang stood tall with a broadsword in his hand. The power of death locked onto Amon, and lightning fell from the sky again and again. Amon's figure fled in embarrassment in the great net interwoven with twilight, death, war, door, and mystery. About to close the net. As expected of Amon, as expected of the angel king of the seer pathway, the incarnation of error, even in the siege of so many sequence 2s, sequence 1s, and even the uniqueness and sequence 0, he can still dare to do this. Right, Adam. Amon suddenly stopped in place. He slowly turned his head, clearly so far away, yet still looking in Tang's direction. Behind Tang, a figure like a snake was wrapped around him. Parasite. Ideation. Tang didn't look at the Amon who didn't know when he had appeared behind him, tilted his head, and looked at the distant battlefield that was being bombarded by various sequence 1s. The twilight giant had shrunk a lot, but was still shockingly tall. The place he passed was all dyed orange-red, step by step approaching, Amon, seemingly unaware of the sequence 1 behind Tang. The tall figure in front of Tang seemed to be aware, but he didn't look back. Correct, surprise. Unexpected. Amon chuckled, hiding the main body really took some effort. After all, the historical projections you pulled are really too tricky. I discovered a bit of discord in fate, and I've been trying to do this when approaching the uniqueness of the judgment pathway. Hiding the main body in the clone jointly expelled by the star key, using Adam's ideation authority to forge the main body, confusing the fake with the real, lurking close to the present, and also the only mystery Beander who is not a historical projection. As long as he is replaced, then no matter how strong he is, how many historical projections he can pull, it will all be useless. What? Not planning to struggle. If you pull more historical projections, I think I will really die here. How do you know I haven't struggled? Tang asked, what do you think the pollution on me is? He slowly, eerily, turned his head, smiled at the Amon who was close at hand. That's future, That is, future, Before Amon could understand the meaning of this sentence, Tang said again. Also, who said I have to snap my fingers to pull historical projections? Preconceived notions are not very good. Oh, Amen. The open double-angle bracket Book of the Dead close double-angle bracket he was holding fell. Beside him, the surveying notebook flipped, unreadable, unseeable, the text recording unspeakable things floated again. The stars in the sky flickered, and in the astrolabe, a blank area closest to the central crystal planet showed traces of fluctuation. XX year XX month XX day. Observer, Tang Eggers Lamdre. Observation object, Tang Eggers Lamdre. The incarnation of spirituality and spiritual numbers, the sage of hidden knowledge. The open double-angle bracket Book of the Dead close double-angle bracket disappeared. That thick book disappeared silently before Amen, as if it had never existed. Amen leaned back, the monocle flashing with brilliant light. He was trying to decipher the strange phenomenon that had just occurred. But the sky seemed to be torn open, the Arbiter's judgment and the Weather Warlock's lightning strike were about to arrive. The besieged, Amen, began to disintegrate. The imagined body could no longer sustain such high-intensity combat, and the imagined Sephira and extraordinary powers were about to disappear. The parasitized Tang Yoren looked at Amen, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile that Amen was somewhat familiar with. That was the expression he often made. If the uniqueness of the seer pathway wasn't in his own hands, Amen would have suspected for a moment whether the other party would suddenly take out a monocle and wear it in his right eye socket. Then, Amen, think about your last words. A breeze blew past. Amen, however, advanced instead of retreating, the speed of the parasitic spirit accelerating. He wanted to completely replace Tang's fate in a short period of time. But strangely, the mysterious attendant in front of him did not use any means to resist his parasitism. How long can you last? Such a high-intensity historical projection cannot be sustained for too long. You are staying away from the battlefield because you need to support the large consumption of your own spirituality. And me, why do you think I would be caught without a fight? Staring at the mysterious attendant who turned to look at him, Amen smiled and asked, word by word, what is the future you just mentioned? Tang just maintained that smile. I will tell you after you die, because this is the future you are about to face. The Arbiter's judgment and the Weather Warlock's lightning strike arrived. The black tide of death swept over, the black sun erupted again, countless layers of light doors unfolded, dusk had arrived, the punishment rules of the Transcendence brass book were about to arrive, the phantom wearing a silk top hat snapped his fingers, and the mercury snake in the sky rotated again to reverse Amon's parasitism process. Amen, however, raised his hand and pinched the crystal monocle. I'm getting more and more curious, but your helpers are indeed a bit annoying. We need a quiet environment to have a good chat. Suddenly, black stone pillars rose from the ground, instantly erecting a majestic and grand cathedral. Each pillar and dome of this cathedral was inlaid with the white bones of different races, densely packed and extremely chaotically squeezed together. In the depths of the cathedral, the 100-meter-high cross was solemn and sacred, silently watching Tang and Amen below. Whether it was the attacks of the true gods or the lightning strikes, the restart of fate was interfered with. In a very short period of time, they were actually excluded and unable to enter this suddenly appearing cathedral. Adam's imagination and Amon's time worm joined forces to block the outside world's vision for a short time, and in this short time, he wanted to completely replace the fate of the mysterious attendant in front of him. The cathedral is not bad. Tang looked around, as if from the bottom of his heart. I like it. Amen chuckled, just wanting to deepen the influence and steal the other party's thoughts, but his brow suddenly furrowed. What's wrong? Not planning to try to steal my thoughts. Tang remained in the same posture, looking at Amen. As you said, it really takes a lot of effort to pull out so many historical projections at once. He clapped his hands, giving the King of Angels in front of him a smile. So, from the beginning, the biggest mistake you made was not running away immediately when you saw me pulling out the projections. No way, you don't really think that the Book of the Dead just now disappeared inexplicably, do you? Then, what exactly is the future? Please experience it well, Son of the Creator, Incarnation of Pranks and Deceit, King of Angels of Sequence 1, Amen. The next moment, something strange appeared on Amon's monocle. What was that? As the top cryptanalyst, unlocking secrets and exploring the unknown is what you have always been doing. And in the world of mysticism, understanding those things that cannot be understood by ordinary people, and observing those things that are ignored, is also a danger. A voice rang in Amon's mind. The surroundings suddenly darkened. Amon looked at the surrounding environment, and subconsciously reached out to pinch the monocle in his right eye socket. But he pinched nothing. Amon's hand paused. The surroundings gradually lit up at this time. But that was not inside the corpse cathedral, nor was it the violent ocean beneath the gray fog. It was pure white. A breeze blew. Amon reached out his hand, wanting to do something but suddenly stopped again. As a king of angels, he forgot how to steal the power of this space. The knowledge existing in extraordinary characteristics is the most fundamental and safest channel for extraordinaries to understand themselves and the extraordinary power contained in potions. That voice rang again, very gentle, without any aggressiveness, just like the wind he had just touched, the wind gently blowing across his eyebrows and the top of his head, taking nothing away. But it took away something that Amon subconsciously felt was important. Amon reached out his hand to grab the wind, but how could the wind be caught? The surrounding pure white seemed boundless. It was very quiet here, exceptionally quiet. Amon stood in place, looking around, suddenly speaking, his voice still smiling, but in that voice there was a hint of extremely deep vigilance that even he himself had not noticed. Knowledge. The breeze paused, then continued to flow slowly. You are very smart. The surrounding pure white space disintegrated. It was characters, words arranged in an incomprehensible way, layered and densely packed, creating a visual image. Outside the pure white space was a distorted world. Amon was located on a small island floating in the black void. Countless islands of various shapes and colors were all around, flickering. They either drifted further and further away, or collided with each other, accommodating each other, and then merged into larger islands, or were completely annihilated in the void. Those islands, all decryption will be countered, all understanding will be destroyed. This world always contains things that extraordinaries cannot and should not understand. They are the keynote of this world, the incarnation of the essence of the world. From the moment they appear, they represent that they must never be discovered, because this knowledge itself is a part of the pollution. For example, the starry sky. In the void world, only a starry sky was dazzling. It was a sea of stars composed of countless stars, countless first-magnitude stars spread over the Milky Way, able to make people sink at a glance. What cannot be understood by ordinary people, and exists but gradually disappears with the passage of time, are all within the scope that my authority can radiate to. Welcome to my kingdom of God, Amon. Seer Pathway, Sequence 0, Hermit. The incarnation of spirituality and numerology, the sage who conceals knowledge. That was a God walking in the world, that was the incarnation of mad knowledge, that was knowledge itself that represented unreadability, unobservability, unsurpassability, and must never be approached. That was an invisible figure, walking between countless islands containing forbidden knowledge of the world. He silently strolled behind Amon. Amon didn't turn his head. One time worm after another drilled out of his body. But those time worms slowly disappeared after leaving Amon's body, turning into abstract mystical symbols that merged into the surrounding islands. Do you remember everything you saw after the descent of the Source Castle? I am very happy that you have been trying to decipher it. A sufficiently cautious person always tries to understand their situation and wants to master it. You already existed at that time. Yes, and no. Once knowledge itself is spread, it represents the diffusion of authority, even if it is something harmless. Amon, I think you are very clear about where the limit of a god is. Even the most ordinary thing, like the matter that Amon initially came into contact with, what I am facing is Pals Zoroaster and an unknown cryptic servant. When Amon understood this knowledge, had already tied the first knot on the great net to capture him. Then came the second, the third. The airtight net silently enveloped Amon under the actions of that cryptic servant, and then let the incarnation of knowledge crash into the directory, represented by an angel king of sequence 1 to perform deletion and concealment operations. His existence was like the wind, formless and without substance, existing behind Amon without any dependence. He slowly hid the extraordinary knowledge of sequence 9 thief, and then began to hide the language of sequence 8 charlatan. Amon couldn't speak anymore. Extraordinary characteristics can provide mystagogical help to extraordinary people, allowing extraordinary people to understand the characteristics of their own sequence and the spells and quasi-spell abilities they have mastered. This is the ability inherent in the extraordinary characteristics and is difficult to be interfered with by external forces. He said. Amon continued to try to split the time worms, but each split had symbols representing the mysticism of the thief pathway angels flying out of Amon's body, dispersing to the surroundings, and hiding into the islands in the void. And hiding knowledge is the specialty of the hermit. Amon struggled for a while and stopped. He turned around to look at the empty island behind him. I didn't expect that the Sage of Concealment would be made into the main material of a potion in the future. He pieced together the truth from Tang's few words, and his voice turned into symbols, appearing in front of him. He himself was being dismantled. And so many sequence ones, where did the sequence ones he had never heard of come from? He finally understood. Historical projections pulled from the future, that cryptic servant. Amon's expression changed slightly, and the smile on the corner of his mouth faded. Lord of the Mysteries. It's not just a cooperative relationship. The void voice sounded in Amon's mind. Aren't you afraid that I will tell these things to me? Being too arrogant is not a good habit and will make people stumble. Amon said. I think you still don't understand the connection between my authority and future. The island where Amon was located suddenly moved. Amon looked down, and the position he was standing on was the eye of a huge creature. This was a simple kingdom of gods built with the crazy knowledge contained in the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket. All the knowledge was rapidly formed under the influence of the extraordinary power of the mystics, mystical reappearance. Amon was pulled into this world, pulled into a world shaped by the authority of a god. The ingenious trap made him fall headlong and never get up again. Under the gray fog, inside the bone church, Amon stopped in place, and the parasitism process had stopped. His whole body was gradually becoming transparent, as if his existence was being erased by an invisible eraser. The authority of the hermit was gradually erasing the mystical symbols of this sequence one angel king, erasing the knowledge he represented, and erasing his various influences on the knowledge level of the low sequence in this pathway. In short, it was to hide all the knowledge that belonged to him and become a part of the secret. Tang looked at the ceiling above his head, seemingly looking at another existence through this method. After watching for a while, Tang retracted his gaze. Okay, it's time to lower the curtain. He clasped his fingers together, lowered his eyebrows, and prayed in a low voice in a language that did not belong to any language today. The Lord of the highest dimension and twisted time and space. Above the bone church, you are the distant gaze of the deep space and the Red Sea. The yellow-orange setting sun and the lightning and thunder quickly dissipated, revealing the unmasked starry sky. You are the immortal watch of the eternal starry sky. I beg you to cast your gaze. The countless stars seemed to turn into eyes, and the countless eyes jointly cast their gaze on the bone church without any emotion. Please accept his offering. Above the bone church, under the gaze of the starry sky, strange symbols appeared there. Those were the curved surfaces symbolizing space, the twisted lines symbolizing time, and the empty eyes symbolizing gaze. They converged to form a brand new mystical symbol. Those symbols caused the bone church to collapse suddenly, and the symbols appeared on Amon, who was constantly being nullified and erased. Please open the gate of the kingdom. A void rumble exploded. That was the sound of layers of space overlapping with the real world. That was the scene of Euclidean space overlapping with the real world. The bone church no longer had the power to suppress the terrible pressure from the outside world. They completely collapsed, countless white bones fell into the sea, the crosses shattered, the buildings dissipated little by little, and there was no longer the pure white holiness of the past. Pa-da! A monocle carved from crystal fell, a crystal pillar composed of light and shadow, with extraordinary characteristics containing time worms swimming and wandering inside, floating in the constantly illusory bone church, emitting an indescribable light. The figure wearing a silk top hat picked up these two magical items and handed them to Tang. The starry sky above gradually dissipated, the gray and white mist remained unchanged, but it also began to thin out. The mercury snake in the sky gradually seeped into the historical fog, and one after another phantom left the scene. disappearing from the places where they had existed, and returning to the historical fog. The figure wearing a silk top hat in front of Tang also began to blur. He glanced at the sky, not knowing what he thought of, and muttered a sentence, finally disappearing into nothingness. Working for anyone is still working. Tang shrugged. The gray and white mist was rapidly dissipating, and the power originating from the authority of the Lord of the Mysteries, which completely sealed the inside and outside, was also disappearing. Then, what's left is. Tang looked at the old man not far away, took out the monocle, and put it on his right eye socket. Hi, pals. Old man, I'll give you a simple example. In the void, a massive, rusty brown celestial body floated beneath the starry sky, while an air raid siren like him echoed through the nothingness, a tangible form of mental pollution that unraveled the minds of all who heard it, subjecting them to the control of instinct and the inherent madness of their extraordinary characteristics. This was the Star of Judgment, Grothus, the Harbinger of Destruction, one of the outer gods recorded in the Necronomicon. Beneath this colossal celestial body, on a small island, stood Amon, already disassembled into countless arcane knowledge symbols, barely able to piece together his thoughts. The arcane symbols belonging to Sequence 1 of the Seer pathway had been mostly concealed. Sequence 1 was up against a Sequence 0 who had been preparing for a long time, laying down layers of traps. Amon now had no ability to resist and could only passively accept this strange state. Just like you see, the god of war, Batter Hair, will become a marionette at some point in the future. A gentle voice echoed in Amon's mind, but every word was like the infusion of maddening knowledge. And for Amon in his current state, he had, and only had, the option to accept it. The maddening knowledge was like the whispers of an ancient god. This is a predetermined future. Whether it's a seer, a master of prophecy, or a diviner, the essence of divination and prophecy is to obtain enlightenment from the spirit world intertwined with the past, present, and future. This is a vague concept, and vagueness itself is a form of protection for the diviner. The future is an uncertain phenomenon for those in the present, unable to be directly observed. It's like a diviner intending to go out. Before leaving, he performs a divination and learns that in half an hour, his city will experience a light rain, so he takes out an umbrella. For a diviner who did not perform the divination, he would not take an umbrella. After performing the divination, he would take out an umbrella based on the divination's revelation. Obtaining enlightenment from the spirit world and using it to change one's behavior to prevent certain dangers from occurring is one of the essential manifestations of divination and prophecy. But what if you knew that you were destined to take an umbrella today? The gentle voice was earnest and persuasive. As the angel king of the seer pathway, Amon was by no means a fool. He vaguely understood what the mysterious attendant meant by future. Then naturally, one would definitely take an umbrella, regardless of the reason. Amon sighed silently. You are very clever. Yes, I sometimes like smart people too. Compared to extraordinary individuals with empty heads unable to store knowledge, those with quick minds can save me a lot of effort. In short, for the people of the present, God of War, Batter Hair, becoming a marionette, is a secret locked in a box called future. Once someone notices it, that person will inevitably begin to associate. Can this kind of thing be avoided? What exactly caused this to happen? Can the future be changed? Thinking invites attention, thereby gaining pollution. This is not revelation. This is something that is destined to happen in the future, something that cannot be changed no matter what is done. And through this, more futures are deduced. God of War, Batter Hair, dies and becomes a marionette, becomes a fact. Then, what can the God of War Church do? What will God of War, Batter Hair, do? What caused Batter Hair's death? But, future, is an irresistible trend. As time passes, that reality becomes more and more intense. The more one tries to escape this future, the deeper one sinks into the quagmire of future. Struggling is useless, one will only sink deeper and deeper, eventually despairing and drowning in the reality brought by the future. And the more one thinks, the more intense the pollution becomes. A future that cannot be changed no matter what you do. If you are destined to take an umbrella today, then you will not think at all, but numbly take the umbrella and go out. If you know what you will eat at noon today, then you will only go to that one restaurant. Even if someone invites you to eat elsewhere, you will still refuse, because this is a part of the future that is destined to unfold. How the future evolves is how you will act, losing consciousness, erasing the self. Of course, this will not cause loss of control. This is also a very clever point of this pollution called future. It allows those who are polluted to unknowingly become puppets of fate until they welcome the real, inevitable, future. Compared to the torrent of the times, this kind of pollution is fundamentally different from that of the visionary and the audience. The visionary influences people's spiritual bodies, subtly manipulating the surrounding things through the subconscious sea, guiding the direction of the era. However, the pollution called future makes the world move towards a predetermined template, making everything in the world unable to defy and move towards a predetermined, real, future, becoming marionettes of fate. Your Sequence 1 avatar left in Intis should already know that the main body is dead. You are very clever, yes, this is the third time I have said that, so, do you understand? He hid the thing within the uniqueness of the seer pathway and the Sequence 1 potion. After Aemon ate the ancestor of the Jacob family, the time worm of Sequence 1, he did not aggregate to gain more powerful strength, but acted separately. He did not truly die, a portion of the Sequence 1 potion was still on him. This was his contingency plan, and unfortunately, the contingency plan was activated, his failure became a reality. After losing a portion of the extraordinary characteristics of Sequence 1 and the uniqueness of this pathway, the danger of this angel king of the seer pathway would be greatly reduced, and the high sequence extraordinary individuals of the Gusen family pathway could breathe a sigh of relief. You didn't erase my consciousness because of this? Aemon asked. After all, Sequence 1 is a bit troublesome, and I can't always be here. Naturally, I need to guard against it. This is a matter of common sense, isn't it? The connection between Aemon, and between Aemon and the uniqueness, is very deep. Even if Tang, who is only Sequence 4, obtains a Sequence 1 potion and the uniqueness of the seer pathway, he may not be able to hold on to it. This is not only Aemon, but extraordinary individuals of other pathways and other sequences can also covet these things. Therefore, he hid Amon's memories, a small part of his consciousness, and combined them with maddening knowledge, integrating them into the mental pollution of future, and placing them in these two sufficiently important things. Look, your thoughts have already become strange. Before Aemon appeared piece after piece of obscure symbols of mysticism, those symbols flickering, but obedient, there is no struggle and separation of traces. A small part of them, then, give people creepy, afraid to approach the twisted sense of weirdness. Unknown mystical attendant, unknown pale emperor, unknown conqueror marionette, the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries, death of war god Bardhair, a series of thoughts and cognitions. This was both knowledge evolved into madness, and also contained a layer of spiritual pollution that was difficult to detect and easily overlooked. Once another Aemon, or other true gods, Sequence 1s tried to retrieve the uniqueness and that Sequence 1 potion, then they, would simultaneously obtain this knowledge. Then, they would become puppets of fate and future, becoming marionettes pushing the present towards the true future. A breeze gradually condensed into a physical form, countless mad knowledge gathered together, and a young-looking youth stood in front of Aemon. So, do you understand? Pass the message to your avatars, don't come to ruin, don't come to Tingen, otherwise, knowledge will forever chase after you. During the few seconds of confrontation with pals, a mist-like luster appeared on the monocle in Tang Day's right eye socket. Resolved. The next second, this mist-like luster disappeared, and the last piece of gray fog in the sky also entered the spirit world at this moment, returning to the mysterious world above the 7 rays of pure light. All things of the future appeared under the shroud of the gray fog, and disappeared after the gray fog left. Except for the corpses of monsters behind him, which were almost unrecognizable, and all kinds of messy things, turned into monsters after being severely polluted. Everywhere was pollution, everywhere were traces of high sequence beyonders fighting. This was a battle close to the top sequence. Perhaps only a god war between gods without reservation would be more tragic than this. Tang, in front of pals, pinched the monocle that he had just put on, but unexpectedly fit. This familiar movement made the old gentleman's expression change again. His mouth twitched a few times, and then he fell silent again. He felt that he had been silent more today than he had been in his entire life. After silently watching for a few seconds, this sequence one-time worm did not escape immediately, but cautiously looked at Tang, who was walking towards him wearing a monocle that he was very familiar with and almost had PTSD from, and opened his mouth, resolved. To be honest, if it were in the past, a Sequence 4 Trickmaster resolved a Sequence 1 Amon, and even harvested the opponent's uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics. Haha, how could that be possible? It's too ridiculous, even funnier than when he heard Medici had his hair burned off by Amon. But, the great existence above the spirit world. Pals glanced at the battlefield behind Tang again. That glance was enough to understand that it could never have been a commotion created by a Sequence 4, and the gray-white mist that had suddenly descended just now. Is that him? Is he a believer of that one? Did other believers come to help? I think I played the part very well this time. Why do you think I am not Amon? Tang suddenly spoke, interrupting Pal's deep association and facial nerve abnormalities caused by contemplation. Pals recalled what he had said to the second son of Baron Ramde in the castle before, and fell silent again. After a few seconds, he replied faintly, feeling. Amon is not so honest. If the person in front of him had been replaced by Amon, then the first thing he would have done when he saw him would not be to pick up the monocle, but to directly prepare to replace his fate, unless Amon was playing a very new trick. Of course, Pals who stayed here was not the main body. If necessary, he could give up this part of the avatar and then escape from here. However, when he saw the gray fog, Pals had a very strong intuition, and this strong intuition made him risk a not small danger of being caught by Amon, and left an avatar behind. Tang smiled. Okay, your feeling is very accurate. Let's change places to talk. Before that. He looked in the direction of the sky, and Pals did the same. In that high altitude, a figure wearing a hood, wearing a dark robe, with a dull gaze, beautiful face, and feminine softness, did not know how long he had been standing there. That was 017 feet, the Concealment Angel, Antigonus's sister, the Sequence 2 Servant of Concealment, the vessel for the descent of the Goddess of the Night. The Goddess of the Night has been paying attention to the Saphira Castle above the spirit world. Today, the gray fog caused such a big commotion, and the appearance of the suspected authority of the Lord of the Mysteries made this god, who was already a survivor of the old days, aware of the abnormality and descended. This is understandable. The figure with a beautiful face did not move, and Tang, wearing a monocle, took a step upwards, and time and space appeared to be grafted, and he appeared in the sky. The Concealment Angel glanced at Pal's Zoroaster standing on the sea, and the next moment she and the area where Tang was formed a hidden domain. No one could hear what they had communicated or whether they had fought. Pals seemed calm, and had been very calm since the gray fog descended, but this was the character he had shaped over thousands of years, and it did not mean that he was not surprised at all. Okay, he was curious to death. How exactly did Amon disappear? At this time, Intis Republic. A young man who was out suddenly stopped and looked at the sky. The monocle he wore in his right eye socket showed cracks one after another. Those cracks spread continuously like spider webs. Soon, the monocle shattered and fell, turning into disappearing brilliance, and disappeared without a trace. He squinted his eyes slightly, as if he was a little unaccustomed to the world he saw after the monocle disappeared. He sighed. It failed, and even the main body was lost inside. And the last piece of intelligence that was sent back was, don't get close to Tingen. Ruin, Tingen, there is Pal's Zoroaster and a demigod of the thief pathway hidden there. Well, besides that, there is nothing left. The memory is completely lost, and the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness have not returned to his side through the connection of mysticism. Did a Sequence 0 true god intervene? Who did Pals find as a helper? The knight, or the other few? The young man slowly took out a new monocle from his pocket and put it back in his right eye socket. However, this monocle no longer had the crystal clear luster like a crystal, but was much dimmer and could not provide a powerful extraordinary power bonus. No, I should change my style. He took off the monocle from his right eye socket, wiped it, and then put it on the eye socket of his left eye. Ruin, Tingen, Amon's lips curled slightly, that makes me want to go and see it even more. Tang Yi abruptly threw back the covers and sat up. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sunlight was brilliant, the blue sky dotted with white clouds, creating a scene of exceptional peace. Wearing his pajamas, Tang was momentarily stunned, struck by a sense of déjà vu, as if he were a dying man jolted awake. His entire body ached. Despite being a cryptic sorcerer, having stepped into the realm of demigodhood, he felt as though his body wasn't his own. Every muscle was sore, and his spirituality felt the same. It was like the feeling he had when he was just an ordinary person, after running several consecutive 1,000-meter races, then collapsing onto his bed and falling asleep. This unbearable memory twisted Tang's expression into a grimace. It hurt so much. Since transmigrating, the only time he had suffered such torment was when his foolish elder brother would roust him out of bed in the mornings. Especially after becoming a Beander and advancing to Sequence 8, he hadn't felt like this in a long time. Learning from the pain, Tang rubbed his temples, carefully recalling the events that had transpired. He quickly remembered his deal with Grandpa Pals. To prevent Amon's influence from directly affecting the entire Tingen, Grandpa would directly take Amon away. At that time, he would cooperate with Grandpa, using Euclid's space and the uniqueness of the yesterday reappearance charm to try and confront Amon. Even if he couldn't bite off a piece of Amon's flesh, he would tear off a layer of his skin. What happened? How did I end up here? Where's Amon? Where's Grandpa Pals? He looked at the familiar yet strange room, the broken strings in his mind slowly reconnecting. System. Here. Host, you're finally awake. You've been asleep for 4 days. The system's boisterous voice calmed Tang down slightly. He hesitated and asked, 4 days. This is the theater. There was a break in Tang's memory. After Pals pulled Amon into the depths of the violent sea, and he took out the yesterday reappearance charm made from his own spirit worm, everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was in this place. He had no idea what had happened in between. Was he remotely accessed, and then his own consciousness went offline? We're back in Tingen. Host, let me tell you. Wait a minute, what about the recording I asked you to make? Tang asked. He had previously wondered what the 5 minutes his future self spoke of meant. An ancient scholar of Sequence 3 from the Seer pathway. If he were to pull a high sequence Beander from the same Seer pathway, to make the historical projection come alive, and possess its own thoughts, then this high sequence Beander would have to conceal themselves. This was similar to the rule that the uniqueness itself was unique and could not be pulled from the fog of history. The same consciousness could not exist in the same space-time. Of course, certain pathways with the authority to conceal could circumvent this. Similarly, if his future self were to intervene, as a sequence 1 of this pathway, it should be a similar situation, but even more special. Therefore, not knowing what this cheating, remote access, behavior would look like, Tang had the system record the entire process, planning to watch it after his future self left. This. The system stammered, it's just that, host, you understand, it's just that. Tang, you didn't record it. I recorded it, it's just. The system hesitantly played a video for its host. In the video, he was sitting in a high-backed chair, with the dean's office at Miskatonic as the background. The young man sitting behind the office chair simply smiled at the third-person perspective system and said one sentence. I deleted the stuff. Don't bother me if it's nothing important. The recording went black, ending there. Tang. Okay, the system's recording was deleted by his future self. Well, his future self must have experienced this. Then again, instead of blaming himself, he should make things difficult for others. Couldn't you be a little tougher, like formatting it if I told you to delete it, saving the video? Tang asked the still insufficiently hard-working system with a disappointed tone. Do you have a backup? The system, having been politely threatened with a monocle and tearfully deleting 7 or 8 backups together, was on the verge of tears. Its electronic voice even had a sobbing quality, but it was so scary. Really, host, don't you believe me? Amon was shattered as much as your conscience. No, Amon was shattered into pieces. It was really afraid that if it chatted with the future host would tell it to deregister itself. Tang blinked. Ah, this. Just how cruel was that sequence oneself to scare the system into this state? Oh, right, host, on the bedside table to your left. The system was very jumpy, and when it spoke of this, its electronic voice became excited. Tang looked to his left, where a monocle carved from crystal was casually placed on the bedside table. Tang. Oh, right, he almost forgot the main thing. He had just, he seemed to have just heard his system describe Amon as shattered like his shattered into pieces. Amon is dead. Seeing that iconic monocle, he subconsciously asked. Should be, I guess. He turned into the uniqueness of the thief pathway and a sequence 1 characteristic of the time worm, but there's still a sequence 1 clone in Intis. Tang was silent. After a few seconds, he reached out for the monocle. So, Amon died, taking with him the uniqueness and a sequence 1 potion, right? The system was bewildered. Ah. Could it be said that way? Tang, having made a joke, picked up the monocle. Just as he was about to examine it closely, he saw an additional figure appear on it, reflected in the sunlight outside the window. It was a figure wearing a pointed soft hat, with a broad forehead and a thin face. Hi, are you surprised? The war bishop was suddenly switched over, looking around in confusion. The monocle was thrown against the wall with a clatter, hovering in midair, undamaged, as brilliant as crystal. Sorry, I was still half asleep. Seeing Amon suddenly, I couldn't help myself. The war bishop picked up the monocle. After confirming that there was no danger, Tang switched back places with the war bishop and picked up the monocle. He rubbed his arm, which had almost turned into spirit worms, and run away. He was almost scared to death. It seems this surprise is quite nice. In the monocle's reflection, Amon smiled, looking sincerely like he was doing it for your own good, but also ready to replace you at any time. Tang, why did this thing come with a taunt? No, why is there dirty stuff in the uniqueness of the thief pathway? Amon was shattered into happiness. Ah, why is this thing still here? Host, that host said that this thing carries some of Amon's mental influence, preserving a bit of the original flavor. It's just preserving a part of Amon's taste, so people can know that this is the uniqueness of the thief pathway or something. Don't make 9 turns intestine at this time, you. Tang's expression was a little dull. There's no need, really no need. Wearing this thing, wouldn't you be found by Amon at any time? Amon lost a sequence 1 plus the uniqueness of the main body, but he still has a sequence 1, and a large group of sequence 2 and sequence 3 avatars. With so many avatars, wouldn't wearing this thing one day directly collide with Amon's large force coming out to hunt because of the law of gathering of extraordinary characteristics? After looking at Amon smiling at him for a few seconds, Tang's facial expression prepared to directly put this thing at the bottom of the box and stuff it into the system warehouse, never to take it out for the rest of his life. Creepy, too creepy. Don't be so nervous, but just like you thought, I should find you soon after you put it on. However, don't you want to know how I survived? After all, to the full eye. The things behind seemed to be muted, and Tang didn't hear anything clearly. Amon in the monocle didn't seem to care either. However, there seemed to be a bit of melancholy in this person's voice. Ah, no, what is an angel of the King of Thieves pathway being melancholy about? But he stopped putting this thing into the system warehouse. Can you communicate? While letting the system take a set of X-rays of this monocle with appraisal, he was always ready to stuff it into the system warehouse. After all, the seal inside is absolutely perfect. Even if the uniqueness of the seer pathway is parasitized by Amon, it can't get out once it's stuffed in. Amon smiled. Only simple things, there is no way to do more influence. Don't you want to try it? After all, as the uniqueness of the seer, its effect is more powerful than all the magical items you currently own. But Tang was very cautious. I still want to live a long time. System, has the appraisal result come out? Rather than believing Amon's statement, he would rather believe the system's appraisal result. The system quickly popped up the appraisal result, but the result was clean and there were no problems. The mental influence left by Amon has been restrained. Try it on. Tang did not hesitate. No. What good things could Amon recommend? He would be crazy to put this thing into his eye socket without understanding anything. Without hearing Amon say anything else, Tang stuffed this thing into the system warehouse. Amon. Postponing the thorny thing, he now felt uncomfortable all over and didn't want to use his brain here, especially with Amon, who was obviously a big mind. System, did I say anything else? He asked the system. There is also a sentence, if the law of gathering of extraordinary characteristics takes effect, don't stop it, let them fly for a while, that's all. Law of gathering of extraordinary characteristics. Let the uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics re-aggregate towards Amon, and don't stop it. Why? Because once the aggregation is successful, other Amons will be affected by some unknown influence. Tang quickly associated this and guessed that the future self must have done something, but he didn't know what it was. It's just, why are the Beyonders of the seer pathway so convoluted? It's the same for him, can't they make it clear? Seers are really annoying, Tang muttered a sentence that the future Emperor Rosal would say. But host, this system suggests not to be so nervous, the system giggled, there is also a new extraordinary item made with Amon's extraordinary characteristics, artisan, has already made it, these two items give this system a feeling of a main system. Give you a feeling of a main system. Tang's expression twisted. The feeling of your main system, ha ha ha, isn't that just crazy knowledge? These two things are filled with crazy knowledge. Aggregate together, and then crazy knowledge completely goes crazy in Amon's clone. Okay, that's how you play, right? His brain throbbed, Tang didn't let the system say anything else. After taking out the clothes he usually wore from the closet and changing out of his pajamas, he went to the cafeteria to find food. Although the dishes produced by the school cafeteria are not very tasty, for people who can't even fill their stomachs, this can be described as a miracle. The marionettes do not need to eat. Appearing in the cafeteria at the appropriate time is just the marionettes vividly playing and depicting the scroll of life. And relying only on those children brought in from the outside, the miracles harvested by the core of the theater are enough to meet the normal expenses of the cafeteria for ordinary people, and there is even a surplus. Then Tang happily ordered some home-cooked dishes from the canteen auntie, using his own memory as a template, and paired them with white rice. He ate so much that even the dull pain on his body became less annoying. I have to say, when you are tired and unhappy, eating a good meal always helps your physical and mental health. Then when you are happy, eat a good meal, Tang replied without thinking, holding chopsticks. Gulu gulu. After a hearty meal, Tang didn't go to find anyone, but returned to his residence and lay on the bed, preparing to continue resting and quickly recover his spirituality through meditation. This time the rest time was not that long, perhaps because the trickster's potion had been completely digested. Updated task status. Task. Open black lens bracket tricksters acting close black lens bracket. After advancing to trickster, you have truly obtained an essential change. Tricky, terrifying, horror, and madness are the truths that tricksters pursue throughout their lives. Please digest the potion as soon as possible and summarize the acting rules of the trickster. Task completion. 100%. Rewards have been issued, please check them carefully. In less than a month, Tang completed the digestion of the trickster's potion. He is really a little genius. Sitting back on the bed, Tang shook his head while holding a pillow. He was in a good mood, this is thanks to the high level of the audience. Amon and Grandpa have made outstanding contributions to my potion digestion. In addition, the yesterday reappearance talisman obviously pulled the future me over. It is not surprising that the potion digestion of the trickster is completed, the future me has come to the present, so the potion of the miracle invoker can also be digested quickly, right? Well, the sequence 3 antiquarian is only short of the ritual. After staying for 300 years waiting for the ritual to be completed, the digestion of the potion should be super fast. Then he can prepare for the sequence 2 ritual. System, tell me about the events of the past few days, from the most important to the least important. Okay, host. The system simulated a few coughs. First of all, the goddess of the night sends sincere congratulations. The night goddess knows. She knows of my existence. Tang let the system explain from the most important to the least, never expecting the system to drop a royal flush right at the start. Tang was completely numb, This news was no less shocking than the psychological shadow cast by Amon's scare just now. For so long, Tang had been avoiding the night church. The first reason was the special nature of his family. Azik Eggers was a contingency left behind by the god of death, and the night goddess, as a sequence 0 true god of the darkness pathway, one of the 3 eternal pathways, instinctively craved the adjacent pathways of death and twilight. As a direct descendant of the god of death, being discovered by the goddess would not necessarily be a good thing. Even if he revealed that he was also a remnant of the old days, it would probably be the same. The second reason was the night church's control over the seer pathway. Wild, high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway would absolutely attract the night church's attention. So, this is how it explodes. Future me, what exactly did you do to attract the goddess? Yes. The system indicated that the future host had interacted with the vessel of the night goddess's descent, but because both the night goddess and the future host possessed authority over secrets, it was completely shielded and had no idea what the specific content was. It only heard the future host reveal that he and the night goddess had reached an agreement on something. Tang didn't have much hope, but he still asked, then what about the content of the agreement you were told? An angel of the sequence 1 seer pathway, what kind of cooperation could he reach with the goddess? Helping her clear up Salinger's tampering with the uniqueness of the death pathway. And then the goddess would send him the sequence 1 potion now. Archbishop Channies of the Night Church arrived in Tingen a day ago. The specific content will be discussed between that archbishop and you, the host. Tang buried his head in the pillow. Archbishop Channies, huh? Archbishop Channies, wasn't he the founder of the modern Nighthawk system, a powerhouse at the demigod level? He remembered that he had a brief encounter with this archbishop before. Oh, at that time, he was only concerned about the night goddess behind him and frantically running away in the Euclidean space, so he didn't even exchange greetings in the real world. Okay, pass. He started to feel a headache again. Want to slack off JPG. Sometimes, he really envied Antigonus. After becoming a caterpillar, he didn't have to do anything, just wail and it was over. Next item. The system imitated a coughing sound again. Pal's Zoroaster is currently in the Evernight Theater. Oh ho, after a royal flush, here comes another small flush. Grandpa is in the theater. How presumptuous. A sequence 1 angel versus a sequence 2 feet 0 feet level sealed artifact might be able to try to seal it, but probably couldn't win in a fight. Moreover, as an angel of the sequence 1 thief pathway, Tang had the uniqueness of this pathway and a sequence 1 uniqueness on hand. Although the old gentleman gave him a very good feeling from the original text, this was reality, and anything could happen. When facing what they desire, people's greed will be infinitely magnified, and besides, Tang had too many good things on him. What was future him thinking? As Tang fell into contemplation again, a document appeared in front of him. It was a parchment based on the extraordinary power of the Sun pathway, with strong rules and constraints. 2 names were signed at the bottom of the parchment, one signed by him and one signed by Grandpa Pals. A contract, and the specific content of the agreement was. Tang got out of bed numbly and took a glass of water to relieve his dry mouth. The old grandpa needs to provide some help, and the price is that when the tide of the times comes, he will hand over the sequence 1 foot time worms, uniqueness to the old grandpa to help him become the king of angels of the thief sequence, and, as far as possible, remove Amon's other clones. Of course, there were also clauses to ensure his own safety. This was a moderate agreement, and the witness was. Tang held the agreement, looking at the countless twisted and spiraling occult symbols on the corner, without trying to identify them. His spiritual intuition didn't let him do anything irreparable. A sequence 1 level, with enough knowledge, high enough authority, and no major concerns now, this kind of help was stronger for Tang than Abraham. As for the price he had to pay. The tide of the times. What is this? It's not even written in the contract. Doesn't this mean that he has the final say on when to hand over the sequence 1 foot time worms, uniqueness to Grandpa Pals? An indefinite term labor contract, the old grandpa didn't even object to a contract with obvious loopholes. It feels like a contract of indenture. The old grandpa not only didn't object but was also very happy to sign this agreement. The system muttered softly. Pal's Zoroaster was almost sent away by the successive changes. The power of the Source Castle, symbolizing the Lord of Mysteries, descended, suspected of the Lord of Mysteries, resurrection, followed by the Night Goddess. Amon was killed. What could he say? Maybe he would become a Sequence 1 uniqueness himself. You should know that the difficulty of dealing with Amon is best known to Beyonders of the same pathway and the same sequence. What kind of good person could make Amon drop equipment in 5 minutes? Tang didn't hear the system's soft babbling, feeling inexplicable but also inexplicably reasonable. He already wanted to slack off, only feeling that nothing major could affect his nerves. Okay, so what's next? The system took out the magical item made from Amon's extraordinary characteristics, which had been prepared beforehand. It was a pocket watch. The dark gold dial was inlaid with 12 hands, 6 of which shone brightly like light, and 6 of which were as black as ink. They were mixed together and randomly placed in the not-so-large pocket watch, rotating on their own. The feeling in hand was slightly cool. The item itself was like something at absolute constant temperature, unable to be easily warmed no matter how warm it was. The system popped up the corresponding introduction. Item information: a magical item made from the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 1-time worm, maintaining a certain, alive, characteristic. This item has 12 hands that can steal and store stolen things. When the user moves the balance wheel, by injecting a certain amount of spirituality, the user can steal the target things they envision. This theft is targeted at one goal, and can only be used 3 times in a short period of time, each theft occupying 1 hand. The number of things stolen each time is unequal, with a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 10. The user can fix and choose 3 things in each theft. This fixed theft method has a certain probability of failure, following the principle of, the more you know about the theft, the higher the success rate. Failure will turn the theft into a random theft. By toggling the balance wheel and reversing the direction of the hands, you can release all stolen items at once, or you can release only a specific item from a particular hand. The effect is equivalent to the corresponding level of power of the person from whom it was stolen. Negative effects: it is a living mystical item. The longer the wearer carries it, the more likely it is that more important things will be stolen from them: authority, extraordinary abilities, extraordinary characteristics, lifespan, thoughts, behavioral logic, etc. Please note that things stolen under these circumstances cannot be returned and will become inherent extraordinary abilities of the item. At the same time, it will involuntarily approach high sequence beyonders of the seer pathway, trying to make them its carriers. When not in use, it will try to break free from its current state and find new beyonders of the seer pathway in any way possible, and it will send some of its little thoughts to the holder. Sealing method: the holder of the item needs to be replaced regularly. No items related to the seer pathway are allowed around the holder. The holder should be in an absolutely sealed mystical environment, and any form of interaction with the outside world is prohibited, unless you are its former owner. Former owner: great, 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 it's coming for me. Tang held the pocket watch, unsure whether to throw it away or not. It's worthy of being a 0-grade sealed artifact, he said helplessly, putting it down. It can steal 4 to 10 extraordinary abilities at a time, and can steal from the same target 3 times in a short period. The maximum is 30, and the minimum is 12. And from what I know, at least 9 of them are what I want. If it were just a saint-level demigod, this wave of theft would truly be a dimensionality reduction attack. A powerful, 0-grade sealed artifact, but its negative effects are even more troublesome. This is already the situation after the artisan intervened and optimized it. Just like the never-ending theater, this level of sealed artifact inherently possesses powerful, terrifying, and bizarre negative effects, which can only be influenced through some means. The system optimized the never-ending theater with the ring of the stage manager controlling the theater, and optimized this pocket watch with Amon, the master, has complete control. A set. He couldn't help but suspect that the monocle and this pocket watch were a set of mystical items. There is a remnant of Amon's spirit in the monocle. Next thing. He felt like his hair was about to fall out. Speaking of which, could a miracle inventor create a hair growth miracle? If this miracle could be made permanent, could it be sold for a good price? Tang, whose thoughts unconsciously drifted to the Berserk Sea, immediately came back to his senses and listened to the system recount the events of the past few days while he was asleep. Seeing that there were no more earth-shattering events, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. It's really hard to earn money. This question, it understands. Tang didn't hesitate. Shut up. QAQ. After categorizing the matters and having the system reorganize them, Tang prepared to go see Old Man Pales. Of course, this time he would meet him in the form of a marionette. Old Man Pales was very interested in the entire theater and had been trying to understand things here these past few days, showing considerable curiosity. The Miskatonic University, which incorporated the modern style of the pre-transmigration era, was in itself equivalent to a non-existent miracle for the people of this era, especially the things taught in this university, which even the big shots of the mystical world couldn't help but marvel at. This is that sealed artifact. Was the stuff here your idea? The slight turn of the marionette's head caught Pales's attention. Pales sat in his chair, holding a notebook, and was actually leisurely taking notes. Seeing the marionette beside him showing some curiosity, he didn't hide anything, spreading his hands and openly showing the notes to the marionette beside him. Through the marionette's eyes, Tang saw that the notes were full of strange symbols, which did not belong to any branch within linguistics, but rather resembled a kind of writing that the old man had created himself. Those children used to like playing this kind of little game. Although the writing they created didn't have any extraordinary power in terms of mysticism, it was secretive and interesting enough. Pales was somewhat nostalgic, not old, but with many thoughts. Tang. He suspected that the old man was hinting at him, but he had no evidence. Moreover, Pales should have seen the future him. If the current him behaved very differently from the future him, would this angel discover the problem? No, it can't be said that way. The first one to contact the old man was himself at sequence 4. It should be said that the difference between the future him and the current him is so big, how can he smooth things over? Pales met the clear and slightly foolish gaze of the marionette beside him and suddenly asked, "You should be able to advance to Ancient Scholar, right?" Tang. Pales put down the notebook. "I know a position for an Ancient Scholar in the Secret Order." Tang. Huh. Pales smiled very gently, with a kind of teasing demeanor towards a junior, interested. "If you are not interested, I have a main ingredient, auxiliary ingredients, and a ritual for deceiving a mentor. If you need it, I can also tell you." Tang. Wait a moment. 3 interjections. Tang's mood went up and down. Cutting off the connection with the marionette, Tang felt his head throbbing again. How could I think that the old man would be easier to get along with than Amon? He felt a headache, a Beander who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, the living history of the Fourth Epoch, a Sequence 1 powerhouse who has experienced the Pale Disaster and the 4 Emperors' War. Oh, and there was also the terrible insight that had seen through that he wasn't Amon in just a few seconds before. If it weren't for the contract constraints, Tang wouldn't dare to look for the old man in the form of a marionette, and it wouldn't even be possible for him to approach the theater. He would only contact him through the dimensionally reduced projection of Euclidean space. I'm just an ordinary trickster, who just wants to quietly hide in a dark corner to level up, and then amaze everyone. First, there was Archbishop Chanes, who was obviously sent by the Night Goddess, and then there was the angel old man, who looked happy but was actually full of twists and turns, and was not weak at all. In the middle, the zero-grade sealed artifact in his hand was still a big landmine. "Ah, Daddy, come save me. Dead grandfather, amnesiac father, useless brother," and cracked him. "Future me, what exactly did you do? Write me a manual when you leave." Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. After twisting and turning on the bed for a few minutes, Tang reluctantly got up, picked up his monocle and pocket watch, and entered the Euclidean space. Countless scenes of the entire Tinghan city unfolded here, a peaceful and serene Euclidean space interwoven with a large amount of information from the spirit world and the real world. Using his divinity to shield unnecessary information within the Euclidean space, Tang first examined the overall situation of Tinghan City. He did not see Amon's figure. All the Amons in Tinghan City are dead, yet the other Amons haven't tried to invade here. Tang thought for a moment and quickly understood Amon's possible concerns. Amon's main body died here, exploding its characteristics. If they come again without understanding the situation, it would be like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandpa, one after another. Turning Sequence 1 into Sequence 2, prematurely starting a journey through the starry sky, who knows what his father would think. Tang then went to check the place where Amon had been ambushed before in Tingen. The impact of the battle between Amon and the old man had been cleaned up by someone, leaving no trace. People came and went, seemingly with no memory of what had happened here a few days ago. Probably the Nighthawks or the Storm Believers discovered the problem and dealt with this scene that would leak secrets, purifying and clearing the memories of those who were parasitized by Amon or discovered anomalies, Tang thought. If there were no churches in this world, I wonder how chaotic it would become. He saw several familiar faces, all of whom had been parasitized by Amon before. They looked much older, as if their youth had been stolen, but they knew nothing except for a sense of melancholy, and they could do nothing. Extraordinaries are manifest, and ordinary people have no way to survive, like those who were parasitized by Amon. Even though the old man caught them all, Amon's parasitism brought them irreversible harm. Tang picked up the monocle. Say, if other Amon clones appear, will they automatically gather? Extraordinary Characteristics Aggregation Law. As long as there are no perfect sealing measures, this characteristic originating from the extraordinary characteristics themselves cannot be interfered with. Moreover, the other me should be very curious about this sudden aggregation. After all, the intersection of fate is always full of strange things. And then what will happen? Amon said with a smile, don't you know the negative effects of that pocket watch made with my extraordinary characteristics? Unconsciously approaching the high-sequence extraordinaries of the seer pathway around them, giving the holders some of their little thoughts. Sending out crazy knowledge. Tang pondered, so, in other words, once Amon appears nearby, the monocle and extraordinary characteristics will automatically gather according to the laws of aggregation in mysticism. Once Amon accepts, then the crazy knowledge contained in these two items will directly converge to his other clones, as well as that Sequence 1 clone, now the main body. That's correct. Amon version of radar, Amon version of missile, using Amon to deal with Amon. Amon's main body had its extraordinary characteristics exploded, and his last appearance was in Tingen. There must be a problem in Tingen City, and once Amon's clones can't resist their curiosity and come over, the pollution will spread again in the Amon network. Poison one to death, poison a group to death. Tang murmured to himself, so it can be played like this. What a genius. But there's also the old man. He can also be considered a high-sequence extraordinary of the seer pathway, right? Amon sneered, how can Palaz's attractiveness be stronger than me, or my other clones? Oh, I understand. Prioritize attacking Amon's other clones, and then other high-sequence extraordinaries of the seer pathway, and as long as it is put into the system warehouse, or the holder is Amon, this kind of focused fire is estimated to be just a fixed-point attack against Amon. In other words, the attractiveness of this aggregation is Amon greater than uniqueness, Amon greater than other extraordinaries of the seer pathway. If that's the case, then within a certain range, as long as Amon shows up, he can be directly targeted and killed instantly. As long as Amon doesn't appear directly in front of him and instantly replace his own fate, then his surroundings are an absolutely safe Amon-free environment. Safety means no need to worry, and no need to worry means you can develop wretchedly. Very good, the equation is established. Tang immediately felt relieved. Amon, this major problem, can be considered half solved. Although he doesn't know what deal the future him and the Night Goddess made, he doesn't need to worry too much as long as the Night Goddess's side has a clear attitude. In the past, running away whenever he saw him was all because he didn't have the strength to fight against the Night Goddess. If he was exposed, he could only passively accept the arrangement, regardless of right or wrong, good or bad, which was absolutely unacceptable to Tang. But now it's different. The future him has the Sequence 1 level, and even the him after the Sequence 1 foot anchor point, might be able to exert strength equivalent to the Sequence 0 level. The future him can borrow power from a certain time period, possessing himself who is strong enough to fight against the gods. As long as he reaches a balance with the goddess, then he can try to cooperate. As far as the current situation is concerned, Tang himself has no direct conflict of interest with the Night Goddess. The seer pathway is because the destruction demonic wolf Phlegre is an ancient god of the seer and darkness dual pathways. If a high sequence extraordinary appears in the seer pathway, that ancient god might be resurrected. But obviously, Tang cannot be this resurrected vessel. In destroying the seer pathway and chasing Antigonus is because of the resurrection of the Lord of the Mysteries. As long as there is one of the three fool pathways in the hands of the goddess, whether it is Aemon, Mr. Door, or a high sequence extraordinary of the seer pathway who collects the uniqueness and sequence one extraordinary characteristics of the three pathways, they must go through the goddess to become the Lord of the Mysteries. Controlling the seer pathway is equivalent to curbing the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries. Well, this should also be related to the arrangement of the ancient sun god. After all, there is a completely irreconcilable contradiction between the celestial worthy and God. It is also possible that the goddess and Phlegre themselves have a little contradiction. After all, the night goddess appeared in the Second Epoch. The goddess with normal human thinking inexplicably turned into a destruction demonic wolf, surrounded by violent mad wolves, and headed by the biggest psychopath. Thinking about it, it's a hell-level start. Tang thought of some small gossip about the night goddess in his heart. Cough cough, it feels a bit blasphemous. Amidst the divergent thoughts, Tang also understood that unless there is an irreconcilable contradiction, then the Nighthawks are an object that can be tried to cooperate with. Especially after making things clear, after I should have displayed at least sequence 1 abilities and special authorities, and after the other party dispatched a Beander at the saint level to Tingen. As long as Owen and Father don't plan to become sequence 0 true gods, then after the goddess masters the uniqueness of the death pathway, she can still leave behind 2 sequence 1 pale emperor Beander characteristics. One of the conditions for becoming an old one is the uniqueness of adjacent pathways and a sequence 1 potion from each. The old ones of the eternal 3 pathways correspond to the eternal dark river, the eternal darkness, the singularity of all things, and the unifier of space-time. In the original book, the goddess has almost reached this level, so the ceiling of these 3 pathways, if there are no accidents, is the goddess. Father is a sequence 2 death arbiter, and Owen can't switch to other non-adjacent pathways unless they try to become gods. Otherwise, there is no real threat to the night goddess. The only problem now is Salinger's contingency plan left on the uniqueness of the death pathway, which should be part of the deal. Sure enough, I should just kill Grandpa. After all, doesn't he not want his descendants to suffer unwarranted disasters? And without a real threat, it means there is no fundamental conflict of interest, which means we can cooperate, which means he can bide his time and develop, which means the night goddess is on his side, which means the sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the seer pathway is secured. Finally, it also means that things are out in the open. As long as the Church of the Lord of Storms doesn't have some delayed divine punishment, he can completely move the theater to Tingen and then quickly complete the ritual requirements for sequence 1, the Faceless. This is done with the tacit consent of the Church of the Night, which is equivalent to a secret organization with things out in the open. Very good, the equation is established again. System, this. Host, don't you think you have a few too many equal signs? If the Church of the God of Craftsmen intervenes, well, system, aren't you lacking Beander characteristics? Host, you're so awesome. The system immediately turned on the bootlicking praise mode. Eat one, eat a pair, hooray. Which should it eat first, the mystic or the alchemist? Or should it eat the god of craftsmen first? Slurp. After pouring out the water from his sleepy brain, Tang quickly sorted out his current situation. Tang had speculations about what the future him had done, but he couldn't truly, directly know. Although this was a question about himself, he had tried both divination and prophecy methods on himself. He even took out the Yesterday Once More amulet to try to see how he fought with Aemon during that time in the past, but regardless of divination or prophecy, or the Yesterday Once More amulet, there was a solid layer of historical fog blocking the content about himself, and he couldn't see anything clearly. And looking towards the future. The future was like the video the future him recorded for him, do not disturb unless necessary. Tang used the Yesterday Once More amulet, and this time he didn't even see that gloomy, dark mausoleum, just an endless layer of grayish-white mist. Do not disturb unless necessary, probably means don't ask him about this, guess it yourself. Both the seer pathway and the night pathway have the authority of concealment. If the goddess and the future him don't want to reveal it, then he can't know. Even the system, which is deeply bound to him, doesn't know the specific content. Regarding this, Tang could only inhale, exhale, and then feel that he should hide in a corner and grow mushrooms for a few more years to calm down. Anyway, whatever the terms of cooperation between me and the goddess are, as long as a balance can be reached, it will be beneficial to me. Well, Grandpa is also on my side. To some extent, under the premise that the true gods can no longer leave the astral world, I will basically not be threatened in the real world except by some secret organizations and the orthodox churches. This is the best thing, at least he won't be controlled by others, and even if something happens, if the likes of the true creator, the dark side of the universe, the mother tree of desire, and the fallen mother god come down, he can also use the yesterday once more amulet to call for help, so he won't be completely helpless. Being able to directly suppress Amon to death, under the special circumstances of those evil god bodies, escaping is always not a problem. Tang picked up the monocle, first glanced at Amon's image on it, remained silent for a long time, and then mustered the courage to stuff it into his right eye socket. After reading the entire Lord of the Mysteries, it must be said that the one Tang feared the most was this one. After all, an illogical existence is more troublesome than Adam, more troublesome than the true creator at times. Coupled with nearly 20 years in this world, Tang's psychological shadow of Amon cannot be resolved overnight. Pressing this thing into his eye socket, and it's a genuine uniqueness, just thinking about it is exciting. However, with Euclidean space, my astral body is special, plus the future me's processing, and the system's intervention, whatever impact these mental remnants will have on me is unknown, but it must be within my ability to withstand. After putting on the monocle, Tang first adapted to it, and then began to examine the world seen through the monocle made from the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway. All the information within Euclidean space itself became materialized existences. The huge torrent of information was shielded by divinity, but after putting on the monocle, Tang saw an even more twisted and bizarre world. He looked to the side, the never-ending theater. The core of the theater was high in the sky, supporting the entire inner world. When he saw the core of the theater, he didn't use the authority of Euclidean space, but directly saw its condition. The sealed artifact of the miracle invoker, the authority, the Beander abilities, the manipulated marionettes, etc., everything was being quickly decrypted. This is the Beander ability, decrypt, that comes with uniqueness. Interesting, isn't it? Amon's voice sounded in Tang's mind. This is the world I see. Ah, dirty thing. The system's scream almost burst Tang's eardrums. Dirty thing. Amon seemed to realize what was making the sound. He spoke with a smile, but the words he said had a chilling feeling, covered in mad knowledge, who is the dirty thing? The words made the system shrink its head subconsciously. If it had one host, just kill an antivirus this dirty thing. Antivirus. Must antivirus. Tang squeezed the monocle. You seem very active. Is this what you meant by being able to communicate simply? Threatening people, and his mind is still working so fast. He's starting to suspect that the future him directly stuffed Amon's astral body into the monocle. This sealed artifact is truly too flexible. If Amon's spirit body wasn't still present, Tang would seriously suspect that the remnant of Amon's spirit and some mad knowledge had reorganized together, turning into this ghostly appearance. Why do you think you can wear this thing without suffering the corresponding negative effects? Amon asked with a chuckle. After hearing what Amon said, Tang recalled yesterday's appraisal result. This sealed artifact, transformed from a uniqueness, has equally terrifying negative effects. Wearing this item, which originally belonged to Amon, would cause the wearer to gradually lose everything they possess: life, extraordinary characteristics, social relationships, thoughts. In the end, the monocle would completely steal the very concept of their existence, and the wearer would be reduced to a wandering ghost, the kind that can never be reincarnated. And the monocle would then use mystical connections to seek out its next owner. The fact that wearing it for a long time wouldn't turn him into Amon was, to be honest, quite surprising to Tang. As for its sealing method, according to the appraisal result given by the system, the best method is to gain the approval of the will of the spirit remnant within the sealed artifact itself. However, this kind of approval is equivalent to the wearer replacing Amon's position, and Amon's avatars would be able to perceive the fluctuations in fate. Living sealed artifacts can be influenced through certain special methods, even those transformed from uniquenesses or sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics, such as the probability dice of the fate pathway. Although it's a living sealed artifact, the monocle's previous owner was disassembled into extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness. Plus, with the unknown methods of the future me, and a bit of the mad knowledge from the knowledge more, the possibility of this thing harming me is very low. But it's not impossible. Tang decided to perform a divination in the Euclidean space every time before using this thing in the future. Well, better to be cautious. It's better than capsizing in a sewer. As for Amon's avatars perceiving the fluctuations in fate, if they come, then that would be even more interesting. Having thought about these things, Tang shielded the screaming chicken system in his mind and turned his gaze again to the entire Ting'an. Within the underground of the Church of the Night in Ting'an, Channies, the archbishop he had met once before, was in that place. He seemed to be inspecting the sealed artifacts stored there, his expression focused, the divinity and spirituality on his body intertwined, proving that he was a powerful figure of a very high sequence. Tang moved his gaze away from this saint of the Church of the Night, without using the authority of the Euclidean space and the monocle to extract all of the other party's information. He shifted his gaze to other places. Tang was looking for an object to attempt stealing with the pocket watch made from the sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic. The uniqueness comes with decryption, and the pocket watch's stealing ability follows the principle of, the more you know, the higher the possibility of stealing. No wonder Amon and Grandpa were both sequence 1, but Grandpa would only run when he encountered Amon, not wanting to face him head-on at all. Of course, it's not just that Amon had the uniqueness of this pathway, which greatly boosted the extraordinary power of the seer pathway. Adam's existence should also be part of the reason. It's difficult for Grandpa to contend against 2 kings of angels alone. And the uniqueness of the seer pathway is absolutely terrifying for the sequence 1 extraordinary of this pathway, in terms of amplification. For example, right now, without using the authority of the Euclidean space, when Tang saw the ordinary people of Ting'an, he could hear and see what they said, thought, heard, and remembered, and could quickly decrypt it at any time. As long as he saw it, it was equivalent to knowing it to a certain extent. However, the higher the level, the longer the decryption takes, and the more energy it consumes. If he tried to decrypt a god, it would probably be the same fate as facing the mythical creature form of a god, so he had to be careful. And the more you know, the higher the possibility of stealing. With the assistance of the uniqueness, even if Amon didn't know the specific situation of the stealing target before, the uniqueness could help him quickly find a breakthrough. How terrifying. Taking out the pocket watch, Tang flicked a gold coin, not bothering to look at the front or back after it fell. Without blinking, he turned his gaze to the west borough of Ting'an, next to the Tussock River. There are extraordinary people in Ting'an, but most of them are only sequence 9 or sequence 8. A large number of them accidentally entered the world of extraordinary people. After all, this is not the era of Klein Moretti. The Church's strength is unprecedentedly powerful. In the current situation where the Nighthawk system has not been fully established and there are insufficient official extraordinary people, wild extraordinary people are not uncommon, and they don't need to hide as much as in later generations. And among the wild extraordinary people, there are naturally good and bad. For example, the Hanged Man pathway of the true creator and the Abyss pathway of the devil. These 2 should be killed if possible, and as many as possible should be killed. After all, they are either already crazy, or deeply hidden potential lunatics. The mid to high sequence extraordinary people of both pathways are like this. Through the Euclidean space, Tang saw a middle-aged man who was such an example. He was a sequence 8 of the Hanged Man pathway, a whisperer. Later generations also called this sequence a listener. He seemed to be listening to something, squatting by the Tussock River, muttering to himself. A believer of the true creator. Tang had dealt with many lunatics of this type before. After all, when he went to find the mermaid before, Tang had seen even more insane people on the sea. Tang used the monocle to see through the other party's thoughts. As a believer of the true creator, the other party's thoughts were radical, terrifying, and twisted. If his sequence was not high enough and his position was not strong enough, just with the church's current influence in Tingen, such a person could cause large-scale casualties in a city. He pressed the pocket watch, and Amon's figure in the monocle was illusory and layered, appearing eerie and unpredictable. "Go ahead." Tang didn't speak, gently turning the balance wheel of the pocket watch. Next to the tussock river, the middle-aged man squatted on the ground, constantly muttering unknown languages, his tone pious, his expression respectful, but the next moment he seemed to sense something and raised his head, revealing a face covered with vicissitudes and ravines. Seeming to realize something was wrong, he looked blankly at his hands, which were also covered with dense, bean-curved like undulating wrinkles. The whisperer widened his eyes, but it was an indescribable, somewhat scalp-numbing excitement. The Lord has cast down his gaze, the Lord. He opened his hands, but Tang twitched his lips and stole all of the other party's lifespan. This whisperer was clearly a fanatical believer of the true creator, and Tang was unwilling to make such a polluted guy his marionette. So, among the people I hate the most devout cultists are one of them. This kind of person has already lost their self. Of course, the zealots of the true gods. Never mind, it's best to say less about defiling the gods. Amon sneered at this. Aren't all the zealots of all the gods, all sequence 0, like this? It's just that the true creator's influence on this pathway is greater. Tang. A smile is the best expression. After draining the power of life, among the mixed and chaotic arrangement of dark gold dials inlaid with 12 hands, one radiant hand stopped, no longer spinning erratically. Within the solidified hand was stored the extraordinary ability stolen from this Beander. Tang also confirmed the enhancement of the uniqueness to this sealed artifact through his spiritual intuition and divination. He stole the other party's life all at once, along with the extraordinary abilities including the seer and listener sequences, as well as more than a dozen things like distorted rituals and magical knowledge heard from unknown existences. This is equivalent to emptying all of the other party's extraordinary abilities at once. Even if their lifespan wasn't taken away, if the other party doesn't advance, even as a Beander, they will no longer be able to display any extraordinary power. Previously, a single theft was at least 4 types and at most 10 types, and each designated target could not be higher than 3 types. After adding the uniqueness as an aid, a single theft has become at least 8 types and at most 15 types, and the designated theft target has changed from 3 to 6. Moreover, the restriction of only being able to perform 3 thefts on the same target in a short period has been lifted. A single theft can steal at least 96 types and at most 120 types of extraordinary abilities. If the angel level didn't have a certain resistance to the theft of this 0-level sealed artifact, Tang suspected that even a sequence 2 angel would have a hard time leaving anything behind after this wave of theft. No wonder Amon has been feared by even the existence of true gods since his birth. This is an existence that can really steal authority from the hands of a true god. Sequence 1, terrifying as such. This makes me want to try advancing to a worm of time, Tang muttered in his heart. After all, this is equivalent to a complete pathway. The extraordinary characteristics from Sequence 1 to Sequence 9 are already included. As long as he gets the ritual and auxiliary materials from Old Man, or spends some knowledge fragments to have the system analyze the corresponding potion formula, then he doesn't need to consider the problem of obtaining extraordinary characteristics. Tang exhaled, dematerialized from the Euclidean space, appeared next to the tussock river, picked up the extraordinary characteristic condensed from the bones on the ground, and threw it into the system warehouse to isolate it. The extraordinary abilities contained within this extraordinary item have all been stolen. If he doesn't return it, even if this item is made into a mystical item, it will only drool like an idiot. With a snap, Tang snapped his fingers, and flames burned the body that had been deprived of time to ashes. After doing everything and dealing with the scene using methods to interfere with divination, Tang looked around again before returning to the Euclidean space, taking off his monocle and pocket watch and throwing them into the system warehouse, returning to the Evernight Theater. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Tang then manipulated the marionette to find Old Man. How is it? Have you considered it? Pals was in the cafeteria, with the unique elegant temperament cultivated over thousands of years, tasting the delicious food in front of him. Please tell me the specific location of that ancient scholar from the mystic order. Tang said. He was going to start preparing the materials for sequence 3. Pals was not surprised, and after telling Tang the location, he asked, if you fail, I can help you take out some of the extraordinary characteristics from this sealed artifact. The students and professors, as marionettes, cast accusatory glances, seeming to resent him. Pals seemed unaware, and Tang completely ignored it. The Evernight Theater contains a Sequence 2 and multiple Sequence 3 extraordinary characteristics. Stealing a portion will not affect the stability of this place itself. Okay. Tang didn't say that he could do it himself, and after asking some other questions and roughly understanding the situation of that ancient scholar, he once again disconnected the marionette's connection. Host, are you going to find the ancient scholar? The system asked curiously. Yes, the next time will be to prepare the main ingredient for the ancient scholar's potion, as well as the corresponding auxiliary materials. Tang asked, how are those children who were brought in from outside? According to your instructions, let them first learn Hermes language, ancient Hermes, in Ruin language at the Language Academy, and then prepare for the next step when they can understand the meaning of the text. Tang nodded and opened the task template. Updated task information. Side quest. Establish a secret organization, Phase 3. Please absorb excellent students with the above characteristics. And conduct preliminary occult training. Task progress. 100/100ths. Task reward. Surprise gift pack *1, Black Magic Book, Necronomicon, copy. Task status, completed. This side quest has entered Phase 4. Side quest. Establish a secret organization, Phase 4. Your organization already has a certain number of talented people, what? You're actually forcibly infusing potions to cultivate talent. No, I won't criticize you, after all, just like the name you chose. The real Miskatonic University attracts a large number of talented people to come and study every year, and then sends some of them to the cemetery or mental hospital. So, now you have a group of talented people who are not very useful, and the next task is the most crucial part of the entire secret organization. Please expand the influence of Miskatonic. Whether it's occultism, or science, theology, archaeology, everything will serve the name itself. This university will become synonymous with all knowledge. Become a miracle of world knowledge and thought. A little suggestion, innovation is influential. Task reward, depends on influence. Note, considering that the host is about to advance to Sequence 3 Ancient Scholar of the Divinator pathway, this task is recommended to be carried out after the Ancient Scholar ritual is completed. After all, influence will disappear with the passage of time, won't it? Seeing the end, Tang nodded. After all, I originally planned to complete the Sequence 3 ritual and the Sequence 2 ritual together. The potion for Sequence 3 can be obtained from an ancient scholar of a secret society, so the potion for Sequence 2. Tang looked at the top of his head. Theater core. What are you looking at me for, you madman? After looking at the theater core above for a few seconds, Tang withdrew his gaze. It's not necessarily required to use the Theater of Everlasting Dusk to concoct magical potions. Of course, this is still the simplest method currently. However, with the 0-grade sealed artifact and uniqueness of the Thief pathway, some of the more dangerous methods of obtaining the Miracle Invoker's extraordinary characteristics can now be attempted. The extraordinary characteristics of the Miracle Invoker, assuming that Sequence 1 is at full capacity, can have up to 6 copies. Of course, this doesn't include the situation where the same extraordinary person or the same sealed artifact possesses multiple Sequence 2 extraordinary characteristics. Currently, of the known extraordinary characteristics belonging to Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker, one is the Theater of Everlasting Dusk, and this sealed artifact is now in my hands. One is the Last Supper, which belongs to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Another is the Wishing Lamp, which has a outer god sealed inside by the Celestial Worthy. It's only known that it eventually ended up in the hands of Emperor Rosal and Huang Bebe. At this time, I don't know if it's still sunk somewhere at the bottom of the sea. There is also one in the Forsaken Land, the gloomy wolf Kotar, a follower who once destroyed the demon wolf Phlegre, an angel known as the God of Wishes. The Forsaken Land. The simplest of these is, of course, to directly dismantle the theater, but I now have a certain ability, and I am able to bear the adverse consequences brought about by the adventure. Naturally, the extraordinary characteristics of the seer pathway are never too few. The sealed artifact, the Last Supper, on the eternal blazing sun church's side is a relic left by the ancient sun god. I don't know the specific situation, but I can try to use the night church to exchange with the eternal blazing sun church. As long as they can afford the price to trade for a 0-grade sealed artifact, it is possible to succeed. The wishing lamp is not under consideration. Even if I get something with a sealed lamp god, I can only keep it at the bottom of the box. As for later, if I can get it, I will. If I can't get it, I will follow the guidance of fate and wait for the great emperor to get it before snatching it. Ah, no, it's not impossible to borrow it again. Rosal Huang Dao shouldn't mind. Well, that's a pleasant decision. In the end, the option of the Forsaken Land is more in line with the needs of my next acting. Tang sat on the high-backed chair, and roughly made a task plan for himself for the next period of time while closing his eyes and pondering. Make a deal with the eternal blazing sun church, or go to the Forsaken Land. Euclidean space should be able to break through the corresponding blockade. If it really doesn't work, I'll wear Amon's shell and pass through the projection of the giant court in the God War ruins. Of course, first of all, the most important thing is to first deal with the problem of the main material of the antiquarian magical potion, and the auxiliary materials. There is no more Fugan hound blood in the theater. There are still some white frost crystals left of the Mist Wolf, and I have to go and fish a few Source Castle keepers. Through the authority of Euclidean space, this should not be too difficult. I won't gouge out their eyeballs, just borrowing some blood shouldn't be too much. The remaining auxiliary materials are a large number of authentic ancient historical records. Tang is not afraid of this. The possible problems encountered in exploring history have already been explored in advance by a great man. The ancient history that Tang himself can remember in his mind is not dangerous. After going through all the problems in his mind again, categorizing them, and making sure there were no problems, Tang opened his eyes. He took a marionette from the theater, left the theater through the authority of Euclidean space, and headed to Tingen. Letting the Archbishop of the Night Church wait for him all the time, it was a bit rude of him as the protagonist. Underground of the Night Church. Archbishop Channies, someone is visiting. Archbishop Channies walked out of the deep, ink-like underground space and saw that the visitor was a young man. Good afternoon, Archbishop Channies. The other party nodded to Archbishop Channies, and this was obviously a marionette. I'm very sorry, there have been many things recently, I hope you can understand. Archbishop Channies nodded, his expression calm. This Sequence 4 Night Watcher didn't say much. Good afternoon, sir. Please follow me. The man and the marionette walked to a small prayer room deep in the church. If you don't mind, the following conversation needs to be witnessed by the power of the goddess. Archbishop Channies drew a round of crimson moon in front of his chest and said to the young man in front of him. This means that secret forces will participate next, and it is difficult for the spiritual threads of the marionette to extend from the outside into the space being concealed. Of course, you can also provide protection in this regard. He added. Tang's eyebrows twitched as he listened. This is asking me to provide the protection of secret authority myself. Tisk tisk, the attitude shown by this archbishop can be described as amiable. This creator of the modern Night Watcher system, all his suggestions are from a negotiable perspective. This represents the other party's attitude, recognizing that he is facing an equal person, and not some wild demigod who needs to be controlled. It seems that the goddess's attitude is really good. The transaction he will negotiate with the goddess in the future will definitely be of great help to both parties. Even the goddess may personally issue an oracle, making the Night Church internally attach great importance to this. Please, as you wish. The young man said. Archbishop Channies was stunned, but still made the surroundings dim and dark. As the power of the night enveloped, this place became part of the secret. In Euclidean space, Tang sat on an empty chair, manipulating the marionette through the spiritual threads, listening quietly. Secrecy will invalidate the manipulation of spiritual threads. If Archbishop Chanese provides secrecy, Tang must either have quietly appeared in the prayer room in a way that ordinary people cannot detect, or he must show up in person, otherwise the marionette can never be manipulated. However, for Tang, who can use the characteristics and authority of Euclidean space to cleverly avoid the secrecy's control over spiritual threads through ascension and dimension reduction, ordinary secrecy poses no threat to him. This secrecy cannot conceal the authority of Euclidean space. Next, the two first exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then sat down to talk about business. Archbishop Chanese revealed that although the focus of the church next was still Beklan, the city of all, it would also shift a part of its focus to Ting'an City. This also shows that Ting'an City is at least the key guardian object of the Night Church for the next period of time, except for major cities such as Beklan. It seems that the Night Church is planning to focus on developing Ting'an. Tang could discern some of the Night Church's true intentions from what Archbishop Chanese revealed. And recently, extraordinary cases have occurred frequently in various places. Some time ago, the blood worship sect was active, and cities such as Constant City and Stone City had symbols of demon worship, and many believers of the goddess died or were injured as a result. Archbishop Chanese said, "Unsanctioned beyonders are common in the countries of Loen, Intis, and Fenipater. The church's beyonders are busy every day resolving various incidents involving beyonders and supernatural powers. Their numbers are not that large to begin with, and without a systematic management system, and no communication between the churches, there are often situations where 2 or even 3 groups of beyonders from different church factions appear in the same place to solve the same case. This will greatly waste manpower and resources. The higher-ups of the Goddess Church, the Craftsman Church, and the Storm Church now have certain plans to systematically select a group of beyonders specifically to solve similar cases. The church intends to send a Beyonder squad with a maximum sequence of 6 to Ting'an. This is the keynote of the modern Nighthawk system, the official Beyonder system. The management scope of the major church's official Beyonders is divided by region and belief. I didn't expect it to be proposed at this time. That's right, the Loen kingdom has only been established for 100 years, and various places are still chaotic. The existence of various evil gods, famine, and plague occur at any time. The church's personnel are insufficient, plus the issue of sequence level. Even if the Church of the Night Goddess wants to expand its influence, large cities may have a way, but Ting'an, which is only under the jurisdiction of Awa County and is not important, will only have a sequence 7 Beyonder squad leader in later generations. Archbishop Chanese laid the groundwork for a long time, and much of it involved the internal situation of the church, and all of this was for one thing. To send a formal, official, and more powerful Beyonder squad to Ting'an to be stationed permanently, instead of the Ting'an church shaking people over when it can't make a decision. The Ting'an church naturally has its own Beyonders, but most of those Beyonders need to work as priests, bishops, and a series of other jobs, making it difficult to focus on dealing with supernatural events. Is it surveillance? No, it's help. Sequence 6 is a mid-sequence Beyonder in the present day, and it's not even close to the high sequence Sequence 5. Tang quickly understood this, Sequence 6 monitoring Sequence 4, if the church really does this, then the higher-ups of the church are really joking. The goddess would laugh to death. Can the archbishop of her own church be stupid enough to let Sequence 6 monitor an obviously abnormal Sequence 4 powerhouse? Aren't they afraid that their own believers will die too quickly? Then doing so can only be regarded as a gesture of goodwill, and using Ting'an as an experimental base to establish the prototype of the Nighthawk system. After all, the initial attempts will always be accompanied by many problems. Of course, this actually has nothing to do with Tang. It's just that there is an official, serious, and professionally trained Beyonder squad next door to his house. Thinking of this, Tang manipulated the marionette and slowly said, "Perhaps Sequence 6 is not needed." Not need Sequence 6? Are you saying Sequence 7, or even Sequence 8? You can equip some unique, dangerous sealed artifacts and bring them to Ting'an together. The marionette shrugged and said, "Moreover, the Beyonders within the church should not all be Beyonders of the Night Pathway, right? Beyonders of different pathways and different sequences cooperate with each other, plus the assistance of sealed artifacts, which is enough to deal with most problems. Even if they encounter a problem that they cannot solve, plus a remote communication device, a sealed artifact that can quickly perform spirit world traversal, this can also quickly ask for help. In later generations, this type of sealed artifact has been replaced by telegraphs, but at present, if this type of sealed artifact is used on a large scale, it should be in short supply. I don't know what method the Church is using to transmit information now. Furthermore, you can negotiate cooperation with the Loen royal family and let the local governments organize a certain guard, and then let these government organizations cooperate with the Church. I think most of the supernatural events are not discovered by the Church personnel before they are noticed. This is part of the Loen police system and the Nighthawks system. But now, the management of various places is chaotic. Whether it is the Church, the Loen royal family, or the local government officials, they have not perfected it. Loen does not have police now, and Tingin's management method is more similar to the nobles' management of the territory. Therefore, for Tang, who has seen the Nighthawks system thousands of years later, it is easy to talk to Archbishop Channies about these things. As for how to promote it, how to get the Augustus family to agree, that is the Church's problem. He just has to move his upper lip and lower lip. Now it was Archbishop Channies' turn to brainstorm. Churches in various places have some sealed artifacts, but most of these sealed artifacts are things collected by the local churches and have no great application value. The Church will only regularly seal and recover those with a high danger factor. Let a complementary Beander squad bring enough dangerous sealed artifacts to Tingen, cooperate with the Loen royal family, and cooperate with the local governments. After being silent for a while, Archbishop Channies seemed to be thinking about the feasibility of this kind of thing, and finally looked at Tang's marionette, with a faint light flowing in his deep eyes. Your proposal is very meaningful. I will report it to the Church. I'm sorry, Archbishop Channies, I'm fleecing you in front of your face. Tang thought without any guilt. He originally wanted to say, I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants to see the world, but he restrained himself and didn't say it. After all, giants are not a good word in this world, in the Church of the Night. As for what to call that door later, how about abandoned door? At this point, the first negotiation with the Archbishop of the Night Church came to a successful conclusion. When leaving, Archbishop Channies handed Tang a piece of paper with words written on it. This is the summoning method of my messenger. If you have any questions, you can always communicate through the messenger. Okay. Tang took the piece of paper. After the hidden power completely disappeared, the marionette turned into a wriggling worm in front of Channies, and he exchanged positions with another marionette. Archbishop Channies quietly watched Tang leave, lowered his head, as if sighing, incredible young man. Returning to the Evernight Theater, Tang lazily sat on the high-backed chair. It seems that at least the Church of the Night has not locked down my true identity. Otherwise, they would not call him Mr. but the more intuitive, Mr. Ramsdell, or directly, Mr. Eggers. I don't know if the goddess knows, but the Church of the Night is the Church of the Night, and the Night Goddess is the Night Goddess. The things the goddess knows may not be notified to the Church. My vest is still preserved. Next, I will prepare to lock down the location of the ancient scholar. The Esoteric Order is a secret organization founded by the Zeratul family during Solomon's time. Its members are not very active, and their whereabouts are mysterious. This secret organization holds the seer pathway. As the former leader of the Esoteric Order, Old Zeratul, a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries, was killed by the angel King Antigonus, known as half a fool, during the Four Emperors' War. The extraordinary characteristics have now fallen into the hands of the Church of the Night. The Esoteric Order suffered heavy losses as a result. Since then, the Esoteric Order has become even more mysterious. Even the archbishops of the Orthodox churches are unclear about who the current leader of the Esoteric Order is. Their actions are always carried out in secret. Apart from the Church of the Night's pursuit and interception of the Esoteric Order's members, the pathways mastered by the Orthodox churches are not adjacent to the seer pathway, so few people care about the Esoteric Order's affairs. Apart from the Twilight Hermit Order and the Salvation Rose, this organization probably has the least amount of information. Tang organized his understanding of the esoteric order. The deceiver he encountered in the theater before was a member of the esoteric order. The member's purpose was to appear in the Neverwinter Theater in Tingen. A deceiver and a demigod disappeared in Tingen. It is impossible for the esoteric order's members not to pay attention, but until now, Tang has not encountered any members of the esoteric order in Tingen. It is unclear whether the other party's whereabouts are too secretive, or whether the demigod of the esoteric order did not exchange information with other members of the esoteric order, wanting to take this, 0, class sealed artifact alone. He had thought about communicating with the other party's spirit to understand the current situation of the esoteric order, but the deceiver, after accepting the baptism of crazy knowledge and being distorted and combined with the sealed artifact, had already lost the possibility of being communicated with. And the things seen through Euclidean space all need to be shielded with mosaic glasses, so it is impossible to obtain useful information. The deceiver's mental residue has been washed away by crazy knowledge. Using the crow's Zeratul, I don't know what level he is now, but at the very least, he should be a sequence 3 scholar of yore. By the time of the Great Emperor, he was already a miracle invoker. I don't know where the other party got the miracle invoker potion from. If I knew, I might be able to intercept it in advance. The sequence 3 scholar of yore has a very high upper limit. As long as you know enough people and have enough understanding, you can even unleash enough power in a short period of time to force back extraordinary people at the angel level. Moreover, you can hide in the historical void. For extraordinary people who do not understand the historical void, even an unprepared scholar of yore is quite difficult to kill, and it may even lead to a gratifying result of being counter-killed instead of being ambushed. But I have the Neverwinter Theater. Even if the other party hides in the historical void, it shouldn't be a problem to find it using the theater and Euclidean space. Moreover, Tang will conduct a targeted theft before the battle, aspiring to steal all of the other party's core abilities as a scholar of yore. High-sequence extraordinary people of the same sequence must restrain extraordinary people of the same pathway with a lower level than themselves. Sequence 4 fighting Sequence 3, without strong helpers, the most important thing is to bring the other party to the same level as yourself, and then defeat him with rich experience. This metaphor. Bring the other party's IQ to the same level as the host, and then use rich experience. I think you're a bit talkative again today. Hee. Bringing his attention back to the present, Tang quickly arrived at Indo City, under the jurisdiction of the Gemenzia County of Loen, through the traveler's marionette's journey. This is one of the pieces of information provided by the old gentleman. A cold wind blew past, and Tang shivered. He endured the urge to sneeze with the clown's ability, looked around, found an inn that was both a tavern and a hotel, and took a short rest in this city. The Gemenzia is a cold place, and the temperature is much lower than in Tingen. People here have long put on thick clothes, and white snowflakes are falling in the sky. Snowflakes are flying, seemingly burying the entire city. There are not many pedestrians on the road, and corresponding to this are the frozen corpses that appear everywhere in the city. Behind the red doors, meat and wine go to waste, while on the road, corpses of the frozen lie. Tang placed the hat he was wearing on the table. Compared to Tingen, the only good thing here is that the streets are much cleaner. There are not many mosquitoes and flies buzzing around the corpses, and some diseases will be suppressed due to the cold weather. With the current development of Loen, agriculture and industry have not yet been vigorously supported, and colonization has not yet begun. It is really a big challenge to let everyone in Loen have enough to eat and a place to live. The orthodox churches can't manage it. They can't manage too much. There are too many people. Even if the almshouse is opened by the church 1 second, the gate will be trampled by countless people the next second. Perhaps the mother goddess of the earth church in Fasak will be much better. With the orthodox church of the farmer pathway, the extraordinary people of the church can carry out various influences in secret, even if it is inconvenient to take action regarding food. Tang breathed a sigh of relief, and the gas he exhaled seemed to form a layer of frost. This is really a daunting temperature. Although he doesn't like heat, he also doesn't like this degree of cold. However, the situation here is much better than in Tingen. At least the cold here is just physical damage. The cold in Tingen and Backland is magical damage. Tang, who used to be a southerner, thought so. After resting for a while, some of the food Tang had ordered was delivered to the door by the shopkeeper. The food in the Geminzia also has its own characteristics. Well, it's a bit unpalatable. Tang put down something similar to grilled cold noodles in his hand, simply cleaned up, and walked to the window. He opened the window and looked into the distance. The cold wind blew in from the window, and the meaning of icy coldness caused frost to form on Tang's face. And he took out a monocular telescope in the cold wind. An astronomical telescope for observing stars. You can always find the star you want to see the most. There is a secret stronghold of the esoteric order here, located in Indo City, Geminzia County. Well, the old gentleman's information should be correct, and a senior scholar of yore must have hung up one marionette after another, hiding this secret stronghold extremely deeply. After advancing to sequence 4, with the premise that spirituality has been greatly improved, using an astronomical telescope to observe stars will consume much less than directly using Euclidean space, and it is also easier to accurately find the target. Without an accurate target, Tang adjusted the eyepiece and objective lens of the telescope, searching for the traces left by high-sequence extraordinary people of the seer pathway around him. Wherever you go, you must leave traces. This sentence is true whether it is in the world of ordinary people or in the extraordinary world. Soon, Tang found what he wanted to find. It was a manor in the northwest direction of Indo. Through the true sight of the telescope, Tang saw many different kinds of servants in the manor. They were either male or female, old or young, but the only thing they had in common was that they had no will of their own. Strands of spirit-body lines flew out of their bodies, overlapping layer upon layer, extending into the depths of the manor. Found it. Putting away the telescope, Tang entered the Euclidean space, eliminated the interference, and performed a simple divination again. There is danger, but the danger is not too great, I can handle it. After confirming the other party's location, Tang sorted out the things he would use next, took out a dark golden pocket watch, and then took out a monocle and put it in his right eye socket. His voice began to change, the ending tone sometimes rising and sometimes falling, and constantly changing. Tang was using the Faceless's extraordinary ability to imitate Amon's voice. You want to imitate me? Compared to a Sequence 4 trickster, isn't a Sequence 1 Angel King Amon's avatar more bizarre and terrifying? Tang said, Amen, skied, and was about to say something when Tang shielded him. Amen. Tang skillfully mastered how to talk to this thing. After confirming that his spirituality could shield this thing, he decided that he would not listen to Amon's voice or see Amon's appearance except at some necessary moments. Otherwise, the system would have to start shouting, kill the virus. Kill the virus. Again. It was giving him a headache. System. Hee. A phased victory. Entering the Euclidean space, Tang advanced towards the manor he had seen through the telescope before. He didn't bring a marionette this time, and it wasn't because he was overconfident. As everyone knows, the gap between having a marionette and not having a marionette for high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway is quite terrifying. But aren't there plenty of marionettes here? Tang looked at the marionettes in the entire manor, with an Amen-like smile on his face. This time, my acting shouldn't have the same problem as when Grandpa and I met in the castle. It wouldn't be just having a monocle similar to Amon's, but without the high-sequence Beyander abilities of the thief pathway. Walking through the manor, Tang walked into a luxuriously decorated room without alarming anyone, and saw a middle-aged refined gentleman lying on a rocking chair. He was a middle-aged gentleman who looked weathered, but as an ancient scholar whose previous sequence was faceless, this appearance might be just one of his many identities. After finding a seat, he began to use the authority of the Euclidean space to browse the content of this ancient scholar. He didn't scrutinize it for too long. One reason was that his own spirituality was not enough to support the consumption of such detailed observation, and the other was that he planned to make a quick decision and couldn't waste too much time investigating the other party's ancestors for 18 generations. Soon, using abilities similar to Gate of Heaven, by reading the information of this ancient scholar, Tang roughly grasped part of the ancient scholar's past, the sealed artifacts and extraordinary items he currently held, and some recent information about the secret order. This method is almost like psychic communication, even more powerful than psychic communication, and the content is more comprehensive. As long as he is not facing a complete mythical creature, something that absolutely cannot be seen or heard, then the observation of the Euclidean space can be called unparalleled in interrogation intelligence. In intelligence warfare, even Klein, who stands above the gray fog, can eliminate most of the interference, and can observe the situation of believers through true sight after obtaining the sea god's scepter, should not be stronger than him. After all, no one would have thought that they would be psychically communicated, for no reason, and it was still a Sequence 3 ancient scholar. Little Charatu has begun to try to build the miracle inventor's advancement ritual after advancing to ancient scholar. There is an extraordinary material for miracle inventor within the secret order. Now Little Charatu is searching for news about ancient history, but before that, Little Charatu had collected magical items with hidden extraordinary abilities. Tang sorted out the information he obtained from this ancient scholar, and planned to consider more detailed content later. And this ancient scholar, in order to play the role of a trickster, had led the destruction of one remote town after another without church forces, or with very weak church forces, in a bizarre and terrifying way. In Indo City, among the many marionettes in this manner, many were turned into puppets by his own random manipulation. Those marionettes may have been respectable people before their deaths, or they may have had ordinary but healthy families. Well, there is not so much psychological burden to kill. Tang took out a few yesterday reappearance charms and put them in his pocket, and then held the gold-cased pocket watch in his left hand. The pocket watch snapped open, with messy and chaotic placement in the dark gold dial. Among the 12 hands, 11 hands, either as bright as light or as deep as darkness, moved randomly and disorderly. Only one hand, as bright as light, stopped in place, storing the extraordinary abilities stolen from other places. Tang pressed the balance wheel of the gold-cased pocket watch, and the monocle in his right eye socket began to decipher the mystery of the Beander in front of him. Soon, he injected spirituality and aimed the pocket watch at the ancient scholar in front of him. He locked onto part of the other party's extraordinary abilities, and using the uniqueness of the thief pathway as a medium, fixed a part of the extraordinary abilities stolen by the golden pocket watch in his hand. A hand quickly stopped its disorderly rotation, and the ancient scholar lying on the rocking chair in the bedroom suddenly opened his eyes. He was instantly stolen 12 extraordinary abilities such as paper substitute, and leap into the historical gap. The next moment, the figure of this ancient scholar disappeared, replaced by a Sequence 4 marionette of the Red Priest pathway. Sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight. Blazing flames rose from all around, and Tang, standing in a high-dimensional perspective, coldly watched these flames explode. He stretched out his hand, reduced the dimensionality of part of his spirituality, and then installed a bionic marionette module on this Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight marionette. It is true that Beyonders of higher sequences can restrain Beyonders of lower levels and sequences than themselves, but for Tang, what are the marionettes of high sequence Beyonders? Installing a bionic module directly makes him rebel. He doesn't even need to use spirit body lines to manipulate it. For high sequence Beyonders of the same pathway, the bionic marionette module is the greatest dimensional reduction strike. Who said that bionic marionette can only be installed on one's own marionettes? The ancient scholar of the mystic order, suddenly ambushed, relied on the strong spiritual warning and intuition possessed by high sequence Beyonders to quickly choose the situation most favorable to his current state. After switching positions with a marionette and leaving his room, he quickly used his connection with the marionette to observe the identity of the ambusher. To be able to steal away a Beyander's abilities, including the core abilities of an ancient scholar, in an instant. He had a vague, uneasy guess in his heart. It was impossible for it to be just a Sequence 3 Beyander of the same level to be able to do such a thing. An angel of the seer pathway. And the most famous angel of the seer pathway was. This premonition quickly took shape after a Sequence 4 marionette suddenly lost control. The spiritual connection was not lost, but he lost control of that marionette. With the help of other marionettes present, he clearly saw in the room surrounded by iron and blood, the iron-blooded knight slowly stretched out his hand, and a bright, crystal-carved monocle condensed in his palm. That marionette, he put on that monocle. Immense fear made the ancient scholar's teeth chatter. As a high-sequence being, as a high-level member of the mystic order, he was quite clear about what he was facing. Amon. The spirit worms seemed to have lost control, and the crazy thoughts made him subconsciously want to immediately reveal his mythical creature form. To steal his core Beyonder abilities in an instant, it couldn't be a Sequence 4, Sequence 3 avatar. Was it Sequence 2, or even the main body of Amon that had arrived? Why? This thought only flashed in the ancient scholar's mind for a second before he unhesitatingly suppressed it. Now was not the time to consider such things. After the thought of self-destruction suddenly erupted and was suppressed, his only thought was to escape. When facing Amon, who was very likely to appear in droves, a head-on confrontation was definitely not the best solution. Abandon this stronghold, use the sealed artifacts here to try to resist, as long as he could hold Amon back, and then leave the endless sea and go to other regions, there would be no problem. But as soon as the thought of running away arose in his mind, it disappeared in an instant. His thinking stagnated briefly, and years of experience told him that his thoughts had been stolen in that instant. Also stolen were 10 Beyonder abilities such as Summon Historical Void Image, Air Bullet, Turn Paper into a Knife, and Flame Jump. In this instant, the ancient scholar lost all the core Beyonder abilities of Sequence 3 that he could rely on. Amon would not return these Beyonder abilities, and he would lose them forever. But compared to losing his life, these were insignificant. He still had marionettes. There was also an extraordinary item here equivalent to a church, 0, level sealed artifact. The ancient scholar of the mystic order once again switched positions with a marionette. Large swaths of plague appeared, which was the extraordinary ability of a Sequence 4, Despair Witch, from the Witch Pathway. He was trying to get close to the Northwest District, but the marionettes there had already put on one crystal gleaming monocle after another at some point. They smiled, they seemed to be saying together, "Come on. Come on." Unable to use the sealed artifacts here, the ancient scholar of the mystic order decisively picked up the mystical item he carried with him. It was a small mirror made from the uniqueness of a Sequence 5, Pain Witch. It could allow him to instantly replace his position with a prepared magic mirror in the distance. But the next moment, this small mirror, along with several other mystical items on him, disappeared together. They were stolen again. Amon knew him quite well, knew exactly what mystical items he had on him, and what Amon could steal. I often like to ask others. The iron-blooded knight standing in the midst of flames and blood walked out of the house, the crystal-carved monocle gleaming with a bright red light. Who am I? Where am I? What do I want to do? He spoke slowly. He clearly knew that the ancient scholar could hear what he said, and that voice, the ancient scholar understood the moment he heard it. Amon, he was Amon. That voice was clearly smiling, the tone was casual, without the slightest majesty of a king of angels, as if he was just talking about the weather being nice today or something. But it made the Sequence 3 ancient scholar feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. Where? With the mystical items and most of his own extraordinary abilities lost, the ancient scholar of the mystic order quickly opened his spiritual vision. He did not give up struggling. He knew clearly that he would probably have difficulty escaping here, but before being parasitized, before a desperate struggle, he would never give up his life casually. But what made him even more desperate, what made him tremble all over, was that he did not find Amon's carrier, did not find the traces of a time worm. He lost control of another marionette, the plague spread by the despair which turned to attack him. He felt a sore throat, felt numb and weak limbs, and the next moment, he exchanged positions with his marionette again. Can't find it, why can't I find it? The time worm has a spiritual connection, Amon, how did he parasitize those marionettes? From being ambushed to the marionettes losing control one after another, the ancient scholar seemed to have received something he completely dared not imagine in an instant. His mind was full of, impossible, this is impossible, thoughts, and he couldn't figure out how Amon parasitized them. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Amon's avatar, although he had only accidentally discovered it through a marionette. He clearly understood that the time worm was difficult to parasitize a high-sequence Beyonder of the seer pathway who possessed spiritual vision without being noticed, especially one whose previous sequence was marionettist. He knew this very well, and he was also on guard against this, but he didn't find any problems in the process of the other party's parasitism. The thought of self-destruction arose again spontaneously, his body began to become transparent, and countless transparent worms, revealing the form of a mythical creature, seemed to be about to emerge from the surface of his body. That was his emotional breakdown, a sign of imminent loss of control. Just the monocle was enough to make a Sequence 3 saint who understood this king of angels collapse and lose control. As a scholar who studied ancient history, he was quite clear about the terror of this king of angels. Understanding brings fear, and fear leads to loss of control. Facing a Sequence 2, and possibly the main body of Sequence 1, he couldn't win, and he couldn't escape. One marionette after another put on monocles, coldly watching their former controller fleeing in embarrassment among the few marionettes that could still be controlled. He didn't dare to switch positions with these monocle-wearing marionettes, afraid that in the next second he would plunge into the net woven by Amon. He was creating new puppets, birds flying in the sky, insects crawling on trees. He was pushing his extraordinary ability to manipulate spirit threads to the limit, rapidly switching places with these newly made puppets, trying to leave the courtyard. He was making a final struggle. He had never loathed the spaciousness of this mansion as much as he did now. "You want to leave here?" A lady wearing a soft, long yarn, with a gentle, emotional expression and a unique charm, appeared before him at some unknown time. The ancient scholar of the secret order was quite familiar with this lady, because this was his puppet, a despair witch who had just released the plague. But what made him feel unfamiliar was that she wore a crystal-carved monocle in her right eye socket. The monocle refracted light, reflecting the ancient scholar of the secret order's embarrassed fleeing figure. She had already been parasitized by Amon. This realization caused the fear originating from the depths of the ancient scholar's heart to explode completely. He couldn't escape at all. His core extraordinary ability had been stolen. The mystical items on his body had been stolen, and now he only had. His gaze instantly froze. He was about to display his mythical creature form and fight to the death, but at this moment, his spirit threads were grabbed in someone's hand. Before his consciousness could be completely stolen and his body completely puppetized, he could only shout out unwillingly. "No." A few seconds later, the huge mansion returned to eternal silence. Countless servants wore crystal-carved monocles, and they jointly watched the ancient scholar puppet, who had regained his refined temperament, stand up once again. The most uptack new uptack small uptack said uptack in uptack 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 first uptack hair. And that ancient scholar of the secret order, a Sequence 3 saint, took out a monocle from his coat pocket at some unknown time and pressed it into his right eye socket. Tang slowly walked out of the Euclidean space, with the iron-blooded night puppet and the despair witch puppet standing quietly on both sides. Tisk tisk, so tragic. The ancient scholar's extraordinary ability wasn't released at all, and he just became a puppet like this. Well, you could say that. I underestimated the terrifying color of Amon in the eyes of these people. He shook his head, aimed the golden pocket watch at the ancient scholar in front of him, and returned the stolen extraordinary abilities. "Zeratul sometimes comes here. Should we try to snipe him?" the ancient scholar puppet asked, pressing the monocle in his eye socket. "Naturally." Tang nodded. "Advancement isn't that urgent. Expanding our current advantages is what we need to do. Following your will." The ancient scholar and the surrounding puppets bowed to Tang, and Tang asked the system to install subsystems on them. Okay. The system quickly installed the corresponding subsystem installation program. "Host, do you want to snipe little Zeratul? Wouldn't it be better to just take down the entire secret order? Little Zeratul isn't a Sequence 2 angel. Before he advances to Miracle Inventor, he's just like how I just dealt with this ancient scholar of the secret order. It can be easily solved." Actually, it isn't. Not starting with a big move right away is because he wants to test how much difference there is between himself and the ancient scholar Sequence, and simulate possible situations in advance. In this way, dealing with other high Sequence beyonders of the seer pathway won't be without experience. It's just that the consumption of spirituality is a bit high. Putting away the golden pocket watch, Tang pressed the monocle he was wearing in his left eye socket. Compared to stealing from Sequence 8 Beyonders, stealing the core extraordinary abilities of Sequence 3 Beyonders, the consumption of spirituality allows me to perform at most 4 stealing actions without borrowing yesterday once more. This is still the consumption required when the uniqueness and the sealed artifact cooperate. Once he bumps into a Sequence 2, his stealing might consume all of his spirituality in one go, and the stolen things will also be greatly discounted. Little Zeratul will only have more sealed artifacts, not less. Obviously, with his current, bionic puppet, that restrains this pathway and the corresponding thief pathway, 0 grade sealed artifacts in his hand, Sequence 4 fighting Sequence 3 isn't very difficult. If it can be solved in Sequence 3, why wait until Sequence 2 to solve it? Directly install the bionic puppet, and then the high Sequence Beyonders of the seer pathway will all be his puppets. That's what's interesting. Tang's gaze looked towards the depths of this mansion. By observing the surroundings with Euclidean space and through the experience of that ancient scholar, he knew that there was something else hidden here. Not a sealed artifact of a Sequence 2 miracle inventor, but another, 0 grade sealed artifact. The secret order is really rich. Tang sighed silently. Well, old Zeratul is also a Sequence 1 hidden sage, so it's reasonable to leave some legacy for the secret organization he created. And the Sequence 3 saint is also a high-level figure among the high levels of the secret order, so it's not surprising to have, or rather, guard, a 0 grade sealed artifact. Look, how to develop and strengthen oneself, isn't this a good example? He is lacking high sequence puppets, and after obtaining the extraordinary characteristics of the ancient scholar, he can also get many useful puppets as a bonus. Returning to Euclidean space, before his spirituality completely disappeared, Tang went to the underground and conveniently stuffed the secret order's 0 grade sealed artifact into the system space. Even sealed artifacts that need to be strictly guarded are powerless against the system. After the crazy consumption of spirituality, Tang entered the Euclidean space somewhat tiredly and returned to his temporary residence in Intis, first getting a good night's sleep before preparing to return to Tingen. Before the ritual takes shape, the situation here isn't too urgent. Leaving a Sequence 3 puppet to infiltrate the secret order might have good gains. The only problem is how to disguise the puppet so that it appears like a normal person. Tang can naturally disconnect the manipulation of the spirit threads and let the bionic puppet support all the puppet's actions, but a seasoned puppet master can still distinguish between being puppetized and not being puppetized. This is also one of the problems with the bionic puppet module. Even if the puppet itself can be remotely operated, if you want to rely on the puppet to infiltrate the middle and high levels of major churches and major countries, one puppet is really too obvious. At this time, a little external force must be used. For example, Tang's gaze fell on his own system. System, his voice could be described as gentle, but the system felt its cybernetic hairs stand on end. That, host, can we talk nicely, talk nicely. Single quote. How much crazy knowledge are you still hiding? Why not upgrade yourself again? System. Always feeling that its own host is thinking about something terrifying again. Back in Tingen, inside the theater, Tang found an open space and released the sealed artifact from the secret order from his system space. Olsen, who happened to be passing by, saw Tang and was about to greet him when he saw the other man conjure something as if by magic, producing an object as large as a small hill from an unknown place. When the object left Tang's hand and crashed to the ground, the earth trembled along with it, and students and professors not far away stared with incredulous expressions, rushing towards them. Olsen looked at the huge statue with a dazed expression, not knowing what language to use to describe his current mood. Was he still asleep? What just happened? What did Tang take out? How could he take out such a big thing? What is this? He took 2 steps forward. Tang, holding a gold-cased pocket watch, muttered something to himself, and when he saw Olsen, he greeted his good friend in a relaxed manner. He saw Olsen staring straight at the thing behind him, turned his head nonchalantly, glanced at the huge stone statue behind him, and said, "Well, if I had to say, this is my marionette's property." Olsen. "Ah no, who did you rob again?" He almost blurted out this sentence. Oh wait, why did he use the word again? Well, but I think we should go. Leaving this sealed artifact, made from the uniqueness of the sequence 2 of the planter pathway, the Baron Mother, here, before the theater core could come over and scold him, he dragged the still shocked Olsen away in a flash. Not listening, like a tortoise chanting scriptures. Theater core. Madman. Madman, go to hell, madman. You just left such a big dead thing here. Ah, you're not going to take care of it. Can you have some conscience? Ah, can you? It's been so diligent. Ah, forget it, I've seen some things recently, I need to be indifferent. That's how you live longer. Just get used to it, ha ha ha, just get used to it, it didn't break down, it really didn't break down. It's just being dumped with garbage, it's okay, the garbage is dumped, it doesn't matter. The theater core, which had twisted the spirit threads of the War Bishop marionette into braids, floated away indifferently. War Bishop, lying down and getting shot. The system watched this hardy madness from beginning to end, and reported to its host with some curiosity, "Host, that sealed artifact seems to have become bigger." The host threw a 0-level sealed artifact in from afar, and the sealed artifact didn't even try to kick its host's butt. Tang. Ah. It's as indifferent as a chrysanthemum. It seems so. By the way, host, you said a very strange idiom. Why care so much? Isn't this quite suitable? Tang responded indifferently. Tang, do you know of any demigod-level beings with obvious hostility? Olsen asked as he ran, intermittently omitting the scene he had just seen, as he happened to have a question to ask Tang. Humans, or other extraordinary creatures, are fine. Tang was quite surprised when he heard Olsen's words and asked, "Have you already digested the Traveler Potion?" He remembered that Olsen didn't seem to leave the theater much, so how did he digest it? Yes. Olsen nodded and said shyly, "Constantly teleporting in the layers of space within this sealed artifact is also a way to digest the Traveler Potion. Oh, and also, in the innermost place, I stayed there for a while, and the potion digestion speed naturally accelerated." Tang understood. This space is all under the influence of the Miracle Invoker's authority, and layers of different spaces are differentiated. The deepest part, the Crimson District, is also the largest part in terms of area. It not only contains the projection of the dilapidated Miskatonic University, but also the never-setting theater created a large space within the Crimson District. Only in this way can it accommodate countless urban legends, mental pollution, and out-of-control monsters. Staying there for a while, as long as those monsters are not controlled by the theater, Olsen would probably have to run away. Going to a place to record the urban legends of a certain area can be used as travel material. Wouldn't the potion digestion progress come up all at once? The Abraham family should have records of corresponding demigod-level creatures. Tang asked, "Is there something wrong with the Abrahams? Can't they provide specific coordinates?" That's not the case, but since the full moon had problems, and after advancing to sequence 4, the whispers I hear have become more intense, and we haven't marked any extraordinary creatures that meet the criteria for a long time, Olsen said. He had also gone out to take a look these past few days, and the extraordinary creatures marked by the family had either left their original locations or had turned into even more terrifying monsters, and the risk of sealing them was too high. In demigod-level beings of sequence 4, compared to extraordinary demigods, demigod creatures with corresponding Sephiroth are obviously easier to deal with. Olsen thought. I see. Tang pondered for a moment. He remembered that the sequence 4 advancement ritual for the door pathway was to have the advancing person seal a demigod-level being with clear hostility. And in the sealing process, the less external forces used, the better the ritual effect. None of the Abraham family's demigods are left alive, except for Mr. Door. If Olsen advances to sequence 4, then his say in the Abraham family will once again increase. Let me look, this shouldn't be a problem. After thinking for a moment, Tang determined that there were temporarily no extraordinary creatures that could meet Olsen's ritual requirements, and said, if it really doesn't work, I'll find a marionette, as long as it's a creature with a clear hostile consciousness, right? Olsen didn't understand what "find a marionette" meant, but he still nodded. Okay, I'll let you know when I have news. Find a demigod-level marionette and replace it with a bionic marionette module, filled with Extreme malice towards Olsen Abraham, a never-ending feud, that should be fine too. Isn't it just full of malice, that counts as malice, right? Well, today I have to sigh again, he really is a genius. Host, should we switch pathways? The system said timidly after knowing its host's plan. Switch to what? The neighboring deceit mentor. Tang replied casually. Diviner and occult scholar are also good. Tang smiled. System, why are you starting again? Having determined the source of his ancient scholar potion, the next thing to solve is the problem of auxiliary materials. However, using only the white frost crystal of the Mist Wolf might not be enough to lure out the Hound of Fulgrim. Well, should I take the never-setting theater or the ancient scholar marionette to the spirit world for a walk? It's not impossible, the larger the quality of the extraordinary characteristic aggregate, the better. However, as long as those dogs curiously run out, he can just scrape a little blood with his knife. If I really can't lure them out, should I go find Archbishop Channies? The Church of the Night should have things like the blood of the Fugan Hound. As for a large number of ancient historical records, he has 300 years to slowly write them. Host, you're just too lazy to copy them right now. Don't say it like that, this is called making reasonable use of time, isn't it? Tang shrugged. By the way, how's the upgrade of the bionic puppet module going? If we use the energy given by the main system, it's not impossible. Tang instantly understood what his system meant and directly asked, what's still missing? The system twisted and turned. At least the extraordinary characteristics of Sequence 4 must be completed before it can complete the upgrade itself without the main system giving energy, and upgrade the content you want, host. In other words, the system needs to eat a mysticism scholar to complete the corresponding authority. With only the extraordinary characteristics of an alchemist, there are many things the system itself cannot do and needs to rely on the main system to complete. The knowledge pathway can cooperate with the system. Indeed, the system is indeed beyond the definition of ordinary magical items and extraordinary individuals. It should be said that it is almost equal to a small account opened by the knowledge more. Unlimitedly accommodating the extraordinary characteristics of the seer and secret suppliant pathways, will it directly aggregate the god of craftsmen and the hidden sage in the end? Tang suddenly thought of this question. The system itself has a very high sequence, but in the 10 years I've lived, I've rarely seen mid to high sequence extraordinary individuals of the seer and secret suppliant pathways. Is this aggregation also part of knowledge itself? Did the knowledge more deal with it? Otherwise, when he landed with the system, wouldn't it be not Tingen, but directly the god of craftsmen's kingdom of God, or next to the hidden sage? Never mind, it feels so unlucky. Okay, I'll look for it. Finding time, Tang planned to scan through cities one by one in the Euclidean space. If he couldn't find it, he would go to Intis in the near future. The Intis Empire is the headquarters of the Church of the God of Craftsmen. With the extraordinary characteristic aggregation law, the number of mysticism scholars there must be higher than in Ruin. Adding another item to his plan before hanging himself up as a puppet, Tang strode back to where he had placed the small mountain-like puppet. That area was already full of flowers, with lush plants and dense forests everywhere. The small mountain-like puppet stood there quietly, motionless, dead, yet full of vibrant life force. This life force was used by the never-ending theater. Countless seeds that could not germinate grew around it, cooked food grew again, and miracles of life occurred around it. The theater core harvested miracles with tears in its eyes. Pain, it was too painful. Do you know what it's like to know that your puppet was fine just now, and the next second it grew a head of green hair? Sequence 2 of the planter pathway, Mother of Desolation, possesses extremely powerful life force, capable of filling any place with life force, even the most terrifying abyss, and can open up a small territory where ordinary people can survive. According to the identification result given by the system, this sealed artifact is a 0-level sealed artifact born from the natural combination of extraordinary individuals and the earth after death. Even in the unactivated state, this kind of change will occur. It is hard to imagine what will happen when this thing is actually used. No wonder that ancient scholar of the secret order didn't carry this sealed artifact with him. Such a big thing, I guess only I can put it away. After all, there is no such thing as pocket space or sleeve universe in this world. All spiritual things within a certain range will breed crazily. If it weren't for the upgraded system and the sequence of the theater itself, this place would have become Miskatonic University Jungle Limited Edition before long. Looking at the land where lush flowers, plants, and trees were blooming, Tang looked at the war bishop, who didn't know when he had arrived, and asked, "Tell me, if we use this sealed artifact to mass-produce food, in Tingen, how much could we sell it for?" "Unless the price of this kind of food is extremely low," the war bishop replied, "and we must shut the mouths of those nobles and not interfere with the sale of food. Otherwise, even if the output is high enough, it will not be able to feed most people." Tang lowered his eyes and sighed silently. It's really an omnipresent oppression. Sometimes I really want to turn those nobles who do nothing but open their mouths into puppets as well. After watching the rapidly growing flowers and plants for a few more minutes, Tang said, "Clean up, and send these, newly opened, edible things to the church." Compared to his former self, he can now make some insignificant contributions, although not many. The war bishop replied, "Okay." Tang left here and returned to his room. He first approached the Euclidean space and flicked a coin. After confirming the divination result, he returned to the real world, took a hot bath, changed into pajamas, and lay on the bed. He took out the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket from the system space. The black hardcover book fell into his hands, and Tang took out the monocle from the system space again, and began to try to interpret the contents of the book with the extraordinary ability of a decipherer without looking at the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket and having his spirit sucked in. The result, of course, he gained nothing. Taking off the monocle, Tang was speechless for a while. After a few seconds, he faintly said, "I always feel that there is no problem with my idea." Then where exactly is the mistake? The system was so frightened by the voice of its host that its cybernetic head shrank back, and it didn't dare to say a word. It didn't want to say at all that when it took the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket from the main system before, the main system patched the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket. The content of the patch naturally includes observing the content of the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket and interpreting the crazy knowledge inside without opening it. It's not its fault, no. What does it have to do with it? It was the main system that did it. System. Proud JPG, self-satisfied JPG. Knowledge more. Tang. Your main system hasn't cancelled you yet, it still loves you too much. There are still quite a few things that can be excavated from the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket. Well, I don't necessarily have to sleep through all of the next 300 years. Excavating the remaining secrets of the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket should give me some fun. Putting the book and the monocle back into the system space together, Tang snapped his fingers. Lights out, sleep first out of respect. Tang differentiated a new spirit worm. Through the connection of the spirit threads, he and the ancient scholar Marionette entered the Euclidean space. Using the unique properties of Euclidean space, they observed the spirit world that completely overlapped with reality. The historical void and historical fog controlled by the ancient scholar are essentially a part of the gray fog. The Fugen hounds live within those countless historical voids and are a very unique kind of spirit world creature. Even the 7 rays of pure light in the spirit world rarely detect their traces. In the original story, these Fugen hounds were encountered when the Emperor George III of Loen attempted to advance to Black Emperor through war. Klein Moretti, with the Sequence 3 ancient scholar, stopped the ritual and encountered Zeratul of Sequence 1 in one of the mausoleums. To hinder Zeratul, during the chase in the historical void, the Fugen hounds proactively delayed Zeratul, suffering heavy casualties. The specific ending is unknown. But most likely, their characteristics were extracted and recovered by Zeratul. While Tang was thinking, his vision swept across the blue moons, large eyes, and various strange and bizarre creatures, continuing to burn his spirituality, expanding his observation range toward the depths of the spirit world. He was searching for the historical void. The surrounding scenes changed rapidly. The picture presented by the Euclidean space completely transformed from the scene of Tingen overlapping with the spirit world into the specific situation inside the spirit world. To prevent encountering some incredible spirit world creature, Tang had already put on the telescope for observing stars. After the gaze extended to a certain depth, Tang let the ancient scholar marionette leave the Euclidean space and appear in the spirit world. He was the bait to lure out the Fugen hounds. The marionette did as instructed. After the marionette left, Tang lowered a projection of himself into the spirit world, while his main body continued to stay in Euclidean space, observing the surrounding situation. With his true vision, he could see the 7 different colors of pure light covering the high places, and above the 7 rays of pure light, the illusory, formless, vast and boundless grayish-white fog. That was the item left by the Creator, one of the 9 Sephira, belonging to the Seer, Thief, and Apprentice pathways, the location of the Sephira Castle. It was also the location of countless remnants of the old days. I wonder if chanting the honorable name of the Heavenly Lord of Good Fortune and Universal Salvation will allow me to enter that area. Probably not. He didn't have the Heavenly Lord's consciousness, wasn't a contingency plan of the Heavenly Lord. Moreover, he was too deeply bound to the knowledge more, with the flavor of madness knowledge that had been pickled into his soul. The Sephira Castle would definitely reject his request to log in with an administrator account. Gathering his thoughts, Tang flipped a coin. The ancient scholar marionette was still delving into the spirit world, not intending to play hide and seek with the historical void and those big dogs. As the carrier of the sequence 3 main material of the seer pathway, the Fugen hound would instinctively try to collect the items needed for this sequence, to supplement the lack of extraordinary characteristics to make itself a real ancient scholar. Therefore, the ancient scholar marionette didn't make any concealment, releasing its spirituality without protection, interacting with the surroundings. Compared to actively chasing, giving up defense without resistance, letting the law of characteristic convergence form ripples of fate, and fishing for the Fugen hound will obviously be much easier. And this, as expected, attracted the attention of several Fugen hounds. It's just, why is the fur color like this? After waiting for a moment, Tang looked hesitantly at the 2 figures that walked out of the void and gradually became real. They were shaped like hounds, with 2 clusters of burning, dark red flames in their eye sockets, and their mouths extended to the back of their heads, bizarre, terrifying, with a unique appearance of spirit world creatures. If it only came to this, everything would be no different from a normal Fugen hound. However, the 2 in front of Tang were different from normal Fugen hounds. Normal Fugen hounds should have short black fur, but these 2 were covered with dazzling fur-like crystal clusters. What new spirit world hybrid species was this? He muttered to himself, is this what Fugen hounds look like? But when he saw these 2 figures leaping out of the historical void, he vaguely felt a strange familiarity, but he wasn't sure where this sense of familiarity came from. The 2 Fugen hounds saw the ancient scholar marionette and Tang, who was just a projection, but they didn't intend to escape. Tang manipulated the ancient scholar marionette, cautiously not making an attack in the first place. They took a step forward, shook their dazzling crystal-like fur, and dropped a bottle filled with viscous, paste-like liquid from somewhere. Then, they showed a praise me expression. Tang. The ancient scholar marionette was also hesitant, but still picked up the small glass bottle in front of the 2 abnormal big dogs. Through the observation of the Euclidean space, Tang was immediately silent. Good, good, good. He didn't expect that he could also enjoy a wave of treatment from the great existence above the spirit world. The Fugen hounds actively came to deliver auxiliary materials. But, where did the Fugen hounds get the bottle to hold the blood? He felt more and more strange, and just as he was about to do something, before he could react, the figures of the 2 Fugen hounds disappeared into the spirit world. Gone. When Tang thought they had jumped into the cracks of history, the Euclidean space itself changed. Something that wasn't his marionette entered this space. But this wasn't an invasion. Tang, who was in the Euclidean space, stared wide-eyed as the 2 Fugen hounds crossed the space barrier and rushed towards him in the Euclidean space. And not far from where they appeared was the clockwork worm avatar of the old man who had been upgraded and had tried to steal the authority of the Euclidean space in the castle. Tang suddenly realized that the appearance of those hairs was very similar to the concrete manifestation of the Euclidean space in the real world. Fugen hounds assimilated by Euclidean space. They didn't appear as Saphira Castle watchers, but as Euclidean space devotees, assimilators. Tingnan, the everlasting theater. After going out, he inexplicably picked up auxiliary materials plus 2 devotees equivalent to sequence 3 level. Apart from that, nothing happened. Tang sat on the long chair, looking a little dazed at the dense jungle not far away, watching the plants constantly taking root and sprouting on it, and the marionettes working hard to weed there. Good doggy. The system was having a great time. Tang released a marionette to cooperate with his own system to feed the 2 Fugen hounds that had settled in the theater and were being watched by the marionettes from a distance. Tang, who easily obtained the sequence 3 auxiliary materials, patted his face, still feeling a little unreal. However, in that case, the preparation for the first stage is almost complete. Regardless of whether this matter is real or not, perhaps it's something sent by my future self. Divination yields no conclusion, and the system's appraisal is interfered with by the varied position of the Euclidean space. What can I do about these 2 dogs who clearly please the system so much? Next, the children will still need some time before they can further touch the door to the mystical world. During this time, collect as many sequence 2 extraordinary characteristics of the miracle inventor as possible, excluding those from the theater master. Secondly, hunt down a sequence 4 mystic as soon as possible to help the system further complete its upgrade, bringing the bionic puppet module closer to completion, and further influence the world's landscape during the 300 years of my disappearance. The spirit threads are normal. Advancement can be achieved through the system's repairing incubator. It has its own consciousness, can communicate, and there are no puppet masters controlling it nearby. To outsiders, that's not called a puppet, that's just a normal person. Once this kind of puppet enters the market, it's no different from Amon entering the market and parasitizing wildly. After the system completes its upgrade, and 300 years have passed, perhaps a completely new world awaits him. What? Your king is a puppet. Oh, right, your bishop is also a puppet. That's right, our entire organization is made up of puppets. That's quite interesting. Tang glanced at the monocle in the system panel. If I'm exposed later, I'll just blame it on Amon. Also, there's the issue of advancement. Olsen wants to advance to sequence 4 Arcanist, and Owen should be close too. With the sealed artifact from the Thief pathway, the Undying's advancement ritual won't be a problem for Owen. If he plays the amnesiac card, using the yesterday reappearance charm should allow him to remember quickly and restore his combat power. Even without searching for spirit world creatures like banshees, the ritual requirements can still be met with the help of a sealed artifact. After making another plan and prioritizing the urgency of the things he needed to do, Tang stood up. At this moment, a puppet transmitted a message to him remotely. Caught her. Then send her over, Tang said. All right, Traveler Ainge said on the other end. Tang found Olsen, inquired about the Abraham family's situation, and then said, I need a sequence 4 Arcanist's extraordinary characteristic. Are you going to make it into a magical item? Tang. Something like that. He didn't mention the problem of auxiliary materials because the ancient scholar puppet already had them, so there was no need to collect them from the Abraham family. Having been provided with a residence that could isolate whispers under the condition of a full moon, Olsen, who was already a high-ranking member of the Abraham family, quickly agreed, all right, I'll bring you that extraordinary characteristic in a moment. Tang nodded and asked, how's the preparation for advancing to sequence 4 going? Using the recorder's ability to record several demigod-level extraordinary abilities will definitely be of great help to Olsen's upcoming ritual preparations. It's all right, Olsen said. Actually, I'm a little nervous. Being nervous isn't a bad thing. Tang patted Olsen on the shoulder and said with emotion, I didn't expect that our Olsen would actually be able to advance to sequence 4. Back then, just as Tang was about to reminisce about the past, Olsen was embarrassed and quickly ran away, interrupting Tang's spellcasting. Tang shrugged. After Olsen left, he went to check on his own Hound of Good Fortune, exploring its use of Euclidean space and some extraordinary abilities. Then, someone passed through the theater's door and entered. Ainge still had a gentle face, wearing a simple black robe, with her smooth long hair draped behind her. And beside her was a woman who was only one step away from being puppetized, her mind temporarily controlled, trapped in a chaotic and confused state. She is a witch, Liliana Bernstein. She was an adopted child. Her father was a Ruin colonel, now a deceased brigadier general. After Tang resolved her father, this witch, who had transformed from male to female and killed many Ruin soldiers who had harmed her due to the distortion of her mind, also became the most sought-after treasure in Saga Castle on the Onyx Highlands. She was being watched quite closely by people from the Ruin military. I spent some time bringing her out without attracting attention, Ainge said. Also, No Brain asked you how the Banshee matter is going. Are there any clues? Tang looked at the gentle-faced woman in front of him. There's no need to worry about the ritual, send her to a psychologist for a detailed mental examination first. All right. By the way, Tang called out to his puppet, prepare yourself. You'll return to Saga Castle later to make arrangements. We'll go to sea afterward to prepare for Sequence 4 advancement. The repairing incubator can allow puppets to advance, but it still requires rituals and potion assistance. Otherwise, the new puppet created will not be a Sequence 4, but a bizarre sealed artifact composed of a Sequence 5 puppet integrated with a Sequence 4 extraordinary characteristic. Ainge glanced back at her manipulator, but in the end, she said nothing, nodded, and left with the girl beside her. Tang also left and returned to his room. Host, are you planning to go to sea? To the God War remains? The system asked curiously. Yes, there are many demigod-level sea monsters at sea. Trying to seal them there will cause much less commotion than on land, Tang said. Also, I'll take a trip to the God War remains to see if I can use the authority of Euclidean space to bypass the illusion of the giant king's court and enter directly. Leaving a puppet in the land of the Forsaken will make it much easier to enter later. As long as he can enter, he can then have some of the spirit threads that the bionic puppet module needs to connect to ascend from the spirit world to Euclidean space, bypassing the spirit world's blockade. Then, he can freely enter and exit the land of the Forsaken through interchangeable puppets. If that doesn't work, I'll just use Amon's method to get in, as I said before. Anyway, after putting on the monocle, I'm equivalent to replacing Amon's destiny. Even if it attracts strange gazes, people will think of me as a clone of Amon due to the fluctuations in fate. He enjoys the good things, and Amon bears the bad. Perfect. Tang continued, after all, the land of the Forsaken is currently the only known place where miracle inventor extraordinary characteristics are still scattered and have a searchable range. Ouroboros, a follower of the Destruction Wolf, Fregra, a Sequence 2 angel. He is in the land of the Forsaken. Fully prepared, it was already 3 days later. War Bishop sent most of the grain produced by the zero-level sealed artifact transformed from the extraordinary characteristics of the Baron Mother to the Church of the Night Goddess for them to distribute, and a small portion remained in the theater. Some of the people in the Father's territory were Baron Ramde's private property, including the knights and guards, and a considerable portion of them could be paid with food, providing daily food consumption. Obviously, simply suppressing with force to maintain order within the territory did not meet Tang's expectations. In general, this secret order's zero-level sealed artifact came just in time. He couldn't keep using miracles to produce food to maintain the theater's food consumption. And the power that even a zero-level sealed artifact leaked out was enough for Tang to support the people belonging to his own forces in a territory. This is the world of Beyonders. After leaving this time, the return date is uncertain. However, with Grandpa Pales guarding the door, even if Tang leaves for a long time, he shouldn't be robbed of his home. After everyone was ready and the following matters were arranged, he took Angie and Olsen together to the Sonia Sea. Olsen and Angie were to complete the Sequence 4, Arcanist promotion ritual of the Apprentice Pathway in the Sonia Sea, while Tang was to try to go to the land of the abandoned gods through the God War ruins in the depths of the Sonia Sea, establish a new stronghold there, and then try to hunt the dark demonic wolf Kotar, this Sequence 2 angel. At sea, many people believe in that emperor who dominates the sea. Olsen said as they traveled. As a recorder, he had been to many places when the full moon whisper wasn't so serious, and the sea was also a travel destination he knew quite well. After all, the Lord of Storms is the King of the Sky and the Emperor of the Sea. Whether it's the Storm Church or the people on the sea, they all believe in this God who controls the domains of storms and oceans. Tang pressed down on the top hat on his head, not letting the sea breeze blow his hat away. I just don't know if the pirates who believe in him will be struck by lightning and thunderstorms. The Lord of Storms shouldn't have so much free time, Olsen said casually, but as far as I know, there were once wild Beander pirates who tried to exchange blood sacrifices for the Lord of Storms' attention, hoping to obtain the corresponding potion formula of the Tyrant Pathway. Of course, after the sacrifice was completed, he turned into lumps of black coke-like flesh. Sacrifice to the gods with flesh and blood. And ask for the gods' feedback in this way. Which genius did this? Tang's mouth twitched, and he summarized this story that could be called an accident. I think every Beander should receive corresponding mystical knowledge education, at least this can significantly reduce the number of invalid responses from the gods. If he were the Lord of Storms, after being smeared with a face full of messy flesh and blood, he would still dare to pray for a potion formula. He strongly disagreed with not directly hack the pirate and his companions into coke with divine punishment. After walking for a while, the small town on this island came into the eyes of several people. The pirate industry in the Sonia Sea can be regarded as booming in line with the current era, and the corresponding slave trade and illegal transactions are not uncommon at sea. However, now that the countries of Loen, Intis, and Fursak have not yet started colonial wars, most of the merchant ships on the sea only hover around the newly built ports near the Sonia Sea. The targets of the pirates, looting, are mostly sea merchants who travel back and forth between the various islands of the Sonia Sea, trying to eat this cake at sea. Few of them directly attack the fleets belonging to the country. After all, fleets belonging to the country are likely to cause large-scale encirclement and suppression at the national level once they are attacked. And today's merchant ships mostly rely on relatively backward driving methods. The speed is not too fast, and they cannot go back and forth on the Sonia Sea in a short time. In addition, the resources within the island are not abundant, and the population is insufficient, so the merchant ships do not come and go frequently, so the resources on the sea are not sufficient. However, there are also many people who try to make profits from it. After all, new islands represent new resources, and they also represent rare things that Loen, Intis, and Fursak do not have now. Several people walked out of this town made by pirates, and here, as a woman, Angie easily felt the gazes watching her. Those eyes hardly carried any goodwill. Can I kill them all? Angie asked plainly. This kind of gaze makes me feel a little sick. Naturally, Tang replied casually, if there are any suitable Beyonders that you think are suitable, you can also hang them up as puppets. For Tang's puppets, the configuration of his own pathway plus trickster, coupled with high autonomy that will not be easily affected by the problem of spiritual threads, as long as they don't encounter demigod-level Beyonders, a Sequence 5 puppet plus a Sequence 4 trickster's extraordinary abilities are a massacre in the middle and low sequences. And pirates. How many nameless pirates are Beyonders? Even if they are, can they resist a Sequence 5? And the pirates here will have stained the blood of some innocents on their hands. No one will care if they are killed, and some people will even applaud. Then let's act separately. Angie, you go and see if there are any good materials. Olsen, go to those places I provided before and see which demigod-level sea monster is suitable. Angie nodded, and so did Olsen. Okay. Tang clapped his hands and said to the two travelers, then we will meet tonight, here. As for him, he was going to see his pirate friend. Returning to the old place, naturally, he had to catch up, otherwise he would become estranged, and the former friendship could not be maintained. Then he would be heartbroken. Walking among the pirates who were swearing, Tang flexibly avoided the guys who wanted to bump into him from time to time, wanting to touch porcelain, and moved nimbly through the crowd. Before long, he arrived in front of a tavern. This tavern with the crookedly written, Golden Rose Tavern, was bustling with activity. The cheap but alcohol-flavored tavern was full of drunken pirates lying on the ground and on the tables. There was also a somewhat disgusting smell of vomit in the air. A bit disgusting, but it looks like business is pretty good. Opening the door of the tavern, Tang's eyes scanned over the drunken pirates, walked to the bar, and lightly knocked on the counter. A cup of Sonia wine, 2 pence. the man behind the bar said without raising his head. Tang continued to tap the table lightly, and the man who looked a little sloppy but had very clean clothes impatiently raised his head, and then stayed there. Visibly, the tavern owner seemed to shudder all over. Tang smiled, his eyes almost exaggeratedly narrowed into crescent shapes. Long time no see, Ellis. How have you been lately? In a strange manner, Tang's head stretched forward, his neck elongated like a piece of plasticine, filled with a sense of eeriness. Lamb, the tavern owner leaned back, almost falling off his stool. He was 28 or 29 years old, with a lean but wiry build and skin darkened as if from long exposure to the sun. His hair grew in a tangled mess, and his beard looked like it hadn't been shaved in ages. However, he wore clothes that were faded but clean, which stood out in stark contrast to the tavern's environment. It was hard to imagine that he was the owner of this tavern, which was filled with drunken pirates and vomit. Upon seeing Tang, he swallowed hard, and then, as if remembering something, shouted at Tang in a fit of rage, "Damn it, I've already turned over a new leaf." Turned over a new leaf. Can't you just leave me alone? I haven't done anything bad. Nothing. His words were mixed with a lot of local dialect, which Tang didn't understand, but he got the gist of it. Host, this guy is still as rude as ever, the system said disdainfully. Looking at the former pirate who was overly frightened, Tang retracted his overly long, monster-like neck, looked around, and asked, "Where's Beryl?" "Upstairs sleeping." Ellis ruffled his hair irritably, then looked at the master of puppets in front of him. Seeing that the other party really had no intention of making a move, he asked, "What are you doing here? I recall that our employment relationship ended a long time ago." Tang wagged his finger, "That's not how it should be said. I thought our previous collaboration was quite pleasant. How can you be so distant? I thought we were at least friends." "Oh, as for what the collaboration was, it was that on the way to the Lesunia Sea to find a mermaid, they happened to be robbed by pirates. After teaching these pirates a lesson, he happily reached a consensus with them to find the mermaid's whereabouts together. As for insisting that it was an employment relationship, he didn't care anyway." "Friends," Ellis's lips twitched several times before he managed to hold back the curse words that were about to come out. He became even more annoyed. "So, what is it? Aren't you going to offer an old friend a drink?" I want that kind of wine. It tastes good, you should still have some." "No, I've finished it. I saw it, over there." Tang innocently used his cheating Euclidean space observation to find the bottle of wine hidden deep in the cabinet. "Ellis." Tang listened to the former pirate's exasperated voice, while turning his head to look at a pirate who had been secretly staring at him. He slowly took out a crystal-carved monocle from his pocket and put it on his right eye socket. He smiled at the pirate, using his index finger knuckle to tap the bottom edge of the monocle. The crystal-carved monocle reflected the pirate's terrified appearance. The pirate shuddered when Tang's gaze touched him, quickly withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and continued to pretend to be drunk. Tang withdrew his gaze, saw a glass of wine appear on the table, and smiled. "It seems that even if you give up the identity of a pirate, your days won't necessarily be peaceful." Ellis was about to say something, but after staring at the monocle Tang was wearing for a few seconds, he backed down and said with some annoyance, "We recently got some goods, and there were some problems." He didn't wait for Tang to speak. "As long as you don't get involved, I can handle it." Okay, it seems that the sea experience during that time scared this former pirate. After all, who can accept growing mushrooms on their body? Tang, who had secretly scared the pirates with the Staff of Life, shrugged, "All right." He directly stated his purpose, "I need a ship." Before Tang could finish speaking, he saw something strange. Ellis followed Tang's gaze, and it was a brass-colored, strangely shaped object, similar to a candlestick, placed in a corner. Quote? Ellis looked at the thing placed in a pile of garbage, and muttered to himself, "Could this be some kind of treasure?" Treasure. Tang's lips twitched, and he muttered to himself, "You could say it's a treasure." As the uniqueness item of the seer pathway, coupled with Tang's deepened connection with Euclidean space after advancing to sequence 4, even without entering Euclidean space, he could see many things through the superposition of the two. For example, this candlestick. It exuded a strange, faint, gray-white mist. Something related to the celestial worthy, equivalent to a crimson star within the celestial worthy's space. Tang took the candlestick, agreed on a time with the former pirate Ellis, and then left. He ignored the followers behind him who thought they were being stealthy, but were actually terribly crude in the spirit-body thread vision, and walked towards the nearby market. The system quickly sent out the appraisal results. Unsurprisingly, the appraisal results were subject to corresponding interference and could not specifically determine what this item belonged to. It should be, but what is the relationship between this thing and the celestial worthy? The item used by the celestial worthy's previous owner before his death was thrown out of the celestial worthy's space after he perished together with God. Tang thought of Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man's items before Klein pulled them into the gray fog, and couldn't help but make corresponding guesses. Things related to the celestial worthy are rare, and Tang happened to come across one now. After putting the thing into the system space, Tang happened to walk into a small alley where the sun could not reach. He walked into it, and the followers behind him, seeing him take the initiative to walk into a predicament where they could surround him from both sides, waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to follow. When they entered the alley and walked quickly forward, they ran head-on into another group of people who had also entered. "Where is he?" A rough, hoarse voice came from the mouth of one of the hooded figures. Not here. I just saw him walk in, damn it, that ungrateful Ellis must have given him the thing." A group of people cursed and grumbled, while Tang took out a tissue, stood on the roof, wiped the monocle, looked at the setting sun in the distance, squinted his eyes, and said nothing. Regardless of whatever grudges these pirates held against Ellis, the former pirate, as long as it didn't affect him, he naturally wouldn't casually hang people up as marionettes. After all, that's quite pointless. Straightening his monocle, the system shuddered when it heard its host's words, quickly bringing up its host's panel and repeatedly confirming that its host hadn't been parasitized, hadn't turned into Amon, and that nothing about its spiritual body had twisted into Amon's shape. Only then did its cybernetic brain ease up a little, not directly overloading and burning out. "Host, your speaking style is becoming more and more like Amon's. The kind that makes people shiver just hearing it." Tang hooked the corner of his mouth. After all, deception is a very brain-taxing thing, and to replace Amon's destiny, to a certain extent, your host has indeed become Amon after putting on the monocle. Amon the seer split Amon. Having Amon's aura, wearing Amon's glasses, possessing Amon's power, then no matter who is inside the shell, he can be regarded as Amon. Of course, if it weren't for trusting the system's appraisal results and the future self, he wouldn't, and couldn't possibly, play Amon like this. After all, that one is a true king of angels, the son of the Creator. Although in terms of presence, he's not bad either. As a true transmigrator, and not a remnant of the old days, Tang's own spiritual body has an extremely high status, and is clearly higher than Amon, the angel of time. With the Euclidean space and the knowledge more as his backing, his future self will definitely be a sequence 1 angel. In terms of ability, with the premise of borrowing yesterday once more to gamble on the future, his future self directly exploded Amon's uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics. Compared to Amon, he doesn't lose at all, he's guaranteed to win. Of course, what Amon, this angel of time who has already fallen from the King of Angels position, will do next is also a rather troublesome thing. Although Tang wanted to directly kill Amon, firstly, his current level was not enough, and secondly, if Amon's main body died, the other Amon avatars would obviously be more cautious. If the extraordinary characteristics converge and directly bring Amon's sequence 1 over, that would be even better. At that time, the 2 thief pathway items in his hand would directly converge, and crazy knowledge would wash Amon's brain. After all, an Amon who has fallen to sequence 2 is more reassuring that he won't cause trouble. But obviously, after those Amons know that their main body has fallen, they will definitely be extra careful when encountering sudden ripples of fate, and then carry out a silent deception, trying to take back the uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics from him. This is also something that must be guarded against, well, but the future self must have considered this, just don't know to what extent it can affect Amon. Hopefully it's the kind of arrangement that dares to steal and gets their heads blown off. After the sun set and the night ruled the land, Tang put away his monocle and used a temporary marionette to jump back to the place he had agreed to meet with Olsen and Angie. The crimson moon rose from afar, and the earth fell under the moon's rule. Olsen put away the illusory book and met with Tang and Angie. It has been confirmed, a semi-god sea monster of the sailor pathway. Such creatures are more common at sea than other monsters of the same level. After all, the Church of the Lord of Storms has not fully controlled the Sonia Sea. Angie also nodded, informing the other two of some of the things she had done through spiritual threads and verbal descriptions. Okay, then we'll set off tomorrow. Tang nodded. When Olsen and Angie advance to Sequence 4, he will also set off for the God War ruins. He doesn't intend to expose the Euclidean space for the time being, and Angie, as his marionette, as long as he transforms into a new marionette, no matter how far apart, he can immediately pull her over through the trickster's ability to exchange marionettes. Even if he enters the God War ruins, as long as the Euclidean space is normally unfolded, he will not lack marionettes. In the pre-arranged hotel, Tang, dressed for sleep, took paper and pen, and leaned against the head of the bed slowly writing down those ancient and real historical records. During this period, he would occasionally recall the content he had read in the original book and the ancient and secret knowledge he had learned through other channels through dream divination. Actually, as long as you know that this world is Earth, is hometown, the apothecary potion can be perfectly digested. The history before the First Epoch is buried in the historical fog, in the depths of the historical gaps. Mastering that part of history can even play a decisive role in the digestion progress of the apothecary potion. And once that part of history is understood, as long as it's not a remnant of the old days, or someone who has a great connection with the remnants of the old days, even if a true god, a Sequence 1 mystic servant, takes action, even without using the Euclidean space, Tang can hide in that historical gap, and other high-level, high-sequence beings who don't know enough can't catch him. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the Sequence 3 of the Coward Trio, a sequence with a very high upper limit. Putting the real historical records he wrote into the system space, Tang walked to the bed and opened the window sill, looking at the deep night outside. Tisk! He sneered and transformed a pirate not far away into his marionette. An extraordinary person has intervened. Entering the Euclidean space, Tang manipulated this marionette to walk in the deepening night but more lively town. What kind of business did Ellis, this former pirate, do to provoke obviously more than one pirate force? The pirate who was transformed into a marionette staggered towards several companions, not far away. Hey, Hodge, what are you doing here? Where's the person you were supposed to be watching? A companion walked over quickly. He first looked at the back of the pirate named Hodge to make sure no one was following, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Hodge looked terrified, as if he had seen something extremely terrible. Quick, run. He pulled his companion. Those people are not normal people. Calm down, what happened? The person grabbing Hodge's arms seemed to be an extraordinary person as well. He was very strong and could control this reckless guy. Explain clearly what happened. They have no faces. They have no faces. No faces. The pirate holding him hesitated for a moment, and then saw Hodge tremble slightly, and his lowered head suddenly lifted up. Yes, just like me. Just like me. Can you see clearly? In front of this extraordinary person, Hodge's facial features disappeared. He had no mouth, no nose, no eyes, flat and smooth, it was a faceless skin. He just stared straight at the pirate in front of him with the place where his eyes originally existed. The pupils of this extraordinary pirate suddenly dilated. Faced with his subordinate suddenly transforming into a faceless monster, he subconsciously threw a punch. The muffled sound sent the monster flying, but he felt no relief. Under the warning of his spiritual intuition, this extraordinary pirate fled into the distance without hesitation, abandoning his other subordinates. The darkness was thick, and it seemed to conceal even greater dangers. A Sequence 8 Storm Guard. The Tyrant Pathway guys are such a headache. Tang Yi walked leisurely after the extraordinary pirate. It saves me from having to make any further arrangements. Not far away, the pirate marionette, sent flying by a punch, stood up with its eyeless, noseless, mouthless face. And the other pirates, in their stunned state, discovered that their faces were also melting. They transformed into the same faceless visages. This group of faceless monsters followed in the footsteps of the marionettist, closely trailing their former superior who was fleeing into the distance. Is that direction the harbor? The storm guard was fast, but Tang's speed was even faster. His gaze swept past the storm guard and landed on the pirate ships docked at the harbor. It's truly nostalgic, he remarked silently. At the moment when the storm guard was about to board a ship, he seized the other party's spirit thread. A Sequence 4, a trickster who had completely digested his potion, facing a Sequence 8 extraordinary, his control over the spirit thread was so great that turning him into a marionette was incredibly fast. On the pirate ship, the guards saw the pirate rushing towards them and picked up their weapons. The pirate who was running wildly had just started to feel joy and relief when his body felt as if it were filled with lead, each step forward feeling unbearably heavy. His thoughts quickly slowed down. He understood that he was suffering an indescribable attack. He reached out his hand, wanting to call for help from someone on the pirate ship. The next moment, the wind came. A gust of wind blew out of the captain's cabin of the pirate ship, and a middle-aged man with a traditional pirate appearance and one blind eye walked out. He was a Sequence 6 extraordinary, a Sequence 6 of the Tyrant Pathway, a favorite of the wind. This one-eyed middle-aged pirate, who should have been a ruthless character, gave off a sense of solemnity hidden beneath his surface. That kind of truth hidden behind the pirate facade intrigued a trickster. Host, don't learn bad things QAQ. Stop being so obsessed with playing, host. Stop learning from Amon. The raging wind swept through, causing the Sequence 8 pirate, who was about to have his spirit thread grasped, to spin wildly in the air and fall into the ocean. As an experienced pirate, the strange crew member immediately caught the attention of this favorite of the wind, who responded in the fastest and most correct way to the spirit thread's control over the crew member. Tang deftly plucked at the spirit thread he had grabbed, placing the extraordinary pirate on the verge of becoming a marionette. With just a little more, he could have obtained a Sequence 8 tyrant marionette. However, he was not in a hurry to transform him, but allowed the Sequence 8 extraordinary to fly into the sky and fall into the distant sea. The deep night remained, and the scarlet moon hung high in the sky, holy and bright. Under the moonlight, the pirate ship in the harbor was eerily quiet. The pirate captain who walked out of the captain's cabin looked at the deep night around him and finally broke the eerie silence. Sir, I apologize for the impoliteness of my crew member. If possible, I hope I can offer something that can please you, and hope that your mood, which has been disturbed, can be slightly improved. A low posture, showing respect, but also implying something else. What an old fox. Tang, who was hiding his figure with an invisibility cloak made with Night Watcher, extraordinary characteristics, smiled. That kind of tone is not something a pirate who can't even speak properly can say. Members of the Church of the Lord of Storms, disguised as pirates on the sea, indirectly influencing events at sea. He speculated with interest. Then, before this favorite of the wind could frown, a low, hoarse voice came from an unknown place. What do you want to get from Ellis? And what did he do to attract your attention? The pirate, a believer of the Storm Church, was slightly stunned, then immediately replied, an important item, but I don't know what it is. Ellis Vincent is a bit problematic. He went deep into the Sonia Sea and didn't die as a result. The pirate captain's voice lowered, spreading around with the wind, while the crew members seemed unable to hear what he was saying. He truthfully said, I suspect that this very important item is related to the legendary Fountain of Youth. With a thump, Tang flipped a gold coin, not looking at which side it landed on. He continued to ask, how did you come up with this idea? The Fountain of Youth. This thing didn't appear much in the original book. The idea of drinking a mouthful and becoming immortal is most likely just drinking pus from the corpse of some ancient god, or simply the potion ingredients of the undying witch. This secret about the Fountain of Youth was also confirmed as a trap in later generations. And he was also quite clear that Ellis had not brought out anything of value from the remains of the God War, because the end point of that journey was not there at all. Unless Ellis went to the remains of the God War again afterwards and gained some gains there. Tang had some thoughts. He only heard the captain in front of him continue to say, I'm just guessing, after all, Ellis Vincent has always acted very normally. He said something else. After Tang listened quietly, he flipped another gold coin and nodded. The voice transmitted through the darkness also said with some amusement, "Okay, I am very satisfied with what you have pleased me with." The deep darkness that enveloped the pirate ship, one monster after another that seemed to emerge from the darkness, that strange and twisted feeling gradually receded like a tide. The priest disguised as a pirate lowered the solemnity between his eyebrows. Just as he was about to say something, his hand involuntarily raised. "Oh, I forgot one thing." A voice sounded in his mind. "I saw some interesting things." You don't seem to have enough piety towards the Lord of Storms, as you show on the surface. Are you considering believing in me? Are you considering believing in me? The smiling voice was clearly just the simplest of words, not carrying any linguistic power, but when they were linked together, they formed a massive mental storm in the mind of this Storm Church pirate, washing over his thoughts and splitting his thinking. This book is first published on the entire network by TWKAN.com. It was as if the darkest, most inhuman thoughts in his heart were being stirred up with a glass rod, exposed to the outside, mixed with those normal thoughts, and together they received the insane baptism of whispers. Extraordinary individuals who have entered Sequence 4 all possess mythical qualities, have shed their human form, and have opened the door to divinity, making them powerful beings. The stage of advancing from Sequence 5 to Sequence 4 is a qualitative change. Those who hold rituals, obtain divinity, and enter Sequence 4 are all called demigods, powerful beings at the level of saints. In the lower to middle sequences, perhaps a Sequence 8 might kill a Sequence 5, but facing a demigod who is even more treacherous, even more powerful, and not on the same level at all, without enough good luck, without unparalleled planning, without powerful helpers, it is difficult, almost impossible, for extraordinary individuals of the lower to middle sequences to resist the oppression and threat from a demigod. Moreover, what can cause this level of whispers is obviously not an ordinary demigod. A Sequence 3 saint, or a higher sequence, an angel of the earth. The whispers echoing in his mind alone almost caused this favored of storms from the Storm Church to lose control and turn into a monster of the sea. Stealing my thoughts and then handing them over to this pirate leader, Tang's fingers pressed on the balance wheel of the pocket watch, gaining a deeper understanding of this, 0-level sealed artifact, for which the system's appraisal results did not specify certain effects. As long as I want, the things I send out can come with a Mad Whispers debuff. This is equivalent to a weakened version of Mad Knowledge. Is this because Amon was affected by Mad Knowledge at the time? Is this also something that the future me added to these two items? Just when the pirate leader felt that he was about to lose control, the suffocating mental storm stopped. The pirate captain was muddled and subconsciously looked around, but the others did not notice anything. They seemed to have also been affected by some kind of mystical power. They completely ignored the pirate captain who came out and were carrying out their work in an orderly manner, as if they had been given orders. The pirate captain opened his mouth, only to find that he was still holding something in his hand. It was a monocle carved from crystal. "Put it on, and I'll let you go, how about it?" A very simple request. The pirate captain's brain, which had just been washed by the whispers, was as sluggish as a rusty machine. But his years of experience at sea and the teachings within the Storm Church told him not to agree. Absolutely not to agree. This may be the effect of a certain sealed artifact, or perhaps it is the characteristic of the other party's sequence. As long as I answer, I will be controlled, lose myself, and become a marionette. A Sequence 5 marionettist of the seer pathway, he did not know the potion name of the higher level, demigod level potion of this pathway. But judging from the extraordinary power of the Sequence 5 seer, it was not difficult for him to guess that the higher levels of the seer pathway possessed even more treacherous and terrifying abilities. This Sequence 6 favored of storms felt that his chaotic brain had become clearer. He closed his eyes, slowly exhaled, and said, "If I say, hey." He felt his body begin to stiffen, and the demigod in the darkness responded slowly and methodically. "What do you think?" The pirate leader fell silent again, but this time he did not make the person in the darkness wait too long. He said, "Okay." He endured the throbbing in his head and the frantic warning of his spirituality and asked, "What is your honored name?" The answering voice was meaningful. "That. I haven't thought about it yet. A great existence above the spirit world. Twisting the hands of time. Originating from ancient mysteries. Or, the observation of time and space. The content contained in each honored name was explosive enough. Each piece of information was transformed into mad knowledge through the zero-level sealed artifact, and buried in the heart of this favored of storms through the method of opening the door of the mind with the scepter of the sun. He had not yet transformed this favored of storms into his own marionette, using the bionic marionette module to humanize the marionette, allowing it to infiltrate the Storm Church under the guise of a Storm Church believer. This was an attempt to replace part of Amon's authority, causing ripples in fate, and then hitch a ride on Amon's honored name. If the attempt was successful, through Amon's honored name, he might be able to respond to prayers from all over the world even before advancing to Sequence 2 and fully mastering Euclidean space. Of course, what he might hitch a ride on would all be calls to Amon himself. And before that, there probably weren't many people in this world who knew Amon's honored name. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare to try. Letting my own marionette try Amon's honored name, according to the connection in mysticism, will obviously be easier to establish a connection with me. This is just a special case and cannot be regarded as a common situation. As the son of the Creator, Amon is also worshipped in some areas of the land of the abandoned by people who survived the Great Cataclysm. After entering the land of the abandoned, I might also be able to use the ripples of fate generated by this kind of belief to quickly locate places inhabited by humans. Seeing the pirate leader stunned, Tang said quietly, "All right, you can recite this honored name." He opened his mouth in ancient Hermes. Twisting the hands of time. Wandering the shadows of fate. The embodiment of deception and mischief. This was Amon's honored name. Ancient Hermes is a language that can leverage nature and is quite important in mysticism, an unprotected language. Once an honored name is recited through this language, it may attract the attention of the one corresponding to the honored name. And if he said this honored name and attracted the surrounding Amons, that would be even more interesting. For this pirate leader, the three-part honored name, as an extraordinary individual with rich mystical experience, what it symbolized was self-evident. The pirate leader's fingers stiffly picked up the monocle, and then subconsciously wanted to put it on the left side. Right, put it in the right eye socket. Yes, that's right, just like that. Are you thinking about what this honored name represents? Just like the Lord of Storms, what this honored name corresponds to is. The illusory layered voice echoed in Tang's ears along with the monocle worn in the right eye socket. He, hidden in the darkness, smiled wider, seemingly quite pleased. System. On the matter of my host becoming more and more Amon-like and becoming less like a normal person. Far away, far from the island. The young man who was writing a letter turned his body slightly. He raised his hand and pinched the monocle that was positioned in his left eye socket. Someone is praying to me. No, not to me. He looked up towards the Sonya Sea. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, seemingly very interested. Interesting. Olsen and Angie held their advancement ceremonies separately. Tang then entered the Euclidean space, squatting next to Olsen to observe the battle between the Traveler and the demigod sea monster. Angie's advancement ceremony doesn't need much consideration. She has recorded many extraordinary abilities at the demigod level. Dealing with a sea monster isn't a problem. If worst comes to worst, he could just switch the war bishop over. One punch would take care of any old master. At worst, he could just change the participant of the ritual. Like most recorder, or rather, almost all high sequence beyonders of the Go family, Olsen had the awareness of not doing unprepared performances. After determining what the opposing target was, the extraordinary abilities he recorded and used were mostly targeted at the sea monster. The battle began, and after fierce fighting, the sea monster was eventually exiled and sealed. Olsen stood on a reef. In his hand was a cup filled with bubbling liquid. Looking at the location where the exiled sea monster had been, he took a breath, then drank the Sequence 4 potion in one gulp. If there are no accidents, Olsen will become a magician. After many years, the Abraham family finally has a new demigod. Who knows what kind of trouble that big family will cause. Regarding the Abraham family, which is not a monolith, Tang silently put down the thought of turning some old geezers into his marionettes. He withdrew his gaze. His marionette Angie had also finished her battle. The system activated the repairing culture medium module. The marionette Angie, wearing a linen robe and with her long hair falling down, also held a cup filled with bubbling liquid. She quietly drank it, attempting to advance to sequence 4 magician in her marionette state. Tang could feel the changes in the spirit body threads. Among the illusory spirit body threads that surrounded him in layers, some were becoming abnormal, seemingly about to break free from his control. He didn't make any movements. Generally speaking, marionettes cannot advance again. The essence of marionettes is that they are dead people. Even if they themselves contain extraordinary characteristics that have not been extracted, their essence is still the spirit body of a dead person. The subconscious island and thoughts are all dead and dull. Once a marionettist's marionette is damaged, it is difficult to repair. Even if potion is poured into it, it cannot advance and will only become a bizarre sealed artifact containing extraordinary characteristics. But the repairing culture medium provided by the system is a brand new thing, and can even be said to be almost a miracle. Its essence should be to transform the spirit body of the marionette, causing the spirit body to undergo special changes. When drinking the potion, it promotes the marionette's advancement in a special state. It can only be said that the authority of the gods is truly unimaginable. As one of the source qualities, even the power that seeps out from the West Continent is of great help to him. I just don't know what the situation is in the West Continent. Sigh, I didn't even read the second part of Lord of the Mysteries when I came. Miscalculation. If he had known he would transmigrate, he would have taken a few glances at it. Muttering to himself, Tang got up and returned to the pirate island, waiting there for Olsen to adjust his advancement state. Adjusting his monocle, Tang smiled. However, I hope Amon will like my gift. Reciting Amon's honorific name, that pirate leader was equivalent to being marked by Amon. And now, both he and Amon could obviously be pointed to by this honorific name. Through the Euclidean space, he placed a special attention on that pirate leader. At the same time, he marionetted 2 pirates on the ship, distributed some spirit worms, and had the system install a subsystem. It all depended on whether Amon would take the bait. But such obvious bait, I'm not afraid of Amon coming, I'm just afraid he won't come. Tang breathed a sigh of relief. When dealing with such a top-level deceiver, it was impossible for Tang to rashly recite the other party's honorific name without preparing anything. The pocket watch and monocle would have to be kept in the system warehouse for a long period of time. The system warehouse between the system and the subsystem was interoperable, which meant that the mystical item on him could still be with him 1 second and be transferred to the marionette the next. One of the 2 marionetted pirates was in the open, while the other infiltrated the Euclidean space through the spirit worms. Once they saw Amon's clone in the Euclidean space, that marionette would directly take out the big treasure from the system warehouse and then, according to the aggregation of extraordinary characteristics, directly send Amon to see his main body. After waiting for a long time, Olsen returned to the town built by the pirates. Looks like you're in good condition. Olsen nodded with a smile, not concealing his joyful emotions. With this, I can be considered a demigod. In this way, he should be able to further know what the murmurs of the full moon actually were. The future of the Abraham family should have been bright, not filled with the shadow of the full moon's murmurs as it is now. After chatting with Olsen for a few more words, Olsen prepared to leave this place and return to Tingen. His matter was completed, and next was his own problem. Angie only appeared after Olsen left. Compared to her previous quietness, this marionette, who was now a magician, looked even more elusive, as if she wasn't in this space. How does it feel to advance? Tang asked his marionette. A very strange feeling. Angie said, when I drank the potion, I thought I would only become a sealed artifact storing extraordinary characteristics. But she succeeded. This can also be considered a miracle. Tang shrugged and said optimistically, maybe if I create a few more of these opportunities, my miracle invoker acting can end very quickly. Angie ignored her marionette master's words and asked, do you really not need me to follow you? The land of the gods is very dangerous. If there is danger, I will directly pull you over at that time. Tang said, before that, you have other things to do. That brainless one? Angie asked back, Tang nodded. How should I put it? I've been quite anxious these past few days without a marionette over there. Angie. Ah, you seem very worried about your brother? He's still a Sequence 5B Ander. It shouldn't be necessary for a marionette to follow him like watching over a son, right? This answer seemed to be an unspoken understanding between Angie and Tang. Tang smiled. Angie looked helpless. Finally, the newly promoted mystical apprentice could only nod. She smoothed the stray hairs near her ear, gave a salute, and said with a lowered voice, "All right, I will obey your will." Secret puppets can offer suggestions, but they can only offer suggestions. The one making the decisions will always be the puppeteer holding the strings. After watching his secret puppet leave, Tang retracted his gaze, casually flipped a gold coin, and without caring about heads or tails, turned and left. Today was the day he had agreed to meet with that former pirate. According to your request, a ship sturdy enough. Ellis, with a cigarette in his mouth, pointed his chin towards an empty, unmanned ship docked not far away in the harbor. It certainly looks sturdy enough. As long as you can pay the price. Ellis raised his chin. Frankly speaking, even if you wanted a pirate ship large enough to accommodate 100 people, I could find one for you. However, is it really all right without sailors? Or are you planning to row yourself? Even a small ship requires a certain number of sailors. Are you planning to use secret puppets to replace them? What can a few secret puppets do? Still thinking that the person in front of him was a newly promoted secret puppet master. Ellis chuckled inwardly at the other party's wild ideas. But then, thinking about the various impossibilities of the supernatural, he swallowed the words back down. This world always has all sorts of extraordinary things. The other party is only Sequence 5, but they may have a way, such as some kind of ritual, or some strange sealed artifact. Ah, about that question. Tang turned his head and smiled at the former pirate. No, I don't plan to use secret puppets to replace sailors to row the ship. Ellis paused. Hearing this, and looking at the way the other party was looking at him, the former pirate suddenly had a bad feeling. And this premonition soon came true. If there's nothing else, I think I should go. You can pay me the balance later. He took a step back, but under Tang's gaze, he silently spat out the cigarette butt in his mouth. The other party's attitude at this time gave him a guess that he couldn't think too deeply about. Ellis, the former pirate, changed his expression several times, but finally settled on a somewhat fawning smile. Ah, no, people can't, at least shouldn't. Barry is pregnant, and I need to take care of her, he said sincerely, and the business here also needs me. Under Tang's gentle and somewhat unsettling gaze, the former pirate took 2 more steps back, and then bumped into the woman who had also quietly walked up behind him. Barry? The former pirate subconsciously turned his head. He was startled, and then he saw his wife. Long time no see, Barry, Tang said with a smile, greeting the newcomer, seemingly not surprised at all. The newcomer looked to be a little over 1.7 meters tall, with a neat ponytail. Her skin had a healthy color, and she had a lithe figure, dressed in a neat seafaring outfit. If it weren't for the slightly bulging abdomen indicating that this healthy and agile woman was pregnant, it would be hard to associate the two. Long time no see, Tang. Barry gently pushed Ellis, who was dumbfounded, and without saying anything, strode forward and stepped onto the ship prepared for Tang. Let's go, let's go. I can't wait to go to sea. Tang glanced at Ellis, who seemed to be petrified, and then, with a smile, also boarded the ship. Clearly, it was this damned fellow who had called people over. Ellis's expression slowly faded, and he glanced at Tang's back expressionlessly. He took a deep breath, seemingly resigned to reality, and then had no choice but to board the ship as well. So, how should we set off? Without sailors, it will take us quite a while to get to the depths of the Sonia Sea with just the few of us. And we will definitely encounter countless monster attacks along the way. Barry was a cheerful former female pirate who loved sea adventures. She was not resistant to it, and even a little eager to try. Are we going hunting? There's nothing on the ship. What about fresh water? Food can be solved with sea monsters and fish in the sea, but how do we deal with these, Tang? Tang shook his head and took out a monocle carved from crystal, which looked expensive at a glance, and put it on his right eye. No need to think about it so complicatedly. We can use mystical methods to drive this ship. As for sea monsters, there are naturally ways to deal with them, and there are also ways to solve the food problem. The sea breeze blew. In an era where there were no steam engines, most ships sailing out to sea could only rely on the sailors' oars and sails to provide power. The storm church would raise special sea monsters to pull the ships. Extraordinaries of other pathways either traveled, twisted rules, charmed a ship full of sailors, directly made secret puppets of 100 people, or imagined a large ship. Traveling on the sea, each pathway naturally has its own method. For Tang, for example, cheating a part of the rules. The oars moved without anyone exerting force. The rules were deceived, making these oars believe that they were being propelled. Tang used the uniqueness to create a mistake. I'm really a clever little devil, Tang said with emotion. System. It's going to be corrupted. It's going to be corrupted. Ah. Host, don't lose your mind. Ah. He's really skilled. It even makes me feel like he knows a lot about it. Amon in the monocle was shielded by Tang's spirituality and could only watch this scene. Even though the dutiful system hated Amon, it still monitored the thing in the monocle according to its host's wishes. After hearing this, it said, "Ah, you get out too." Amon automatically ignored the screaming system and said to himself, he really isn't taking the thief pathway. I think this is very interesting. Question me, understand me, become me. Amon in the monocle, wearing a pointed soft hat, slightly curled the corners of his mouth, seemingly thinking this was a very pleasant suggestion. It's really interesting, he has a lot of strange knowledge, but neither I nor my brothers know of his existence. I wonder if my brothers will be interested enough in him, and that organization he created. Hey. System. Virus scan. I want to run a virus scan. The ship slowly sailed out of the harbor, heading deeper into the Sonya Sea. It was still a long distance from the God War ruins, and relying solely on this kind of physical drive would obviously take a considerable amount of time. But Tang didn't seem to care. After confirming that the extraordinary power of the deceit rule was effective, he went to the deck, basking in the warm sunlight, baking away the chill from his body, making him feel a little lazy. Even a worm squatting in a corner to grow mushrooms would need to come out and bask in the sun on such a cold day. This was a rare moment of leisure, as things would be busy next. It really has been quite a long time since we last parted. Ellis went to the captain's cabin, and Belly walked to Tang's side, gazing into the distance with him, and said, "Yes, it has indeed been a long time," Tang said with emotion. After advancing to secret apprentice master through the mermaid song, he returned to Tingen. After that, the never-ending theater, the god-descending vessel of the dark side of the universe, Euclidean space, Grandpa, Amon, the knowledge wilderness, these things followed one after another, truly compact and fulfilling. "What are you going to do in the depths of the Sonya Sea this time?" Belly asked. "Get some answers I want from the depths of the Sonya Sea." Tang didn't dwell on this question for too long. He naturally turned his gaze to Belly's lower abdomen. How old is the child? 3 months old. Mentioning the child, a happy smile appeared on the corner of Belly's mouth. She touched her belly, and her voice became gentle. "I have been looking forward to this child's arrival for a long time." "The arrival of a new life always brings joy," Tang said with emotion. "Don't you plan to leave the sea? Go to the big cities of Ruin, Intis, and other countries. With the wealth you have accumulated and your own abilities, plus the strong official forces in those places, as long as you have the will, you can live a carefree life." "No, thanks," Belly said softly. "Although your suggestion is tempting, I still prefer the freedom of the sea to big cities." Regarding her thoughts, Tang shrugged and didn't say anything more on the matter. Everyone has their own way of living, and he can't participate too much, can he? Ellis, who didn't know when he came out of the captain's cabin, lit another cigarette, seeming to have watched them for a long time, before speaking to Tang in a hoarse voice. "Tang, come here for a moment." Hearing this, Tang tilted his head to look at the former pirate, and used his index finger to touch the bottom edge of his right eye monocle, saying to him with a smile in his voice, "No can do. I refuse." Ellis paused with his hand holding the cigarette, and the surprise in his eyes was particularly obvious. It seemed that he had never considered that Tang would refuse this matter. "If you don't tell the truth, I don't think we have anything to talk about." After Tang finished speaking, he turned his body directly and continued to bask in the sun lazily. Belly, who was beside him, turned her head to look at Ellis. Belly, you. Why do you want me to avoid it? Belly asked first. Ellis choked again. Because of some little secrets. Oh, these shouldn't be suitable for you to hear. Tang added insult to injury from the side. Belly nodded and said with great agreement, but I don't think there are any little secrets that I can't hear. Maybe, after all, everyone needs to have some of their own private space. Tang straightened the position of his monocle and continued to add insult to injury. But I don't think it's necessary. Belly spread her hands and looked at her husband. Tang also looked at him. Being stared at by the two of them, Ellis could only put out the cigarette butt, then turned around and left. Infuriated, he wanted to curse. Again using his index finger knuckled to touch the bottom edge of his monocle. Tang shifted his gaze back after angering the man. Have you been to the depths of the Sonya Sea? The spring of immortality is located in the ruins of the Divine War. If Ellis hadn't been there, there was no way he, as a Sequence 7, could have obtained something of this level. Even if he heard the corresponding information, it wouldn't have evolved into the completely unreliable rumor that he had obtained food related to the spring of immortality. The ruins of the Divine War are filled with all kinds of whispers, the most dangerous of which is the true Creator's whispers. But facing the whispers of that place, Lotm sequence extraordinaires were not in much danger. On the contrary, the higher the sequence, the more they could hear the various whispers filling that place. The center of the ruins of the Divine War is where the ancient sun god fell. That place is safe. But the closer one gets to the center of the ruins of the Divine War, the greater the danger becomes. Even a Sequence 3 would need to spend more than a month to get close to that place, facing countless dangers. What sea monsters, what darkness that disappears when you don't sleep, what talking corpses, what all sorts of strange things. The danger coefficient of that place is quite high. Before, Tang planned to delve into the ruins of the Divine War if he couldn't find the mermaids, but at that time, he was just a faceless man. Even if he had a lot of high-level Death Domain talismans in the system space, plus the system's assistance, he would still have to be careful. No, Belly shook her head, we haven't been out to sea since we came back from searching for the mermaids. That's a little strange then. Tang replied, I got some interesting news saying that Ellis has clues to the Spring of Immortality. Spring of Immortality. Belly had obviously never heard of this thing, and she asked suspiciously, is this something from the depths of the Sonya Sea? Sort of, Tang said. According to legend, drinking the water from the Spring of Immortality can grant eternal life. Hearing this, Belly directly asked, it looks like you don't think so. Of course, Tang smiled. There are always fools who will be attracted by this kind of illusory thing and then head towards destruction. I guess the Spring of Immortality is a magical potion ingredient of a certain sequence of a certain pathway. He walked to the edge of the deck, looking at the boundless blue sky and sea. The sequence 3 of the witch pathway is called the Eternal Witch. And the Spring of Immortality might be the pus flowing from the corpse of an eternal witch after she dies. This kind of thing, if a normal person drinks it, would probably only have one outcome: losing control and turning into a monster. But Ellis shouldn't be this kind of person. He has always been quite cautious. So, who spread this rumor? Some rumors heard from that Storm Church pirate leader gave Tang a guess. Combining with the Gate of Heaven ability of the Euclidean space, he also roughly sorted out the problems that had appeared. Tang looked at Belly, and Belly calmly looked back at him. The two of them spoke together. The witch sect. Tang chuckled, compared to Ellis, that superficially shrewd fool. I really like you too much, Belly. He didn't avoid anything. Ellis. He wanted to curse even more. Without paying any attention to the increasingly unpleasant expression on the former pirate's face, Tang rested his elbows on the ship's railing and looked into the distance. Remember the domain name of the first website TWKAN.com. It's also possible that it's not the witch cult. I also know of a secret organization called the Gnostic Society. This is a secret organization created by an apprentice and a witch pathway Beander. Its members believe that the spirit is the essence of a person, and the body is just a prison that binds the spirit. They believe that the reason people do evil is because they are influenced by the body. They must obtain knowledge through spirituality, allowing the spirit to gradually break free from the flesh, and after layers of trials, finally break away from the material world, return to the purest and most authentic self, and obtain eternal redemption. Sounds normal, right? This kind of idea is not unacceptable. But their members will directly eliminate the bodies of others to achieve spiritual purification and sublimation. Tang adjusted the position of his monocle. Normal ideas, distorted expressions, the secret organizations that believe in this kind of thing are very likely to be evil gods. Of course, behind this organization is also the witch cult. The Gnostic Society is just a disguise for their cult. As for who the witch cult believes in, oh, isn't it the primordial witch who joined forces with his grandfather to prepare for a showdown with the seven gods, but ended up getting beaten so badly? However, the witch cult, this secret organization that was born in the Fourth Epoch, doesn't have much power at sea now, and those witches with twisted personalities always do things that make people feel absurd. The Gnostic Society, the witches, Belly subconsciously stroked her lower abdomen. What do they want to do with Ellis? Tang withdrew his gaze from the distance. Maybe they want to use him as bait. He shrugged. Or maybe they took a fancy to him. After all, the witch pathway will undergo, wonderful changes at sequence 7, and then sequence 6 of this pathway is called joy. Belly opened her mouth slightly. This was something she had never known. Joy Witch. The name of this potion sounds uncomfortable. Whether it is physical pleasure or spiritual pleasure, these are things that the Joy Witch can do, and above that is pain, despair, and immortality. In short, whether it is a witch or a hunter, they are synonymous with war and disaster. There's nothing good about getting involved with these guys. Tang didn't directly say that these are two adjacent pathways that can be interchanged. Belly is very smart, but she has always been at sea, and the lack of corresponding knowledge of mysticism prevents her from deeply understanding the secrets of the potion sequence. He doesn't plan to tell Belly and the others now. After all, the potion sequence hides the underlying rules of the world. It's better for fewer people to know. After all, the city of calamity at the top of the witch hunters, and the river of eternal darkness at the top of the death and dark giants. The combination of these two can turn into the fourth pillar, burying the entire universe with it. Annoying witches. In short, making deals with witches is really stupid. He said, Belly, I sincerely suggest that your husband sleep a little more soundly at night. If he wants to do something strange, help the witches, do something like pirates that disregards people's lives. I don't mind having one more of my marionettes. Belly fell silent, then after a few seconds, she calmly picked up a handy wooden stick from beside the deck. Oh ho, I'll be right back. Belly held the wooden stick in her hand and weighed it, then smiled at Tang. Tang, okay, sure. She looked in the direction of the captain's cabin, then stepped forward. Tang sighed. There should be popcorn at this time. System, host, you can directly ask the theater to make it for you. It has accumulated a lot of miracles recently. Theater. Ellis. Quote. Wait, Belly, wait a moment, there's a misunderstanding. There is definitely a misunderstanding. You can't listen to that guy's side. Let's talk it over. Ow, ow, ow. Some violent sounds came from the captain's cabin at this time. Be gentle. Be gentle. Don't hit me. Bang. Crackling. Tang withdrew his gaze, rested his cheek in his hand, and temporarily stopped the knowledge brought by the monocle's analysis of the mysteries. What does the witch cult want to do? Does a witch of despair want to try to advance to immortality, planning to spread a wave of rumors and digest the potion by the way? Tang pushed up his monocle and focused his gaze on the distant end of the sea. I don't know what the situation is in the land abandoned by God now, but it should be better than it was in the original timeline. Some city-states that disappeared in the long history still exist, and the residents inside have not been completely swallowed by the darkness and are still struggling. But in another 1,000 years, most of them will probably be finished. This time, entering through Euclidean space, if all goes well, I should be able to appear directly around the Giant King's court. And the evil spirit of the Dark Angel Sorcerer is in the Giant King's court. This dark side of the ancient sun god, said to be an angel king made from a rib of the ancient sun god, the deputy of heaven, the left hand of God, is also a very dangerous existence. This guy is an existence that must be avoided. The Dark Angel's evil spirit has the first blasphemy slate, and the power of the Chaos Sea radiates from it. Even the true creator may not be willing to get close, so I must be careful and cautious and not touch it. The Dark Angel's evil spirit, fused with the power of the Chaos Sea, is really troublesome. I really want to hang him up and use him as my marionette. Or observe it from a distance, and then try to pull out a historical void image after advancing to Ancient Scholar. The historical void image is also likely to be unable to be pulled out due to the pollution of the Chaos Sea. After all, there is no big connection between me and the Dark Angel. Tang rested his cheek in his hand and fantasized, if the ascension of Euclidean space can be temporarily controlled, and this Dark Angel's evil spirit is stuffed into the space, and then when you encounter an enemy, you de-dimensionalize it and throw the Dark Angel directly out, whoa, the biggest mystical bomb will be born out of thin air. It can explode wherever you point it, and it would be even better if it could scare the true creator to death. Maybe I can even sneak around in front of Adam. Your backhand has become my marionette, can it make Adam angry enough to have a cerebral hemorrhage? Ah, of course, this kind of thing can only be enjoyed. Not to mention whether he dares to get close to this king of angels among the angel kings. Even if he dares to get close and stuffs the Dark Angel in, Euclidean space may not be able to withstand the erosion of the Chaos Sea from the Dark Angel. He doesn't want to turn into a big oil guzzler as soon as he enters Euclidean space, and the Dark Angel's evil spirit becomes a sealed item like the Sun Scepter that gives him a big wave from time to time. By the way, system, he had a good idea. I can't eat it. I really can't eat it. The system hurriedly refused, as it was afraid its host would come up with another impulsive idea. Evil spirits don't belong to inanimate objects. How about trying to have this evil spirit possess a secret puppet? We should always try, shouldn't we? System, QAQ. Host, please stop trying to stuff all sorts of weird things into me. After scaring its system a bit, Tang exhaled a breath of air. Huff, in short, let's first try unconventional methods. If the Euclidean space doesn't work, we'll use dreams, imitating Amon's method of entering the land of the Forsaken, creating errors and loopholes, and then enter the land of the Forsaken. Following the path of those who came before is always safe. As long as he can get in and put on the mosaic glasses, he doesn't care what the Dark Angel looks like or what's on its body. And then, we'll establish a stronghold there and send secret puppets to search the entire land of the Forsaken to find that demonic wolf. The curtain hasn't come out of the source castle yet. Without that sequence 1 characteristic, it's unknown where that demonic wolf will go. Moreover, as a sequence 2 miracle invoker, its anti-divination and anti-prophecy abilities will only be stronger, not weaker. Being an ancient creature that survived the pursuit of Amon and the true creator until the 1300th year of the Fifth Epoch, and also a high-ranking being of the seer pathway, it would never be careless. Using the convergence between extraordinary characteristics. It's not impossible. I have the uniqueness and sequence 1 characteristic of the Fool pathway, and it's been quite a long time since Emperor Rosal was born. With the 0 level sealed artifact of the Fool pathway, lifespan is not a problem for Tang. He can even wait for the miracle invoker's extraordinary characteristic. Or have the secret puppet stay in the land of the Forsaken for 1,000 years, waiting for the goddess to tear the curtain from Klein's body and throw it over. To converge the demonic wolf. That's not impossible either. When the time comes, he'll first tear off the miracle invoker's extraordinary characteristic from the theater, then beat the demonic wolf to death, and put the miracle invoker's extraordinary characteristic back. He just doesn't know if the monocle and the pocket watch can do such a thing. If possible, should I also take over Silver City? After all, it's part of Klein's Sequence 2 ritual, as well as a part of the Anchor of Faith, and there are also members of the Tarot Club. Tang pondered for a moment, hesitating slightly on this plan. Speaking of Klein, Silver City, the sea, Backland. The sun, the hanged man, and justice. With my variable added, the direction of this world will obviously not follow the original arrangement. A mistake, a loophole, could it cause this, Lord of the Mysteries, who hasn't grown up yet to fall prematurely? When that time comes, should he take his place? Probably not, even if I wanted to, with my current state, wanting to master the Source Castle, unless I abandon my body, throw away the pickled system, and completely sever ties with the knowledge more. System. Should he try it? If the plot still develops normally, Joe Mingrui would first pull in the Hanged Man Alger and Justice Audrey. At that time, Joe Mingrui, Klein Moretti, hadn't become an extraordinary yet, he only opened the door to the Source Castle through the honorific name of Celestial Worthy. He hadn't truly mastered the Source Castle. As long as he deceived the Source Castle's autonomous response, there was no way to easily distinguish between the parasite and the secret puppet. Monitor them, replace them, use these people who are obviously connected to the Source Castle as stepping stones, to ascend to the Source Castle in a more secretive form, thereby secretly manipulating the direction of the Tarot Club, and turn the Tarot Club's fool, Mister into his secret puppet. After all, the sequence 1 potion of this pathway is called Secret Keeper. If you don't serve the mysterious, how can you digest it? Thinking about it this way, it's quite interesting. However, I don't have any fundamental conflicts with Joe Mingrui. I don't intend to become the Sequence 0 fool, and I won't snatch the Source Castle. Are the will of the Primordial and that Lord of the Mysteries good things? Are they fighting to inherit them? He'd be crazy to rush to inherit them. Let's see when the time comes. Anyway, there are still more than 1,000 years. Who knows what will happen? In short, let's do it first, and then consider other issues. Regarding the matter of turning the fool, Mister into his secret puppet, okay, the idea is good, but he hasn't gone crazy to that extent. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, Tang noticed that the wailing and howling sound had finally stopped. He lifted his foot and walked into the cabin, and what he saw was Ellis banging his head against the wall, while Betty sat in a chair with a stick in her hand, smiling as she looked at Tang at the door. Oh dear, what's going on? Ellis looked at Tang with a forced smile. I really thank you. A stick flew over, causing the former pirate to subconsciously hug his head and squat down. Tang straightened his monocle and looked at Ellis squatting on the ground. No need to be so polite, we don't have such etiquette over there. He looked at Betty. All right, let's listen, what interesting things did he do? Don't worry, I have a sealed artifact of the spectator pathway that can tell the truth. Only tell the truth and tell all the truth. I can see it all if you don't say it. I can still do 80 to 90%. Actually, he didn't, he just flipped through Ellis's experiences during this period using Euclidean space. He raised his hand, letting Betty and Ellis see the arm-thick stick in his hand. This thing should be more useful. Betty took the stick from Tang's hand, tossed it in her hand, and smiled with satisfaction. Tang, you really understand me the most. Ellis looked at Tang, gnashing his teeth. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. Don't worry, I will definitely sleep with one eye open. The tables and chairs automatically arranged themselves neatly, as if an invisible hand lifted these things up. Tang sat in a chair, the sea breeze blew in from the window, and the ship, like a ghost, did not raise its sails, nor did the sailors use oars, but sailed at high speed towards the distant horizon. A month ago. Ellis rubbed his shoulder and said, a mysterious person found me, seeking to buy some occult things. Some of those things were very ordinary, while others were things full of spiritual materials. And as the predetermined reward, he gave me a message and a bottle. The former pirate lowered his voice, as if once this secret was spoken aloud, it would suffer the attack of an unspeakable monster. What's in the bottle is the Fountain of Youth. Fountain of Youth, Beryl frowned deeply. You actually took this thing that sounds so strange, bizarre, and dangerous. Do you really trust that mysterious person? Ellis said, no, I don't trust them. The Fountain of Youth, the legendary thing that grants immortality with just a sip, how could it be obtained so easily? Even if it's real, giving me something like this must hide some secret I don't know. My knowledge of mysticism also tells me that just understanding something so unbelievable is dangerous in itself. The 3 major rules of avoidance in the world of mysticism. Don't look at what you shouldn't see, don't listen to what you shouldn't hear, and don't know what you shouldn't know. To survive well in the mystical world, curiosity is the last thing you should have. Tang smiled from the side, saying nothing about it. After that mysterious person gave me the thing, I immediately tried to trade it away, but Ellis ruffled his hair, looking rather agitated. But at this time, those people who usually wouldn't pay attention to a small figure like you suddenly knew that you had the Fountain of Youth in your hands. Tang took over the conversation, a very low-level tactic, but it can't withstand the instigation of Beyonders behind the scenes. Sequence 8 of the Witch Pathway, the magic potion is called Instigator. Even without using extraordinary abilities, these witches' instigations are still effective. No, all right, you're right. Ellis sighed. I tried to find the source of the information, tried to track down that mysterious person, but the result was nothing. It was as if that mysterious person had never appeared. And that mysterious person didn't come at the agreed time for the transaction. In fact, after realizing something was wrong, I contacted some other people, intending to trade the Fountain of Youth directly. Rather than keeping it with me, throwing this obviously problematic thing away would be better for me, for us. Beryl looked at Tang, and Tang nodded, concisely saying, not lying, but not telling the whole truth. Ellis glanced at Tang. Tang looked back. Ellis cleared his throat and could only continue. Then, the organization I contacted that wanted the Fountain of Youth, all died. At this point, he paused and looked at Beryl. Beryl, do you remember the pirate feast, half a month ago? Pirate feast, many pirates, big pirates, have gone missing recently, and people have been talking about it. Beryl immediately connected the two. They died at the pirate feast. This was a feast for all pirates held on that island half a month ago. These sea plunderers would display the things they had plundered in the past 6 months, whether people or objects, whether related to mysticism or not. As long as you could afford the price, you could buy them there in those few days. It was also a kind of gathering among pirates. Ellis had made this deal with one of the organizers of the pirate feast, a big pirate with several large ships and a mid-sequence rank. After all, rumors of the Fountain of Youth were rampant on this island. Instead of letting the situation develop and letting some ignorant guys watch from behind, it was better to trade the thing away directly, at least to have some peace. After confirming that he couldn't contact that mysterious person and the news of the Fountain of Youth had spread, Ellis, with many years of pirate experience, knew that he was being watched. And the Fountain of Youth, whether it was a real elixir that could make people immortal or not, the big pirate he contacted was very interested in it. The Fountain of Youth is deep in the Sonia Sea, and a sip can grant immortality. Whether this legend is true or not, it would make many pirates who like adventure and pursue excitement do some irrational things. For example, chasing after something that sounds wrong just by its name. Some people always think they will be the lucky ones, or they think they can solve this trouble. We agreed to trade at that time, and I took the Fountain of Youth. Then, when I arrived at the trading location, I realized they were all dead. The corpses hung on the sails, hanging alone, swaying in the sea breeze. The big pirate who wanted to buy the Fountain of Youth had his body pierced from top to bottom. He seemed to have encountered something incomprehensible before his death, his expression twisted and strange, raising his head and looking at the scarlet moon hanging high in the sky. They died on their own ship, died on that night. The rumors of the Fountain of Youth also suddenly disappeared at that time. It seemed that all covetousness for this thing disappeared because of the death of that big pirate. But I can feel that those gazes are still staring at me. Death has not ended because of this. Ellis lowered his head, telling the story dejectedly, like a plague. Death spread among the pirates. Many people who knew about the Fountain of Youth died unknowingly on their ships when night fell and the red moon was high in the sky. They were hung upside down on the sails, their corpses swaying in the sea breeze, making a sound of objects hitting the pillars again and again. Beryl's face began to look bad, but Tang seemed to have known it from the beginning, sitting aside and listening quietly to this ghost story in the mystical sense. Suddenly, Tang's head moved, looking out through the window. Patches of dark clouds floated over from a distance, the dark clouds pressed down, and it seemed that it was going to rain heavily at sea. The sea breeze and waves became manic at this time. The gloomy sky, coupled with the terrifying and eerie story echoing in his ears, gave people the feeling that those dead pirates would be driving ghost ships and sailing out from the places covered by dark clouds. And the story Ellis told did not end because of this. After that, I can always hear very strange sounds. It seems to be the panting of something, suppressed, painful, desperate. Something far away is calling me, wanting me to go somewhere. Sometimes I think, opening the bottle of Fountain of Youth, and drinking the thing inside should bring peace. You drank it? Beryl exclaimed softly, seemingly not noticing the abnormality outside the window. The monocle in Tang's right eye socket flickered with a subtle light, maintaining the action of looking out the window. Beryl, I'm not stupid enough to drink something that is obviously problematic. Ellis coughed softly. After realizing the problem, I sealed that thing with some methods, but the result seems to be minimal. He said, now I can hear calls from distant places every night. It's a very strange feeling. After that, I threw the sealed Fountain of Youth into the sea, hoping it wouldn't cause too much of an impact. And the whispers have indeed weakened a lot because of its departure. I think after a while, there shouldn't be any problems. Rain fell from the sky was dark and heavy, without a trace of light. At first, it was just a drizzle falling on the deck, then a downpour of rain came pouring down, the waves rose, and the lonely wooden boat sailed forward in the wind and rain, struggling to move forward amidst the raging sea wind and huge waves. But the power driving it forward due to error will obviously not stop its actions because of this level of natural disaster. This kind of weather poses no threat to a high-sequence Beyander who has mastered multiple sealed artifacts. Natural disasters, without the influence of extraordinary power, can hardly threaten Tang. However, the boat has stopped. At some unknown time, the boat, which should have been driven by mystical power, stopped in the middle of the sea. Even though the oars were still moving, they didn't propel the wooden boat forward even a step. Countless thick, seaweed-like things floated up from the depths of the sea, grabbing the bottom of the wooden boat, like anchors, binding it to the spot, passively accepting the scouring of the waves and wind. Those things clung tightly to the bottom of the wooden boat and continued to climb. I threw that thing into the sea. That thing should be forever sleeping in the depths of the ocean, drifting along the seabed with the currents. Ellis and Beryl didn't realize there was a problem with the boat itself. Their conversation continued. Legend has it that the Fountain of Youth originates from the depths of the Sonia Sea and is a unique treasure at sea. Suddenly, several black shadows appeared in the distance. Those seemed to be other ships, floating on the dark and deep sea, moving slowly through the storm, approaching the wooden boat. Tang stood up at some point and walked to the window, looking into the distance. But after a few days, that bottle containing the Fountain of Youth returned to me. At first, when I saw that familiar bottle, I didn't remember. In the distance, there were several ships. With unmanned decks and no sailors pushing the oars, the waves swept in, allowing the ships to sail swiftly with the waves and wind. On those ships, on each mast, there seemed to be something swaying. A teeth-aching sound came from the bottom of the boat, as if something was panting. But that is the Fountain of Youth. It wasn't discarded by me, or rather, me discarding it was just a dream of mine. Tang took out the sun scepter from the system space. The 3-meter-long dark gold scepter still exuded a sense of stagnation and depravity in the dark world. Faintly, Tang could hear countless souls praising the sun in song. Ever since the sun scepter ate a portion of the ocean singer's extraordinary characteristics, this singing had become louder, and more annoying. Shut your mouths for a while, and later you can go sing to those guys over there, he said in his heart. Then the sun scepter really shut up. This thing has been well trained by the system. Tang waved the sun scepter in his hand and asked the system to give the other two people present an appraisal each. After confirming that they had not suffered irreparable pollution, Tang turned his gaze to his feet. He straightened his monocle. The Fountain of Youth's pollution is transforming this area. Ellis and Beryl's conversation continued, seemingly completely unaware that the world had changed. The Fountain of Youth, sent out by the demonist sect, is special. The Fountain of Youth itself doesn't possess such strong polluting properties. The reason why the Fountain of Youth sent to Ellis is special is most likely related to the countless spiritual pollutions and the divine power of various gods mixed in the God War ruins. And, I'm afraid it's also closely related to a place. Bansi. Tang thought of this place in his heart. Bansi Town, later known as Bansi Harbor. The pollution leaked from the city of Calamity of origin made that place a ruin that was lightning washed by the storm church. But that place is not close to here, let alone the God War ruins. Unless the demonist sect is idle, Tang doesn't think there's any possibility that the Fountain of Youth would wander around there and then reappear in Ellis's hands. Moreover, I'm afraid there's more than one copy of this kind of Fountain of Youth, not just given to Ellis. The Red Angel 3-in-1 hot pot is suspected of being polluted by the City of Calamity of origin of the Demoness and Hunter pathways, which is why it was solved by Adam, or rather, the ancient sun god, and turned into the main ingredient for the Blood Emperor potion. His gaze swept over the deck, and after turning a fish into a marionette, through the real vision of this fish entering the Euclidean space, Tang saw the huge phantom under the ship. From the perspective of a cryptanalyst, it is a new, indescribable monster formed by countless pollutions and marine creatures twisted together. From a direct perspective, it is a floating, swollen, huge, humanoid corpse on the seabed. That corpse had no facial features in the face area, only 4 black holes, which represented the eyes, nose, and mouth respectively. His or her humanoid hair was like a Medusa's, with seaweed-like strands of hair wrapped around the wooden boat Tang was on, binding it to the spot, unable to move forward even a step despite the mystical power driving it. In the distance, the shadows speeding through the storm and waves revealed their true faces one after another. Those were pirate ships, those were ghost ships. There were no living people on the ships, and the masts hung one human body after another. They were already rotten, revealing their white bones. They kept opening and closing their mouths to the living, as if they were saying something. But whatever it was a kind of spiritual pollution, a kind of madness that could lead to loss of control upon hearing it. After all, skeletons don't talk. Tang glanced at the 2 people behind him, and then snapped his fingers with the hand that wasn't holding the sun scepter. On the little finger of his left hand, the ring of the Master of Ceremonies lit up with a silver-white light in the dark night. Ellis and Beryl's conversation stopped immediately. The 2 looked at Tang together, and then they encountered the miracle created by a top magician. They were instantly transferred to the never-ending theater in Tingen, thousands of miles away. After sending the person away, the distorted sun symbol on the sun scepter in Tang's hand reflected the surrounding scene. In the lightless environment, only the faint light emanating from the master ring he wore illuminated a small area of the captain's cabin. Darkness pervaded, and the pollution diffused in the air, like maggots clinging to bones, constantly corroding everything at sea. Fountain of Youth, a bizarre thing suspected to be created by the pollution of the City of Disaster, Bin-Si, Banshee, source quality. Why am I so unlucky? Because the volume of the knowledge wilderness is too large, and the aggregation of extraordinary characteristics at a higher level triggers the ups and downs of fate. Even if the knowledge wilderness has been processed, it still allows these things belonging to the source quality to actively bump into it? A rectangular object appeared in the palm of his hand that was not holding the sun scepter. It was the yesterday once more charm. History. Tang used the language that could mobilize the power of nature as the activation incantation, using the yesterday once more charm to bring an item he once possessed into his hand. This was not borrowing power from his future self, but borrowing an item he had once handled from his past self. During this time, Tang's research on the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket did not completely stagnate. The newly opened, mythical skill, module in the system was indeed useless, but the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket was a carrier of mad knowledge. At the cost of reducing sand value, each reading of the same chapter could get feedback. This was another usage of the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket, Black Magic Book. Extensive reading and intensive reading. The things interpreted from mad knowledge, the details are also different. The last reading obtained a mythical skill, and the next reading may be a corresponding mysterious symbol and magic mark. Even without relying on the system's mythical skill module, it can be used for occultism in the real world. Of course, the knowledge that comes out of this feedback is also useful and useless. Sorting out the effective occult knowledge from a large amount of information is also somewhat difficult for a trickster who has digested the potion. This should be the work of an occultist, not his. The sand value was lowered and then raised. If it weren't for the resilience of the ritual anchor, the high level of the audience, and the complete digestion of the trickster's potion, plus the subsequent psychoanalysis and soothing from the audience pathway, his mental state would definitely not be so good. In studying the occultism contained in a chapter of the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket, allowed Tang to discover some interesting things and create some interesting things with them. He pulled a square tablecloth out of the historical gap. For ancient scholars, nothing will ever leave them. They just accompany the ancient scholars in a different way. This square tablecloth was pure black. When pulled out of the historical gap, it merged with the surrounding darkness. On this square tablecloth, twisted, dancing symbols and mysterious, complex patterns were engraved with a kind of silver powder. The silver-white dancing symbols shone brightly under the faint light of the master ring, like facing a brilliant galaxy, exuding an unspeakable meaning and an indescribable madness. Ritualism and runeology are both essential things for extraordinary people to master, but few extraordinary people are proficient in both. After all, most of today's extraordinary people still rely on their extraordinary abilities and bizarre sealed items. The conditions required for rituals are too many. Without helpers, rituals can only be used as auxiliary and pre-arranged traps. After all, a ritual is a occult magic that takes a lot of time and cannot be prepared immediately. Faced with a sudden attack, the effect of a ritual is not as good as a rune, and the effect of a rune, probably no enemy will give you a chance to take out a rune. Are you going to say, wait, let me take out a rune first? And in the world of occultism, the essence of ritual magic is to ask for power from oneself, from others, or from gods. This varies according to the specific symbolism of the ritual. The occult knowledge interpreted from the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket, the rituals created with it as a medium, naturally point to mad knowledge, and to the knowledge wilderness. Ritual magic can only continue to develop on the church's side where gods will automatically respond. The rituals on the side of the evil gods, does the true creator make people eat fingers? But whether it is official extraordinary people or those extraordinary people who believe in evil gods, few people really pay attention to this field. After all, this is a world with gods. If a believer of the night prays to the Lord of Storms with a ritual, it is estimated that the Lord of Storms will reward a lightning bolt and directly kill the person. Rituals can only be used for the gods you believe in, which has led to the non-universality of ritual magic today. But mad knowledge is different. The complex occult knowledge of mad knowledge itself points to all aspects: secrets, storms, sunlight, waves, depravity, madness. These are all part of what mad knowledge records. These are occult knowledge itself. Omniscience is omnipotence. To some extent, this is not only about the reader pathway, but also applicable to the high-sequence extraordinary people of the Knowledge 2 pathway. Now the main body of the knowledge wilderness is still trapped in the West continent, and the ritual may not be successful. But the system and the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket are both products of mad knowledge. Taking the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket as a springboard, responding to the ritual with mad knowledge, and using the system as a medium, intercepting some mysterious symbols and magic marks from the open double-angle bracket Necronomicon close double-angle bracket, through the system's sorting and optimization, Tang really created a ritual that points to mad knowledge, and to the knowledge wilderness. But to be honest, creating rituals is really difficult for a trickster. This should really be the work of an occultist. I should hurry up and grab an occultist. It's not that troublesome, host. Let's switch to Prophecy Master, and everything will be solved. Tang. This guy is really undying thief's heart. A ball of fire ignited from the corner of the tablecloth painted with twisted, dancing symbols and engraved with bizarre, complex patterns. The fire jumped, burning the thing pulled out of the historical gap. The flame did not bring warmth, but an icy chill spread from the burning cloth to the surroundings. You ask me why I am afraid of encountering cold air currents, why I tremble more than others when entering a cold room, why when the cold of night quietly seeps into the gentle warmth of autumn days, I seem to show a disgusted and repulsive expression? The icy chill that seemed to freeze even the darkness emanated from the corner of the tablecloth. Tang entered Euclidean space, observing this newly created ritual from the authority of overlooking in a higher dimension. The icy chill spread from the captain's cabin. That was a coldness that froze even the torrential rain falling from the sky. The sea breeze blowing from afar, the sea surface, the monsters at the bottom of the sea, and the countless swaying corpses hanging from the eerie poles not far away. That was a coldness that solidified even death in an instant, a solid ice that froze even the body and spirituality together. The cold wind howled, spreading wildly from the windows and the gate to the surroundings. The sea surface was frozen into continuous glaciers. The monsters on the ghost ship became true statues, seemingly fragile and easily shattered. The countless snake-headed hairs of the humanoid monster at the bottom of the sea stiffened and stagnated, trapped in the cold winter. Mad knowledge was manifesting in a mysterious and bizarre way. The content described in one of the chapters of the Book of the Dead was being materialized. This was the core extraordinary ability of the Seer Pathway Sequence 4, Mysticism Scholar, Mystical Reproduction. The more unknown the mystery, the more terrifying its power. The extraordinary beings of the knowledge pathway profoundly interpret the point that knowledge is power. Allowing mad knowledge to respond to the ritual, then as long as there is enough mad knowledge mastered, of a high enough level, the ritual effect created will be better. The Book of the Dead is not just about bizarre content, it is itself a carrier of mad knowledge. Under the observation of Euclidean space, Tang saw a bottle containing a bizarre liquid in the center of the humanoid monster at the bottom of the sea, floating quietly in the seawater, unaffected by the surrounding ocean currents, standing silently. He put on the mosaic glasses for observing the stars, preventing the possible pollution from the City of Calamity from affecting him in advance. After seeing that bottle, Tang raised the sun scepter in his hand. A yesterday reappearance charm disappeared, and he gained power from the future. The sun scepter instantly became even more terrifying. It seemed that in an instant, it became something absolutely unobservable and indescribable. He borrowed part of the power of his future sun scepter, a sun scepter that complemented the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence, each pathway having extraordinary characteristics that were either real or false, like images from historical gaps. More terrifying, more distorted, more fanatical, more difficult to shake, like countless souls fervently worshipping, frantically roaring and shouting. A black sun swaying between countless spiritual bodies emerged from the cloud-covered sky. That was a black death light, a black sunlight symbolizing madness. Dealing with the pollution suspected to be from the City of Calamity, responding with mad knowledge and the rituals evolved from the occult knowledge I understand and have come into contact with, is obviously not enough. The black sunlight dispersed the cloudy sky and fell from the sky. The countless black sunlights fell on the ghost ship. The corpses frozen into frost and the cold wind twisted and deformed. Their remaining spirituality was stained with black, and the sounds they made when they swayed were, "Sun, sun, praise the sun." The black sunlight itself had no temperature, but it was this light, containing depravity yet possessing all the qualities of the sun, that ignited the ghost ships. Just like the person in the cold who continued his life with coldness, even a slight increase in temperature would cause their bodies to disintegrate and their souls to shatter. The sea became darker, reflecting the black sun in the sky. The humanoid monster at the bottom of the sea opened her mouth wide, her hair struggling to escape the influence of the ritual. But the black sunlight crossed the solid ice of the sea surface and fell on her body. She was ignited. Black flames burned at the bottom of the sea, and the bottle cap of the Fountain of Youth, in the center began to rotate silently, as if some force wanted to open it. But a hand stretched out from the void and pressed down on the bottle cap of the Fountain of Youth. Then, this item disappeared out of thin air, dissipating into the silent and dead, yet burning with black flames, seabed. Everything here fell into a silent eternal sleep in the sunlight and ice. With the miracle of the ring of the Master of Ceremonies, Tang, standing on the deck of the ship from before, reappeared. Error remained. Without sailors rowing, the ship was still sailing into the distance at an incredible speed. There is indeed pollution, but it is not clear whether it is pollution from the City of Calamity. Needless to say, the identification result given by the system for that bottle of Fountain of Youth was all garbled code, with no value whatsoever. From the observation of Euclidean space, the pollution in the Fountain of Youth was not much, but the position was high enough. Even if it did not belong to the City of Calamity, it might be related to the divine power in the God War ruins, or to the high-level members of the witch sect, those Calamity witches. After throwing the thing into the system warehouse, the essence of this thing, whatever it is, will be sealed by the system space, so there is no need to worry. Should I report it to the church? If there is really a problem with Bint C, should I let the Storm Church, let the Lord of Storms, strike a lightning bolt there in advance? Tang thought for a while and decided to go to Binzi to take a look. Speaking of which, how should I deal with that 3-in-1 hot pot in Backland? No one should have discovered it yet. Catch it and give it to Owen? It's not impossible. I remember that the hot pot once possessed a gatekeeper. However, it must be rendered harmless. Should I soak that hot pot in mad knowledge to marinate it first? A good consideration. Tang also chatted with Bishop War, who was far away in Tingen, about the 2 people he had just sent over. After settling them down, Tang refocused his attention and looked into the distance. Next is to go to the God War ruins, which will take some time. Tang began to use his marionettes to deal with some things that could be handled without him being present. In fact, it was enough to leave a marionette on the ship. When he arrived at the God War ruins, he could directly switch back. I can also travel through Euclidean space, but with the former, I don't know what dangers I will encounter in the spirit world, and with the latter, it will consume a lot of spirituality. Even if I have been promoted to sequence 4 and digested the potion, I cannot maintain this level of consumption. He was not short of time now, just a few days, he could wait. During these few days, Tang occasionally switched positions with other marionettes to deal with some things, but most of the time he stayed at sea, alone. Just treat it as a short vacation for himself. Until a huge gully appeared in front of the wooden boat, Tang put on his monocle again. The azure sea was cut off here by a huge gap, and endless seawater, like a waterfall, fell vertically into the dark abyss of unfathomable depth. This abyss, which seemed to be directly connected to the Earth's core, was the entrance to the God War ruins. The wooden boat descended with the seawater towards the bottomless crevice. Tang stowed the wooden boat, and with the balance of a clown, using the changes brought about by error, under the inertia of the surging seawater at the bottom of the bottomless ravine, he was thrown to the other side of this massive ravine, the ruins of the God's War, the place where the ancient sun god fell. The sky was devoid of clouds, filled with a scorching, dry sun, a region where even the boundless seawater was dyed a golden hue. It was unlike any region he had visited before. It was more treacherous, and even more dangerous. A moment of carelessness could lead to an unbearable disaster. After all, this was a region where the power of true gods existed. As a trickmaster, Tang heard sharp, piercing noises upon entering the ruins of the God's War. In this sea area, the higher the sequence, the easier it was to lose control, because it was filled with the murmurs belonging to the true creator. These murmurs, fused with the remnants of the divine power of the gods here, made it easier for beyonders who could hear them clearly to lose control, and the stronger the beyonder, the more dangerous it became. Of course, there was also a limit to this. Against those kings of angels, the murmurs here would not have much effect. Tang adjusted the monocle in his right eye socket, and the chaotic, maddening murmurs that had been exceptionally noisy a moment ago vanished without a trace. He used the uniqueness of the seer pathway to create a silent error, deceiving some of the rules here. This caused the murmurs to no longer surround him, ignoring him, or rather, considering him a part of the murmurs in this area. This created an erroneous domain. It has to be said that angels truly possess unimaginable power, and uniqueness itself is an extremely terrifying mystery. He knew that his development of the monocle was less than 1%. Using error to create loopholes was also the mysticism that Amon had personally taught him recently. Amon is indeed the best teacher for me when using the seer uniqueness and the error authority. Even the sequence one old geezer can't compare. After all, Amon is a natural, born king of angels with uniqueness. It felt like a max-level Big Brother was taking a newbie player to explore a newbie village. But with Amon's personality, even the fake Amon pieced together with mad knowledge, Tang felt goosebumps all over his body from hearing this person's voice too much. For his own health, apart from learning such knowledge, he rarely unlocked the spirituality of Amon within the monocle. But upon entering the ruins of the Gods' War, at least before truly setting foot in the land of forsaken gods, he would not block this former sequence. One king of angels, son of the Creator, incarnation of deceit and pranks. After all, this place was indeed quite dangerous. Tisk. Amon smiled, the corners of his mouth turned up, causing the system monitoring it to once again generate a series of error-garbled characters, wanting to directly format this thing. Am I not doing it right? Tang walked on the sea surface, looking around, then he looked at the sky above. Of course there's no problem, I'm very optimistic about you. Amon's voice appeared on the monocle. It was a young man wearing a pointed soft hat, with a wide forehead, and a thin face, wearing an ancient magician's robe. And the only difference from the real Amon was that he was not wearing any monocle. Why not try transferring to the sequence 3 of the seer pathway? With my help, your potion will be digested at an extremely terrifying speed. Time is not a problem, nor is lifespan. The potion formula, the corresponding ritual, I can also give you, even, I can become a part of your ritual. Perhaps, the next time Worm will be born within 5 years, that's quite interesting, isn't it? Amon suggested, happy to make trouble for his current main body. Why do you all like to suggest that I switch pathways here? Alright, what a pity. Realizing Tang's death stare, Amon could only say regretfully, next, you can try to steal the daylight here. Believe me, the extraordinary here will definitely exceed your imagination. The daylight of the ruins of the Gods' War is also an extremely powerful extraordinary power. Tang knew this, but he glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky, and silently said nothing. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. He wasn't an earth angel, he didn't have that much spirituality to directly steal all of this thing with sealed artifacts. Tisk. Why take it all? Amon smiled. Because my spirituality is not enough for me to perform a fairly specific division of things that are clearly connected in mysticism. Using the seer's uniqueness to steal, when faced with something that is clearly a miracle, I can only do steal it or not steal it. I can't accurately steal a certain amount of something, and then leave a certain amount. It's like stealing the lifespan of a baby. With his level, he can only steal the baby's lifespan all at once, causing him to die quickly, and he can't just steal the time of adolescence and youth, making the baby immediately step into adulthood. The daylight of the sky as a whole, he doesn't have that much spiritual power to directly interfere with the entire daylight of the ruins of the Gods' War. Nor can he steal the daylight in a part of the space. The power in mysticism tightly connects them together. Only the real Amon can steal the entire daylight of the ruins of the Gods' War. Tang is not an angel of the seer pathway. His use of uniqueness is limited to his understanding of the seer authority and the power that uniqueness itself brings. Still reasonable. Amon adjusted the monocle that did not exist in his eye socket. Are you really not considering becoming my blessed? I can give you that sequence 1 uniqueness. It's something you deserve. And you should also know that the gifts of fate are always marked with a price. Amon's voice lowered, his voice bewitching and tempting. What does the knowledge Morland plan to use you for? Do you really have no thoughts? I can also take away that thing on your spirit body, help you, and bear the price. Help? How to help? Tang twitched the corner of his mouth, unable to resist retorting. Let you parasitize in my body? Is that the way to help? Or send the seer pathway's uniqueness back to your main body, and then let your main body parasitize me. This ruthless person almost stole the Saphiric Castle after catching Klein. He was afraid that once he had the thought, once he nodded, this guy would directly walk out of the monocle, and then parasitize himself, straighten the monocle, and say, "Ah, I finally parasitized you." Then steal his fate, making him a wandering ghost in this world or something. Even if Tang knew that this Amon and the real Amon were not the same thing, he still wondered how the real Amon's brain worked. Is this a natural mythical creature? Deceiving and swindling without even blinking an eye? Why not? Amon was about to say something when he was shielded by Tang. Alright, he retracted his thoughts. Before concretely encountering danger, he didn't plan to release Amon. This thing was also a form of mental pollution. The system had already sharpened its knives, told its host, and prepared to electrocute Amon. Ah! This dirty thing is here sowing discord. This system will electrocute him. Tang. Revealing exhaustion in his smile. There were many strange things in the God War remains, but Tang's purpose wasn't here. There would be opportunities to explore later. After entering the Euclidean space, Tang put on his mosaic glasses. A magician doesn't perform unprepared. He preemptively avoids possible dangers and lowers his own danger threshold to the minimum. This was his lifelong principle throughout his extraordinary career. The spirit world state here is quite special, and the situation here in the God War remains is an overlap of three different things. The God War remains, the spirit world, and dreams. Three different things overlapped, making the observation of the Euclidean space quite uncontrollable, with strange phantoms everywhere. Using Euclidean space to travel through this area also carries a considerable risk, and the time will be extended. After careful consideration, Tang planned to replicate a method similar to Amon's, traversing dreams to directly enter the place where the ancient sun god fell. Temporarily concealing the projection of the spirit world overlapping with the real world, Tang began to carefully observe the world of dreams. Euclidean space can indeed observe the collective unconscious sea, and dreams themselves are also part of the collective unconscious sea. But the collective unconscious sea here seems quite strange, almost equivalent to the spirit world. Is it caused by the high sequence being of the seer pathway and the residual divine power of the goddess of the night? He didn't wait for the descent of the night, but directly entered the Black Abbey in the dream under the daylight in the form of a projection, overlooking the phantom of the giant king's court in the distance. The newest chapters are first released at Success. The projection appeared in the Black Abbey composed of countless dreams, and Tang breathed a sigh of relief. He adjusted the monocle carved from crystal that he was wearing. The abbey in the dream was much smaller than the ocean of ruins outside. Compared to the irregularity of the spirit world, which mixed various strange things and knowledge, the structure here was more compact. This allowed him to quickly reach his destination. After confirming that he could appear in the dream with his real body, Tang dispelled the projection from the high-dimensional space. According to the expected guess, at least I need to reach the center of the God War remains, that is, the place where the ancient sun god fell, and enter the dream there. Only then can I pass through the Black Abbey and go to the phantom of the giant king's court in the dream. But since I am appearing in the dream in my true form, then I don't need the core area of the God War remains as a springboard. I can directly bypass the phantom of the giant king's court in the dream and directly ascend to the land of the forsaken gods. In the original story, Klein and Eamon mistakenly arrived at the center of the God War remains first, and entered the dream there before entering the land of the forsaken gods, while Tang was more convenient. He looked at the magnificent building in the distance and began to ignite his spirituality. He passed through one strange dream after another, traversing quickly through the realm composed of these dreams, widening his vision outward. He saw the phantom of the giant king's court frozen in the twilight. He walked to the front of that huge, magnificent building. Taking a deep breath, Tang released the restriction on the monocle, looking at the front of the tallest building in the giant king's court. He didn't recite the honorific name, nor did he try to use error to open a new door. With a ting, Tang flipped a gold coin, not looking at the heads or tails. After catching the coin, he took a step forward. At the same time, he had already prepared the yesterday reappearance amulet in case of unexpected events. Tang passed through the phantom of the giant king's court. The power sealing the land of the forsaken gods cannot have the same effect on the high-dimensional world. The authority of Euclidean space, is it benchmarked against the Saphira castle? What exactly is this space, a source quality? Or is it the divine kingdom of an evil god he had seen before, called the high-dimensional overseer? The dream shattered, the spirit world solidified, and the things presented in the Euclidean space once again underwent changes. All the scenes of the God War remains disappeared in the Euclidean space. The giant king's court projection, which was still clear just now, disappeared. Now, what appeared in front of Tang was the real, belonging to the Third Epoch, the earthly divine kingdom of the giant king Ulmer. Really came in. Tang murmured in a low voice, "It's a bit too smooth." "No, it's not." Eamon suddenly spoke at this time, "Look, isn't trouble coming?" The twilight light dispelled the distant darkness, and Tang's gaze followed the direction Eamon pointed. With this look, his expression instantly became strange. Not far from the entrance of the land of the Forsaken Gods, in the giant king's court, a young man was sitting on a stone. He had a broad forehead, a thin face, wore a pointed soft hat, and was dressed in a mage's robe. In his left eye socket, he wore a monocle carved from crystal. It was just that the monocle appeared dim, seemingly not an ornament made of pure crystal. Amen. Wait, Amen put the monocle on his left eye. Before Tang could do anything, the weight in his right eye socket disappeared in an instant when he saw Amon's clone. Seemingly aware, the young man sitting on the stone suddenly raised his head. He adjusted his monocle, seemingly very interested in what was happening now. In the next moment, his expression froze on his face. The monocle in his left eye was taken off and put on his right eye socket. That dim crystal monocle lit up again. In the next moment, the Amen clone in front of Tang was replaced by countless mosaics. This Amon's clone was instantly infused with madness knowledge from the uniqueness of the thief pathway, leaking out from the monocle in Tang's hand. War god Batter Hair died, the Lord of the Mysteries has appeared. Future. 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 The phantom condensed from madness knowledge appeared in the monocle. It was a nihilistic and ethereal existence, like knowledge itself. Only an eyelash less, indifferent, and almost transparent eye revealed the true essence of this knowledge. He indifferently watched Amen put the monocle on his right eye socket. Knowledge had already been infused through this Amen clone, injecting madness and pollution from the future into all of Amon's clones within the giant king's court. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.